July Minor is here in New York City. I'm joined by Amy.
And I am joined by Eric, WRPM Pro, and we're going to go ahead and start our first Hanchan.
Amy's a pro too, by the way.
Only sometimes, actually.
So it looks like we have Mikhail Kai Nomura in the east seat, Arturo Asmel as south, Tomasz Erdos Pro as west, and Gregory Chin Pro as north.
Some decent opening hands here. Pair of Hatsu is very nice. Pair of Haku is very nice.
Man, Dora the 4-pin here. I don't think anyone has any, but plenty of connectors all around.
Your stream's catching up. We're a couple hands behind, but not too concerned about that. Yeah, no 4-pin Doras visible, but plenty of connectors for most people. Very pair hands. Very...
Yeah, a lot of slower shapes for most of the players here. Nice fill-in for Tomasz.
Just crawling along for now. I wonder if Michaela is considering Chitoy at all with
Possibly.
three pairs kind of hedging.
Yeah, it seems like he can balance the options now. Although it is a well-known saying that you shouldn't, try and have both the normal hand and Chitoy at the same time.
It's true. This has now become more of a normal hand,
yeah,
so...
Absolutely.
So all you Chitoy haters out there, rejoice.
Okay, so it cuts some of the Dora acceptance away. It's not a huge loss, though. You can bind it to the 6-pin instead. And with an abundance of blocks, we saw Arturo cut a penchant in the pin zoo. That Dora indicator 3-pin is kind of hard to get.
So Greg is very quietly snuck into Ishan 10, while everyone else is kind of struggle bussing along.
Yeah, his best bet is to draw a 4-pin Dora and switch over to a 3-4-5 Sanshoku chance. That'd be a great progression for the hand.
Be very nice. Extends the shape a little bit just because he has that 1-1-3.
Okay, nice fill for Arturo over here.
I'm always unclear how nice of a fill it is when it's 1-3-5-7 and you draw the 4 and you're like, I mean, I guess it's nice.
It's true.
So this is Tenpai on 6 only. Greg's just gonna shove it. Says, I guess I'm not getting anything better.
Yeah, and in this case it might work because the other players don't see the Dora, so they may be more prone to folding to him.
Nobody has any particular advancement either, right? He just happens to be the quickest, and so they're forced to all throw away their extra pairs. 7-pin is an unfortunate one because he could have switched his weight to a slightly better, I believe it's 2-5, so 7-pin in Totsu.
True.
But, you Riichi, you believe.
Oh, that would have been a nice upgrade as well.
You gotta believe in your Riichi. He's going to draw the 6-pin, don't worry about it.
As of now, there are 3 left in the wall. So pretty standard bailing from everyone else here. It looks like Arturo's kind of trying to Mawashi around it for a little bit.
It looks like Tomasz might also be kind of trying to Mawashi. Not like fully cutting yet. Although to be fair, I guess maybe Greg's pool isn't convincing enough. A no times cut east, I believe, was picked up.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Ooh, Dora.
And that'll bring Mikhail back to 2 Shanten. I would like to imagine that with another draw, you would drop the 7-pin and take the Shanten and maybe fight as dealer.
There's the east pair up. Oh no, Dora.
There it goes.
Plenty of these draws right after Greg Riichi's are like, wow, this could have been nice. A little unfortunate, but okay, so Mikhail says, I don't think I want to do this anymore, and looks like he's going to bail entirely.
Yeah, entering the 3rd row with enough information, it's probably best to bail with this hand. And there we go.
There's that 6-pin, so Riichi Tsumo, nothing. So it's just going to be 500, 1,000?
Yep, that looks right to me. All right, a nice little small win to get things started. What is it that Tsuchiya said? Hop, skip, jump. You start with a small hand and you work your way up.
Surely these next hands will be a bit more exciting. Maybe. We'll see.
So Arturo's dealership in East 2, 1 hour, 9 minutes remaining. This is a timed Han-chan, so when the timer goes out, they'll play their last hand out and then end the game. And Arturo's keeping his hand hidden. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Looks a little bit mediocre, unfortunately. Kind of slower shapes, but he is the dealer. Let's see what he can make out of it. Dora's the 5-so, so he's got 2 of those. That's actually more exciting than I thought.
Yeah, so now Arturo is just kind of thinking, what should I be hedging to try and speed up my hand so that I can call and go? Dealer making 1.5 times everybody else. It would be really nice to pick up that 3 Han something.
Greg's hand here is pretty well formed. He already has 5 blocks.
Mikhail's hand, a little worse for wear, really trying to decide which route he wants to go for.
And a nice pickup for Arturo, steadily advancing as the dealer. Tamash's hand here is also not terrible. I'd be a little surprised if he cut that one. So, oh no, okay, that's a 4, so not a 3. So there we go.
Yeah, I wonder if the 1 pin would have been a slightly better choice, just given that it's a sort of awkward floater compared to his hand. But you know, there's nothing wrong with the 1, so consolidating the shape there. I wonder if you're sad picking up the 2-so though.
A little bit. But then again, the hand only lacks 1 block and you have some decent floaters. You can maybe extend the manzu to an itsu if you're very lucky there. Drawing a 5-mon, then a 2-mon or a 9-mon would do it. And
there's a good floater pickup, so creates that block. Greg, just kind of inching forward, honestly, just like figuring out how he wants to strengthen or weaken his blocks. You know, it's still early in anyone's game, so you don't want to be too conservative, because if you are, then all your points will slip away from you. They're just going to get eaten up by something else.
Absolutely.
5-pin makes an anko here, or a concealed triplet.
That's a nice 2 shanten for Arturo. And again, we're seeing shape upgrades in these other hands, but not much else. The more interesting hand is Mikhail's right now, as he has just reached 4 pairs, but now draws the 7-so, which is leaning towards a mensu or a run-based hand.
Or what we would call a normal hand. Arturo, another Dora pickup, is probably going to cut efficiently here and just try to go for Tenpai. So still 2 shanten, not quite as close as he would love to be.
Yeah, the most beautiful draw for Arturo's hand right now would be the 3-so. It would open him up to a very wide shanten, trying to make use of that 5-5-5-6 shape to find a pair and not have to drop Dora.
Another good draw might actually be the 4-mon to just hard force Tanyao or all simples with all those Dora in hand.
This is true. Tamasha's hand is progressing towards all simples as well. Greg's hand has hit a bit of a stalemate right now. And Greg's hand is going to be difficult to navigate if anyone calls Riichi, because of those 2 floating tiles in the hand.
Oh. Says, no thank you again. I already gave up Itsu. I don't want it today.
Greg forms his 4th pair and decides to cut the dangerous 4-pin out. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's not super necessary since he has the 6-7 together. All of you memers out there, please spare me.
So if we're going by occult theory here, this would be a toitsuba, a lot of people with pairs and ankos, and we can see how much it's affecting Tamash's hand. He has all these nice blocks, but nothing is filling in.
Because they're all floating into other people's hands, pairing up for funsies. So, you know, not super pleasant for Tamash, but of course he may not know that. At some point during the game, you have to suspect other people are holding on to stuff, though. You're just kind of like, well, surely something will come to me, and then it doesn't, and you're like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, a group that doesn't, fill in ever might be called a shinimentsu, or like a dead group. Like you really expect it to fill in, but it just stays stubbornly unfilled. Oh, okay, there we go. This is a nice Ishan 10, guaranteed Tanyao, possible Dora 1 if he can snag the last 5-so, but unfortunately they are all gone now that I'm seeing things proper.
Yes, so Nomura here has 1, and then our dealer here has 3, so more than likely he's not going to be able to get that from anyone. He fills the other side anyway, so in this case is just going to take Riichi, Tanyao, Pinfu. which is a pretty nice hand on its own anyways.
I believe there are 2 left in the wall. We see 4 of them in the hands, 2 Tumons in the discards.
This is Ishanten.
And this is surely just a push.
Shoves the 7, so survives because that's not important. But Ipot Sumo, so reach Ipot Sumo. Tanyao Pinfu, no Dora, so that's still 2K, 4K?
Just rips one of those last 2 remaining 5-mon from the wall, just like that. If we're playing Akara, that would definitely be the red 5.
That would definitely be the red 5, just to taunt the rest of the people at the table. I guess looking at it, though, you know, as bad as it seemed with the 2/5 available in other people's hands, that doesn't mean it's dead. So as much as, you know, some people will believe, like, I'm just unlucky and I will never get it. If it's in the wall, it's in the wall. If you're meant to get it, you're meant to get it.
There's absolutely times where people take a Yuanmen weight and it's dead and they just win it and they think that was average luck. And there's absolutely times when all of the tiles are left in the wall and they don't get it and they think that was bad luck. And I mean, that's just Mahjong.
That is just Mahjong. Nice immediate fill for Greg here. Some good shapes here, some decent-ish floaters. No pair, so you're going to be looking for something to hook onto.
We see a developing Itsu over in Arturo's hand. A little bit slow, though. 3 bad shapes.
Tamash's hand, interesting cutting. I think it was the 8-mon because it feels like it could have been a Honitsu hedge of some kind. Never know. Tamash is going to call the West pair, probably aiming for the Hatsu pair later, since West is not his wind. But everyone else on the table is going to be like, what is going on there?
Yeah, this is maybe a Hatsu Toy Toy. It could still develop into a Honitsu, in which case the early 8-mon cut would be very sneaky. Obviously, if 9-pin wasn't the door, he would have preferred to have cut that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, a non-seat wind, non-table wind call from the start is usually a pretty good indicator of Honitsu or Autozuke, which means only one side of your weight will give you Yaku or validity.
And it looks like his hand might not be fast enough. You know, Greg's hand has advanced to Ishanten now.
Ooh, Sanshoku.
Yes. Possible guaranteed Sanshoku, depending on how things fill in. Another 8-so would ruin that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And Mikhail here, also possible 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku, depending on how things shake out.
So Arturo's kind of hedging the Itsu there, but those shapes are a little far. The only saving grace is that he doesn't really have other shapes to be going around.
Yeah, I think in the next few turns, we're going to see Arturo have to decide between whether to continue pushing this hand or to give up, because with all these bad shapes, it's not really worth fighting others. Okay, and it looks like he's going to consolidate back for Tanya.
Yeah, bails on the Itsu. Tamash says, well, the Hatsu hasn't come out. I'm entering row 2. I got to pivot, and so is going to pursue a... I think this is an attempt at Chanta, but now he just has a lot of terminal floaters, which is maybe not the best.
And Greg did end up getting that 8-so that we talked about and rejected it. He actually moved backwards to force the Tanya. I shouldn't say backwards. He dropped a shape, still maintains the Ishanten.
Picks up a 3-mon here for Tamash, so that Chanta is coming around. This is Tenpai. You can either take the better 4-7 weight because you crave winning conditions, and that's what he's going to do. Or you could have taken the 3-pin weight to guarantee Sanshoku. So only the 4 side.
He's probably going to chase this Riichi then.
If he picks up Dora, I imagine he might just slam for Dora Tonki, which would be really funny.
Absolutely. Especially now that the 9-pin is one chance.
I said it!
You have to open up a fortune-telling shop. Look at that. Yeah, he's definitely going to slam the 4-mon down and chase here.
Oh, he's slamming the reach. He's actually slamming the Dora. Okay.
Exciting. Well, it is normally better to chase someone with a good weight, so I can see why he would do this.
This is true, but it would have been funny.
It would have been funny, but it's the right call. The 9-pin is basically dead. Oh, so close.
That's also not the deal in tile, though, so survives another day. However, the 6-mon now becomes Nakasuji, so the center Suji between 3, 6, 9. To Nomura, who is also in Riichi. Tomas making that early call is kind of hurting him. He really can't go anywhere. He has decided not to call the Hatsu, also that just came out from Nomura not too long ago. So might be bailing on the hand entirely. Not entirely sure.
This is a tough situation for both players. I believe there are 2 tiles left for each. And the others seem prepared to bail. I mean, Tamash has extra incentive having just one Amon gun. You want to pick your fights carefully when you're ahead.
Yeah.
There's another 6-mon, so 1 left for Nomura.
This might be a Honitsu switch around, actually, from Tomas. But the sumo. So Riichi, Tanyao, sumo, nothing else. So that's a cool 1,000, 2,000 again.
A nice humble hand.
You know, in Akanashi, when your Dora are limited, these become very important because your entire game might just be you guys exchanging the same 8,000 points run around.
Greg's dealership, East 4. The point situation is not really hopeless for anyone. It's a pretty close game going into the last round of East. Dora is the Hatsu.
They're making plenty of time as well, so no concerns about running the clock out right now. And so if you're Greg, you're probably hoping for a good hand so that you can try and rack up some points. This doesn't look too bad. Yeah. Kind of Tanyao-ish. Not super hot shapes, but they could be much, much worse.
Yeah, a lot of these kind of like, this could be open, this could be closed hands.
Chi-Toy.
Oh, Ishan 10. Ishan 10 from Chi-Toy, 2 Shan-10 from Suanko. Oh, no, Ishan 10 from Suanko.
Ishan 10 from Suanko. Oh my gosh. Holy moly.
So 3 So 8 Mon and Pei will all do it. The Pei is dead. It's in 2 people's hands unless he wants to pawn, which would be fine. It is his Yakuhai. He could still get a Mongon like that.
It is not his Yakuhai. It is his, he's south. And,
south, yes. Camera views got me all mixed up.
No problem, but I think in this case you might want to greed, so he might pass up the first pay and see what happens. And that could be a problem later on, because if another player holds on to that pay for safety, they might deal in later.
Well, this is especially tragic that he's starting Ishan 10, but all 6 of the tiles that he would want are in other people's hands.
Oh no!
So it's impossible to get a Suanko here as is.
Only we know this, though. Us and our pleasant little viewers. The players on the table have no ideas. So if you're Nomura, you're probably really excited. Hoping for goods.
Mahjong giveth, Mahjong taketh. So 3-pin here, and...
So this is the Hatsudora.
I mean, you could just shove it. But if you're happy to take Chi-Toy, then you can pair up the Hatsu, cut the 6-pin, get another draw, drop the 2-pin and Riichi. That would be a way to save the hand. Well,
but when Yakuman is staring you in the face, you know, you gotta have iron willpower to do that.
Absolutely. All right,
there's 1 north.
Passes.
I too would pass in this condition.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the other hands aren't too inspiring. Tamash has a pretty handsome hand over here, 2 Shan-10. Greg's hand has been puttering along a little bit. Some awkward overlap in the lower Pinzu. Oh, Con?
Opportunity. You can see him on the camera here.
I mean, how much does he want to pair up that Hatsu is the question. He says, nope, it doesn't matter.
He is going to con the 6-pin, which I think ruins a little bit of some other people's plans running around. There's the 6 So, which is nothing useful here.
And the new door is a 2-pin, so he cons himself 3. He'll absolutely open the next time he's offered a chance.
Yeah, now you can't be sitting around for a Suanko chance as much as you might like to. Tomas picks up an interesting tile. The 5 So is possible Ipeiko, but a worse potential weight. Is going to hold on to it for now. This north is real spicy for Greg.
Ticking time bomb.
Although, again, I believe most of the tiles are out and gone. I think there's 1 8-mon left in the wall. Oh, no, my bad. 1 is in the discard pool and 1 is Surely. Oh, nope. Still going to hold on to that north. So at some point, you got to realize that it is Shonpai or not, or at least only once cut, and it's deeply into the game now. So at what point are you like, maybe somebody's holding on to that?
I'm only slightly surprised that Nomura gave up the Forso acceptance instead of chucking the Dora. I think after flipping the Dora 3, I might be just gunning towards even a normal Riichi.
Here's the second one. So it should be a pawn here. Does in fact take it. It is going to be 3, so 8 mon. So now, again, very few of these are in the wall. So everyone else is in danger. Everyone else is in danger except for the person in Tenpai.
Well, Arturo in particular has that kind of awkward dangling 8 mon at the moment. But Greg is going to make the call here, move towards the Tanyao. Wants to shut this down as soon as possible.
Yeah, he's still looking for items, though. So still looking for tiles. And unfortunately, with that 6-pin con, right, half of his weight is gone.
Right. He only gets 10 pine, 3-pin, 8-pin, 3 mon, and 6 mon at the moment, but he can rotate off on certain Monzu draws. Yeah, a bit awkward for Tamash here also. It's when you're dealing with a toy, any fresh tile could potentially deal in. And I think others have to suspect this is toy at this point.
Yeah, there's almost no reason why it wouldn't be between the two cons, but Greg is going to take Tenpai here on 3 6-pin. Again, the 6-pin is gone, but 3 pins still remains. One here in Arturo's hand.
And one in the discards, I believe. So 2 tiles versus 0 tiles in the wall.
Yeah. Oh, chance to switch it up.
I think you switch here.
The real question is how dangerous you think that 4-pin is.
Dangerous enough to not switch.
In this case, he may also be considering that the 3-pin is safe to the person who is open. With potential toy, and so if it really is toy, which I believe everyone is going to confirm in their brains that it is, then that 3-pin may come out from somebody else, even if it's close to Dora.
So Arturo here, Tenpai, and if he tosses the 8 mon, it's disastrous.
Oh, there it goes. So that is Toy Dora 3. Big mangans for Nomura here, away from Arturo. And now we enter the south round in a different state than we were before. Arturo is closer to the bottom and everyone else still kind of floating up there. But, you know, Arturo still has a dealership. There's still 51 minutes on the timer. So, you know, still anyone's game, technically speaking.
So Mikhail is the dealer now. Dora is the north, I think. All right. So if Greg opens up with north here, he's going to be really happy. But alas, none in sight.
We'll rotate around to his hand momentarily. Us casters have a special view, but there is one here in Nomura's hand. He has the pair of Haku, so that north might not actually be coming out soon. A lot of the times I think you tend to cut guest win Doras a little bit early if you really have no way of using them and your other shapes are pretty established and your hand is good enough. But with the Haku pawn, he might be able to use the north later, so probably going to hold on to that a little bit longer.
It could definitely turn into a Manzo Honitsu as well. Greg's hand here, quite nice.
Yes, very nice. Floaters, attachments, shapes. Haku, just draw it yourself. Listen.
Maybe 2-pin or 8-pin?
It's just going to chuck the north, actually. It says that I don't need that. Concerned maybe about giving other people extra value later down the line. Maybe likes his floaters chances a little bit more. I don't necessarily like that as much. I think that his hand very much is like Honitsu coded. So drawing another north, even like a couple draws down the line, is going to be really sad, right?
Absolutely. I'm quite a greedy player, especially when it comes to cumulative point formats like this, so I like keeping the north just a little bit longer. And it's very easy to bail with this hand if you need to, because you have the Anko of Haku. Very nice draw for Greg over here. Is going to move to Ishan 10.
And the question is if you want to cut 5-so, 9-so. It's just going to slim down the shape with the 6, 7, 8, 8.
Yeah, so now accepts the 5, 6, 8, 9, so, and 2 mon to Tempai. And lots of changes possible.
This is an awkward shape for Arturo. Just outright rejects it. Says, I don't want to think about that.
A hint of Yuriso, but not really.
The LaCroix Ruiso?
Yes, exactly.
Waft.
It was nearby for 5 seconds. Okay, another Anko here for Mikhail. He likes these Ankos so far this game. Another 3-so. My goodness.
So that could have been nice for another 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4 possibility, which would have been Ipeco on either side. But unfortunately, since he rejected it, it is gone. It's gone. So now that Honitsu is really showing its head.
Absolutely. Ishan 10 for Menhon Haku. Possible Sun Anko.
I think I would have dropped the 3-pin there. I'm not sure what Arturo is holding on to. Dora pickup.
That makes 3 pairs for Tamash and 2 Shanten from a normal hand.
Here's that second south. There should be a call. Yeah, Tomas is going to call that because South Dora 2 is pretty nice. Especially if he can get a direct hit off of the dealer. That would reverse their positions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Tempai. 7 mon. So you can Dama this. It's a Mangan, and you can look for shape upgrades. I think being in the lead, just taking the 12k Mangan Dama is fine. I don't think anyone ever suspects that you're Tempai for Menhon over here.
I've played so many games where somebody will be Menhon Tempai, and I'm just sitting there like, why? That's so unfair. Like, everyone else gets Menhon, and then I'm sitting here like I have to open my Honitsu.
It is. I mean, the Manzu definitely looks suspicious against Mikhail's discards, but cutting the North Dora on turn 2, then the East, and then the South like that really helps disguise it a bit.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's thinking too hard about it. And 7-mon is actually really good in the wall. As far as I can tell, nobody has one. And in fact, Arturo needs one when we rotate back around to his hand.
So Arturo would definitely not drop it. He can accept it twice. But the other 2 hands, Greg would probably cut the 2 mon. Maybe.
So Tempai here for Tomash.
3-pin Kanchan. Currently 3 left in the wall.
And if you recall, 1 is floating ominously in Arturo's hand here.
So there's a bit of a tell from Mikhail here in that he's discarding straight from the draw instead of bringing it to his hand. So if people are really paying attention, they might say, ooh, maybe he's Tempai.
Right around here is also when I would be paying attention. About mid-row 2 is when I kind of start to suspect that things might be happening.
So see, you saw there, it doesn't bring it up to the camera, just straight into the discard. So definitely rushing the discards a bit. That'll put the others on alert.
Okay, opportunity to switch weights here for Shabo, Dora, and 4-pin is going to take it. As you recall, and as you just mentioned, the North is once cut. So it is possible to come out.
Oh, the 3-pin would have dealt in right there.
But you must greed. But you must
greed.
Oh. Doesn't switch up the weight. I think still looking to greed.
Yeah, now that the 3-pin came out twice, it's even closer than before.
Yep. So Greg has also snuck into Ishan 10, but is kind of just hanging out. He's probably noticing that Tamash and Nomura have been cutting straight from the wall for a little bit now.
Where are these 7 mon? It's getting quite late now.
That's not it either. Arturo saves himself from... actually, this is Tempai.
Oh, Tempai. It's a good Tempai, too. I wonder if we'll see a Sumogiri chase from Nomura. Because the 7 mon doesn't look safe against Greg. Okay. Just
chooses not to. The 8 mon is safe, so probably just going to come right back out. And there's the sumo. Oh,
wow.
no.
Diffuses it all.
So that is 1,000, 2,000 for South Dora 2, I believe, because that's 442. Yeah, it should just be 442.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Cool.
So, more occult Riichi things is that when somebody Riichis or Riichi chases or does something, the immediate next move is for somebody to sumo. So like when somebody Riichis and their Riichi tile gets cheat away, they immediately ippatsu sumo. And even though it's not ippatsu anymore, it's still sumo. And so it's like, okay.
Ippatsu in spirit.
Ippatsu in spirit.
So South 2, Arturo is the dealer and opens up with a pretty good hand. A lot of groups already, 2 pairs. Probably just a straightforward chun cut here. Dora's the 7-mon.
So the second pair doesn't necessarily have to be a pair either because he has 445. So that will probably slim down later.
Starts by slimming down the 8-9 pin. Prefers to keep the chun for a potential yakuhai or safety down the line.
And Arturo's definitely going to want to make up ground with the point situation here. His last dealership, a good opportunity to make points if he's able to. And he has decent shapes all around, so not too bad. Unfortunately, it does seem like other people's hands might be faster. Smosh already Ishan 10. This is more pairs for Greg.
Ishan 10 as well for Chitoi. Seems to be a theme this game.
Chitoi Ishan 10 always is like upsetting to me. It's only because once you commit, it becomes a normal hand. But if you don't commit, it's only Chitoi.
Anko up for Arturo.
Also, Tushan 10, I believe, kind of growing closer if he can. That's a 5-mon from Tamash, is just going to shove it right back. A nice little feature of our slim tiles here is that the Manzu have tiny little numbers in the corners. So some of our players who don't like flipping their tiles upright, you can still kind of see what's going on, but it is harder for us.
So Arturo's just going to go full out cutting those penchons. It prefers the kanchan in Manzu. There's a
pawn
overlap
from Greg, it looks like. So that 2-pin gets pawned away. Maybe looking for Tanya, maybe looking for Toy Toy.
Yeah.
Both of which are good. That's a good pickup for Arturo. Good pawn, good pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Commitment to Toy Toy here.
But slightly surprised to not see the 5-so come out first over the 8-so. Maybe he thinks it's more guarded or prefers the K10 chances down the line.
And
yeah, I think this was a 6-mon pickup for... Oh, no, another 5-mon pickup for Tamash. Sorry, 5-mon. Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of like throwing the F5s over there. I'm not really sure what we're holding on to because it is going to be dangerous down the line, probably. Or he's hoping to pick up another 5-so, but I'm not really sure why. There's no Akka in here. So if you're playing Akka Ari with red 5s, then it makes more sense to hold on to your 5s for a little longer, even if it is going to be Toy Toy, ultimately, because if you do pick up a red 5, that's extra Dora for you. But there's none of that here. We are playing an Akanashi tournament, so...
So Arturo, unable to advance the hand. It's quite a wide Tushan 10. There's a lot of very good draws here in the Manzu. He's actually cutting down from the Manzu. Is he scared of the 3-pin, or does he just think it's so much safer? I don't think Greg looks particularly like a Honitsu over here.
Greg has cut like 8-pin, 7-pin.
Yeah, 7-pin very early.
So it does feel more like...
Some nonsense, that's what it feels
Some
like.
nonsense. I could also see a odd slim down of like the 5, cutting the 4 originally from Arturo. Could have been like a 2-5-8 pair, kind of odd hedge. This is Ishan 10, depending on Ishan 10 no matter what for Nomura, but just depending on which shape you wanted to cut. I think Arturo might be bailing.
It's a little surprising given his point standings. Maybe it's the nerves.
He might also be thinking, like, I don't want to give up even more points in doing early damage control, which, first 100 of the day, you don't necessarily want to do that, although the WRL World Riichi League is a multiple event setting, so you do want to accumulate more if possible. That 7-mon does kind of hurt now that Arturo has bailed on one of his shapes. He no longer has the capability to just
work around. Yeah. So Tenpai for Greg, 3-so, 7-so. Looks like there's no 3-so left on the wall, and the 7-so and the remaining 3-so is left in people's hands. I don't think it looks loose in anyone's hands, though.
Oh no, the Souths.
Oh, c'est la vie.
So that 4-so here is going to probably come out. Otherwise, Nomura will be 30-10, having cut the 3-so earlier.
I wonder if it's worth cutting the 5-so here, because you get the 30-10 Sanmenchan, but you can also cut away from it.
That would have been an option as well. Choosing not to go for it. Arturo still trying, has managed to push his way back into 2-shanten, but the draws are slowly vanishing.
The gods do not favor when you step back and then start trying to fight later, though.
Yeah, a lot of the tiles that you're going to be looking for are probably vanishing. So...
Oh man, that would have been a completed 3, 4, 5 in Tenpai, I think.
Yeah, but somehow this 3-pin is scaring everyone for some reason. Shape upgrade. Tamash says, I have no fear for any of you. There's the Dora. Pon from our dealer.
Yeah, just has to go for it at this point.
Yeah, needs K10 somehow. So there's a 3-pin. Tamash shoves it, and nothing happens. Greg is about to toast it also, so whatever these two, oops. Well, I guess the 8-mon might have been coming out anyways, depending on what's going on there. Nope, 3-pin. Yeah, so whatever was scaring Arturo and Nomura about that 3-pin, Mikhail about that 3-pin.
He is dropped. Okay.
Yeah, it's twice cut. He just had to double check. But Mikhail here, maybe still holding on to sort of Ishanten, 2-shanten, but not much he can do because he's the immediate feeder into the dealer Dora Pon. So he's really hoping not to just give things for free to Arturo, even if he is or is not Tenpai.
A little sad to see Arturo give up on the 3-so, 2-so acceptance over there, or this one's cut west.
Unfortunate Dora pickup for Nomura, who has...
what do I know?
Hey, listen. Actually, when you said earlier that the gods don't appreciate people who reject Tenpai, I feel like that's not necessarily correct. So for some people it is, but for some others, they just get lucky.
I suppose so.
I think it's how depressing you want to be with your own mahjong and your own experiences about it.
So they'll make 2 players Tenpai. Greg and Arturo will both get 1,500 from that, I believe.
Yep.
And we go into our first repeat. South 2 repeat 1, Arturo's dealership with 36 minutes left on the clock. Door is the 5-mon. Let's see what he opens up with here. 5-mon's a nice central Dora. Should be easy to use. And he picks up a 6-mon, so that combined to it. It looks very Tanyao-ish at the moment. Few floating winds.
There is a 5-mon.
Oh, there we go.
So doing not too bad. I feel like it should be North Cut here. Because you still have other safety, but also other potential for call and goes. As dealer, you're really looking to repeat as much as possible to make up that ground.
Now, Tamash over here, who is in the lead at this moment, is probably happy to just call this Haku ASAP.
Chitoy!
Again, 4 pairs. What is going on? Well, in this case, Greg is also the West player, so pawning here would not be out of the question.
Be funny, toy again.
And
but Tamash is moving.
Greg Pro's playstyle is very dynamic. He likes to open up. So, especially now with this 8-pin draw, I think we're going to see quick pawns.
I think if you ask Greg Pro himself, though, he would say he doesn't like to open.
Really?
Yeah, he was talking to me the other day about how he favors not opening, especially early on, so that he can try and prioritize value. But in some cases, he must. So in this case, he's just going to start moving for Ishanten.
Ishanten for a 2,000-point hand. No more Ipeiko now that he is open. There are some shifts over to Toy possible, though they take a
little more effort.
Yes, exactly.
Tenpai, just take it. 2,000 points is pretty good here, especially because it moves Arturo, who is fourth place, off his dealership, and will bring closer, especially if he can do a direct hit off of Mikhail, his second place competition.
Yeah, there's no chance of shifting to Toy Toy now. You can move to a Shampoo weight on the Dora and the 1-mon, but with the 678, 678 as is, you don't want to touch that. We'll take
you don't want to futz with it too much. Direct opposite of our earlier hands where everything was moving kind of slowly. It feels like everyone's getting some pretty spicy draws now. The game says we gotta keep moving.
Keep things interesting. Mikhail kind of held on to all the luck for the first half of the game, and then it started to leak out to the others.
It's also interesting because when you are ahead, even if you're not ahead by a crazy amount, you might start to feel some pressure to protect your points and play a little bit more conservatively. So Tomasz is going to deal in on a 2,000 point hand here, West Dora, and picks up a Homba as well.
Not a huge hit, 2,300. Tomasz isn't too unhappy with that. And it gets rid of last place's dealership. So now, if they're going to get back in the game, they're going to have to go for big hands. So there's some security in that because the big hands don't tend to happen very easily.
We say that when we just saw previous men home dealer.
It's true, and yet it didn't win. I was actually really surprised all four were live in the wall. Maybe in the dead wall.
Yeah, really hiding it out.
South 3, Dora is the tune. It is Tamash's second dealership over here. Starts with some pretty nice flexible shapes. I could see cutting the 9-mon here or the South.
So Tomasz has already actually made his first cut, which was a 9-so.
There we go.
We're floating around and we are back on track. So no matter here, left hand blocking a little bit. I assume that's a 2-3-4-so.
3-3-4 in this case.
There it is. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a little awkward for Greg with the overlapping 3-so acceptance, kind of the pen shot on the other side.
Yeah.
3 pairs.
Yeah. Arturo with a good fill here. Yeah, I don't expect too much out of Tamash's hand, I think.
He
very like normal Pinfu-y, Riichi Penchan-y.
Yeah, he has to go for something here, though. The points are too close to be comfortable with a 200-point lead. He picks up the Dora. That's going to be a little bit of a stopping point in his hand unless he can pair it up soon, because with the hand as is, it's not really worth pushing too much. But again, you do want to push as the dealer here in this point situation. You don't have a whole lot to lose.
Yeah, that 2,300 isn't a crazy upsetting deal in, but it does make his life just a teeny bit harder because Nomura, was already within striking distance, but now even easier.
Greg's greed, 3-pin pair drop, going for the Honitsu Chinitsu. He's going to take this hand and attempt to force a first out of it, going into his dealership.
Honestly, if opportunity presents itself, I'll take it.
Absolutely.
Arturo made an interesting choice here earlier. He had that 1-pin pair and went back in Shanten to cut it and try to force, I believe it's Tanya. There's that 3-pin again, so see a little bit of disappointment on Greg Pro's face as he puts it back. Nomura, I think it's still 2 Shanten, but trying to strengthen his shapes a little bit. Arturo looking to draw around, also 2 Shanten.
Now Ishan-10 for after that last draw anyway. 6-9, so 3-6 pin for Arturo will do it. Tomasz is still figuring out his shapes, but they're starting to solidify.
I wonder how badly Tomasz might want to start bailing on his hand, depending on how fast he perceives other people's hands being.
Greg didn't pawn that 2-so discard. I don't think it helps out the hand shapes too much if he does, so makes enough sense to me. It's a little bit awkward at this middle stage and you're still lacking the tiles, and it doesn't seem like the others are backing down.
Yeah, and more especially, the Chinitsu Honitsu is difficult for Greg because he just has floating honors that are not really doing anything, and all he's drawing are tiles that are potentially dangerous as they go down the line. I think it should be 5-so here. It's just overlapping extra acceptance, so you can keep... It just changes your Shanten a little bit. Seven Mon. Eventually that 5-so is going to have to go out anyways, but we leave it for now. Tomash has really taken also a Tanya shove approach. He's...
Oh, okay. Chitoy.
4-so. That's good.
Very good. This is now 2 Shanten.
Yep, still looking for stuff, but now I think this makes it way more callable
Absolutely.
from different ends.
Arturo just has to go max acceptance here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You know, I think sometimes the worst part about Chinitsu, a lot of people complain about like knowing their weights properly when they first start learning, but actually the worst part is knowing what your acceptance is so that you can widen your Ishan 10 as much as possible.
In this case, it's 1-so, 2-so, 5-so, 2 Tenpai can pull in the 1-so, 2-so. 5-so is dead, unfortunately. I believe the 1-so, 2-so are both once dropped. There's another 2-so.
Picks it up, but doesn't drop it yet. Probably thinking, what the fuck is going on that side?
Yeah, it is a lot more suspicious at this point in the game. And there's Tenpai for Arturo, is just going to jam it, undoubtedly.
6-9-so here. Mosh thinking about breaking Epots, chooses not to. It should just be Chun here, I think.
Chundora, let's see. Is it?
Maybe not.
It's been cut.
Only once.
Only once, though. And from last place, you'd expect them to be more willing to take an odd Tonki for value.
Yeah, it's just going to bail with the 2 pins since Greg cut 3. That's still Ishan 10?
Still Ishan 10. It's a bit better now, though. You can accept 3-so. You can accept 4-7-so. Yeah, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 5. Get you to Tenpai here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just shoves.
6-9? No.
Does 9 not?
No.
9. 6 does, though. You're right.
Oh, that 9's going to be spicy if it does come into Greg's hand. He's going to want to keep it, but also recognize that, much like we just did right now, kind of sitting here figuring out what the... I'm so sorry.
We could see... I mean, you could see a 1-so cut here.
I think 1-so is the appropriate cut, but now... Oh, no. Oh, no. I think it should be 1-so.
Because we're not gaining very much acceptance off of it.
The 6-so.
And the 9-so is
No, it should be
more
1-so,
live.
please.
No, it's equal. But the 1-so we know is safe.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the 9-so is dead. Never mind.
The 1-so is also dead.
So
the 1-so should really... Oh, no!
And he's going to pass it. He's going for the Takame.
So purposely furry tends himself to force value off of the 6 or sumo, because the 9-so removes Tanya. So if you sumo it, then you can regain that.
7 Mon, completely safe.
It's actually a really interesting choice from Arturo. So you see a lot of pros do this as well when they will pass up Ron on certain players. But in this case, you know, Greg is his direct competition. So I don't know if passing Ron there was the correct move. Draws the Takame, though.
Yeah, getting a Riichi Nomi here is really sad, given the placement. So,
but Riichi Sumo Tanya, 1,000, 2,000.
This is very nice.
This is much nicer than just Riichi Nomi.
Unfortunate about the Urador. It's another Hatsu hiding. And we go into all last. So Greg is the dealer. Arturo is within 7,800 points of him. So a comeback is definitely foreseeable. And Greg himself, not too far from first place. Of course, if he does win a hand, he'll have to repeat again under the WRC rules. There is no Agariyame. And he picks up a
hand that you're probably not super pleased about, actually.
Is it 3 pairs again?
Oh, no.
2 pairs. Well, either way. Oh, no, 3 pairs. It's not too pleasant, though.
So when you're in Greg's position, you're kind of like, I need to make some moves, but at the same time, you know, first and second place are probably also looking to make game sealing moves from themselves. So you really got to hope that they either don't have hands of speed so that they can try and end your dealership in general and the game in general, or that they don't have crazy value.
Unfortunately, yeah, both Mikhail and Tomasz want to go for 1,000 points as soon as they can. And Tamash's hand is going to be closed. The 789 pin just filled in. Mikhail could still open up here and is Ishan 10 from Chi Toy already.
Chi Toy!
They haven't won yet, though.
It's true. There's been a lot of them, but they haven't gone anywhere. Great fill for Greg. Maybe looking at a 3-4-5 Sanshoku.
It moves to a callable 2 Shanten. I'm willing to bet, even though he is the greedier type, this is kind of a desperate situation. You want to move away from last, you want to repeat. If you are an experienced player, you'll also keep in mind the goals of the other players at the table. So like we said, both Mikhail and Tomasz are going for speed. All right, 8-pin Tonki. That would be Chitoy Tanyao for 3,200.
This is extremely early, so that 8-pin coming out is more likely than you might think.
Let's see. There are 2 8-pins left in the wall. And of course, it's a very flexible weight. And willing to win anything, you will very readily change this for like a terminal tile. You don't care about losing Tanyao.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arturo struggle bussing along. Tomasz likewise, kind of stuck in this 2 Shanten with non-callable shapes. I mean, it could become a 789 Sanshoku.
There is a terminal tile, so it might be much better than the 8-pin. Is going to swap it out here.
And it's very blocked off.
It is very blocked off. A lot of the Tusos, actually all of the Tusos visible. Tomasz is Ishan 10, depending on which way he wants to take it. He's going to take the Shaba weight. So there's the pawn from Greg. Apologizing on camera for something. some fumble that he made. Great fill for Arturo here. But Arturo...
I would cut the 9-1-9.
Yes.
He knows.
Yes. Arturo knows that he must gain value, so is going to, again, hard force the Tanyao if possible. Shape upgrade here for Greg. Now Ishan 10 on a better shape, better weight.
4, 5, 6 Sanshoku possible as well.
Yes.
We love our Sanshoku.
We love our Sanshoku. I believe all the Onsos are in the wall still. Tomasz has an interesting choice between 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku now, actually. If he manages to grab the 6-0 from somewhere, he picked up a 6-pin. That's what his hand is blocking.
So, like, the interesting thing is drawing a 6-so wants you to drop the 5-so if you've kept another pair, but he doesn't. Locks that in. That's Tenpai for Greg. 3 6-mon. Still no 1-so in sight.
But the 3-mons and the 6-mons are being gobbled up by everybody else.
I think there's a single 1 left, assuming that it hasn't been discarded.
Another 4-pin! Surely you don't want it again. So, Greg at this point has no real options. He just kind of has to go for it.
Yeah. Now, if you're in first place, this 3-so isn't super pleasant, but you got to go for the game.
Arturo, maybe 5-pin? Oh, there's the deal in, so it is going to be 1,500 Tanyao only. Tanyao Dora, sorry, 2,900 for Greg. So he is going to get another repeat.
Yeah. That was a greedy deal, and he was trying to get the Ipeiko around the 4, 5, 6 pin. Although with the 4 pins dropped as they are, maybe it would have been better to drop the 5 pin.
I don't even know if he was going for the greedy Ipeiko. Maybe he just assumed that the 5-pin, 6-mon, both are dangerous. I might as well chuck the 6-mon first.
Maybe.
Although I'm not sure exactly, because it looked like Monzu might not have looked very good on the board in general, and so he was maybe thinking, like, I'll cut this now while it's still maybe kind of safe-ish compared to later as even fewer Monzu show up on the board.
Right. I think he's now 10,800 behind Greg. So he's going to need a Hanemon off of someone else, or he can direct hit Greg for 5,200. Or he can sumo for a Mangan.
This is not the Mangan hand currently.
Is it the Yakuman hand?
Is it the Yakuman hand? Is this the chase?
No.
No. No, thank you.
But this is interesting because now everyone is very much so in the game. Greg is floating; he's above 30k, and unfortunately, his hand is quite slow.
And everyone else's hand is moving a little bit faster. A very Tanya callable hand here.
It seems like there might have been a slight score error, but like I said, everyone's very close among the tops. Arturo is going to need a larger than a Mangan hand now. He's going to need a Hanuman Sumo, I think.
Very difficult with his hand looking the way it is. Tomash here, so still same condition as before. Looking to get 1,000-ish off of Mikhail, and so that Chun pair is very nice here. Arturo, maybe going for Chanta? Maybe going for bad Chanta? Or hoping that Greg repeats not off of him this time in hopes of getting a better hand next time. The problem is that because Greg is the direct competition, you kind of want him to repeat so you can get a better hand maybe next time. But at the same time, you don't really want him to get too far ahead of you because then you're really in the pits.
Right. Your ideal situation, if you have Greg repeat, is for Greg to smack someone for 12,000 points. And then you
bring
have
them closer to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is not looking like a 12,000 hand.
No,
it's really
it's not looking like a 1,000 point hand at the moment. It's so far
Tepai.
behind.
Oh,
Riichi.
Riichi. Okay.
Oh, going for the greed. Since the points are so close, I guess you can afford to put the pressure on. I'm a sneaky guy. I like to dama these, but in a cumulative points format, this can be quite a good move.
He might also be thinking it's quite early, so if he sumos it, that's perfectly fine as well. Riichi here may also put pressure on the other players so that they can't deal in.
I don't know. I like a Mangan Tenpai as is 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku guaranteed.
That's true.
This is
that's
a
true. We missed
Haneman now.
this.
So this is Mentampin Sanshoku, and if you sumo, you get a Haneman.
If you get Ura, you also get Haneman.
Mm-hmm. If you get sumo and Ura too on the 4-pin, you get Baimon. I don't think that will happen though. There's only one 3-pin left. Surely it wouldn't be in the dead wall.
One says this, but then it is.
Commentators curse it.
I think Greg called somewhere, but I'm not really sure where. It's hard for me to see with his right hand being his dominant playing hand, but Tomas unfortunately draws another tune. Yeah, he called south. There it is.
There we go. It looks like Ishan 10 for Greg, whatever it might be.
It was south pawn, so it's Yaku high pawn.
Very good.
Yes. It's Greg Pro probably is kind of thinking like, well, I don't really have much to lose. I'm already in third place. It's going to be a little bit harder for, somebody to smack me hard enough. But,
Okay, out it
6
goes.
mon, I don't think it was safe.
No, neither of those two tiles are safe. The 4-mon is a half Suji to the Dora that was cut early. But
Maybe thinking, but at the same time.
Arturo decides to fold on the 2-mon. Turns out to be a wise decision, though he can't know.
Oh.
And now do we cut the 6-pin, 4-pin? Are we just going to, like you said, are we just going to shove because we're in third? There's not much to lose?
Might have to...
I mean, the 7-so is a safe choice if you want to defer, but the weight will be ultimately not so great.
Yeah, the real question is because the 2-pin was the Riichi tile, so how bad do you think this 4-6 is? In fact, you live, so there's no problems with it. These two 5-mon are slowly floating into other people's hands.
I think he also might be partially working off the assumption that if first, or someone who's in a position to take first place by just 1,000 points were to Riichi, they must not have a Yaku.
Yeah, that might be it too.
So he's thinking, you know what? If they have the Dora, they have the Dora, but they cut the Dora early. This is probably not an expensive hand. Let me just shove. Unfortunately, it is an expensive hand, but he's going to avoid the deal in with that nice swapperoo. And 5-8, so is the weight. It is safe on both sides against Nomura.
Yeah.
So even though Arturo got this 5, so he knows better than to toss it immediately since there's action from Greg. Will Tamash stop on this tile, though? He does.
Is Tenpai also on 4-pin only?
And 4-pin is 2 left, I believe. Actually, 0 left. There's 2 in the Riichi hand and 2 discarded.
There's the 1 Mondora. You can see all these players kind of sending a prayer to God every time they draw a tile, just like looking up and being like, please, please.
Sticks with the Kanchan 4 pin instead of switching to Pinfu. I think that 3 pin is still live, even though it is Suji.
So Arturo has really drawn himself back into a hand, but at the same time, he really can't shove some of these tiles. And so it's like, I just have to hope that nothing happens and that Greg manages to pull into Tempai. Oh, no, another Dylan. So that is south only.
15 becomes 1,800. And another disaster averted. Again, I don't know if it's because he called Riichi that people played so cautiously against him, or maybe the 2-mon would not have come out naturally either way. But that's unfortunately going to be a missing winning chance for Nomura. I've noticed in general that he gets these large hands and then he can't convert them. Through no fault of his own, I don't think.
Yeah, in this case, I also probably would have Dama'd. I think I like taking first way more than I like taking extra value. And it's really interesting because this league format is cumulative across multiple games. And so sometimes you do want to acquire higher games if possible. And in this case, Nomura is still above water, and right now he's below Tomas, but if he wins even 1,000 points, he could bring himself up into second, and then, a nice small second is not, a terrible mark on your record if you're continuing to play.
Not at all. And I think he's 2,900 behind Greg, and there's 2 Honba, so it's not very difficult to take first either with this hand. You can't take 2,000 off of someone else. That's just shy of it. So you have to take at least 2,600 off of someone else. Yes, that would do it.
Greg here, though, has a nice east pair for himself. And so I wonder if you are... So Arturo also kind of drawing around stuff.
And Tamash is in a very similar situation to Mikhail. Currently needs, oh boy, math.
I'm leaving it to our math expert here. I can't do mental math like that. It's a personal flaw.
2,700. Yeah, 2,700 over here. So needs, with the 2 Honba to win at least 2,100 off of someone else or get a sumo or a direct hit.
The South did come out and Arturo passes on it. And, again, talking about the league structure, if it is cumulative games, you can't treat each game individually. So at this point, if you were Arturo, maybe you would actually want to do damage control and try to gain a couple more points for yourself so that you weren't quite as fourth as you were and it wouldn't break your streak potentially. But you might also pass up on the first one in hopes of drawing the second one yourself. In which case an Anko would be more fu. It would be concealed Yaku. It would offer opportunities for other people to not know that you're going for stuff.
I believe he's 21,100 below third place, which means he needs a Hanuman direct hit if he's going to overtake. And there are some past the Hanuman with this hand, though it's very difficult now that they've been twice cut. You'd have to draw both of them. You'd have to draw Dora or go for Sananko.
Unfortunate backfire for Nomura here. He cut that 1 from 1-2, draws the 3. Very sad.
So Arturo conflicted again. He's like, how do I get the Hanuman with this?
Riichi and hope for Ura?
Yeah, I suppose so.
This is
Chitoi Ishanten? Yes, it's a favorite. I don't know if it's Greg's favorite, but it's certainly a favorite.
It's certainly a favorite. I'm not a huge fan. Oh, there's a call from Greg. I think maybe shifting for a Toy as well, which is not too far.
Yeah, and if he gets the east, he can just pawn that and take Tempai for the 1 Han.
Dora pickup for Arturo. That is one of the tiles he needs for value.
Absolutely. We can become a Chitoi. Honitsu, and also the 5-mon acceptance over here is nice.
He did cut a 3-mon earlier, Greg, so that's going to be a little tough.
It's a little sad, but the 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8 can settle out nicely after you pawn.
Yes, the 4-mon is also Dora. I forgot about that. Ooh, mush.
So this is a slightly wider Ishanten.
I actually like the one-so there.
Force the Tanyao.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and
Forcing
then
Tanyao.
Drawing anything around the 3-mon will get you Tempai
Yes.
too.
Yes. Because the 4-mon is Dora.
I
And the
see.
1-mon has been pawned away, so for the most part, it's gone. Is this pawn? Pawn. From Greg Pro.
Oh, greeting that Dora, which makes enough sense. I wonder if I would have just taken Tempai though, like drop the 8-mon or drop the 4-mon and hope to convert to Toy Toy or draw the Yakuhai later, because this is again, this is not a situation where he can be no 10 if there are 3 people Tempai.
Yeah, I think this is a little... I wonder where those East are, though. Oh, pawn from Arturo. Maybe also looking to convert, but Greg manages to get that 6-mon, is now Tempai on 8-mon East. And those Easts are somewhere in the wall, I think. Nobody has dropped them because Greg had them very, very early.
I believe the 8-mon is entirely live as well, and now it's Kabe'd off by the 6-mon. Or I should say 1 chanced off. I don't know where the last 6-mon is. Oh, there it is, Arturo. No.
Oh, shoves Dora instead.
It is a safe tile now.
It is the safe tile now. Ooh.
Is this Tempai?
This is not Tempai.
No. It is an improvement, though.
Stress. We're not even playing.
Yeah, this is a very hot situation for all the players.
Yeah, like at no point was anybody truly that far ahead, but Greg has managed to pull himself up much close to first, actually. So he's managed to pull himself up real good. There's the 3-mon. This is safe.
3-6-9 pin weight.
Thinking about Riichi or not.
Depends on how many 9-pin are out already. If there's like 3 9-pin out, I would Dama. But if there's still 2 left, goes for the Riichi. And again, what is Greg going to do here? He just has to push. And
face scrunches up because opportunity.
Oh, yes, he's doing it.
It breaks E-Pots as well, so Tomash will no longer get the benefit of E-Pots if it comes around. Forso, pretty nasty, especially with the new 5-so Dora!
Thankfully, it is Nakasuji, so not the worst in the world, but still.
Real spicy. Because Greg here has no other options as well because he is a dealer also. So even though he's currently in first, if they, don't manage to get stuff.
Arturo does not pawn. He decides, you know what, this hand just has to stop at some point. The dealer's fighting.
Deal in, there's the East.
Uh-oh, it's foo time.
It's foo time.
So it's 20 foo from the calls. What was the first call?
Some Pinsu?
Is it?
Oh,
1-mon. So you get 4 from that. 2 is 6 plus the 16 plus the additional 4 for the Ron on the East. A lot of points.
Oh, big win for Greg.
Absolutely.
The Riichi stick, some extra things. He avoids dealing in. I guess opportunity worked out for him.
Mm-hmm. So let me count that. Now that we have a few seconds to breathe, it was the 16 plus the 4 plus the 2 for a total of 22 plus the 4 is 26, which rounds up to 60, is it?
I think
26, 36, 46, 50. Yeah, so that would be 9,600, I believe.
Looks like the scores are correct on our overlay as well. So it looks like our players may have scored correctly. Oh, there's an extra 300 missing?
From Greg's combat.
Threes just floating. I understand.
So he's in a very comfortable position now.
Yes.
He's further than a Mangan Smo away.
Greg was playing yesterday during our free play, and he was performing too well, and he was like, oh no, my luck.
But here it is again.
Although this is, a lot of skill as well, choosing to push. I don't think Greg has had too many situations where he's had to fold either. So a lot of really choosing to push.
Mm-hmm.
And so Greg previously, right, was only first by 2,000 points, I think it was. 2,000 something points. Now he's first by a lot, which is very nice. However, this also means that as he continues to Renchan or repeat, he has to run out the timer.
It's true.
Unless he wants to deal into something really cheap or somebody else wins a hand.
I think he's in a comfortable enough position here. He's opened twice for Honitsu. He's Ishan 10. I think he just... Okay, 8-pin is the Dora. That's his hesitance. I might have just shoved it. I don't
I
know
think
that
I
I want.
just
I don't want a
chuck
Doratonki over here with one south out already. It's
No. But drawing the 4 would be nice for Itsu.
Mm-hmm.
It's pure straights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And to the other, this kind of looks like Chinitsu right now.
It looks very spicy. Tamash thinking about Itsu also, but would have to give up his 7 so pair. So
He's thinking about the 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku as well. So he hedges both of them, hoping to pair up the Dora probably.
Yeah, I really, I guess Greg also may be thinking about if he draws around because he doesn't have the Itsu confirmed. I think he 3, 4, 5 or something like that. Yeah, I don't know, not sure.
Well, we see a Chunanko for Arturo. Now Arturo has Tamash as a target now, is 10,100 points away, but there's 3 Honba, so Mangan Sumo is enough to overtake.
Good fill here. This is Ishan 10. I believe it's 7 pin, 6 so, or 2 4-pin if you really didn't like that shape for some reason.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a narrow Ishan 10, but it is Ishan 10 nonetheless.
Arturo's pathway here may be Sananko.
It could be Sananko. You could also see Riichi Sumo Chundora 1 working out quite nicely.
I think also the Hatsu might not be fully cut yet, so there's opportunity.
Absolutely. 100% just con right now. Con right now. Con right now. No, don't lose acceptance. No. I know I'm very anti-con in general, but this is not the time to hold back.
Not in your point situation. You might be able to flip yourself extra Dora. So Greg here draws the 9 pin, but does cut it away from that 8-9 shape because he has no Yaku, right? And I kind of wish he had thrown the 8 pin first.
That being said, he is in a situation where if someone else calls the Dora pawn, he's not very comfortable.
It's true. It's true.
So he might be waiting until Tenpai. The problem is that's giving other people chances to advance freely, and then they might be waiting on the Dora.
Yeah, Dama is very, very real. It's very powerful. Especially if it was Tanya Dora 3 Dama. That would be very spicy.
It sounds a little bit like a PSA. Dama is real.
So Arturo, another opportunity has passed. He did give up the 3 so previously and immediately backfired on that 2 so. That we can kind of see through the overlay here. Chooses not to con. Very sad.
It just, with the Mangan Sumo condition, it feels right to con here.
It does.
I think is he thinking of like folding again to Greg? If he thinks Greg is Tenpai, I could see maybe not conning in that case if you're just going to fold a hand. But this is a chance hand in my opinion. So now we have Sananko, Ishan 10, do we shove the Dora? It doesn't look like you'll deal into Greg. So it's a question of whether you think others are Dama waiting for it. Now the 5 pin just passed. So
the 5 pin did just pass.
So if someone is Dama, they tend to have a good weight or they tend to have a Yaku. And so the 8 pin is somewhat unlikely to deal in.
Unfortunately, Arturo simply does not believe and keeps the 8 pin, puts away the 4 pin.
I'd have to take a look back to see how many of the 4 pin in the are in the wall.
None of them.
None of them? Okay.
None of them. So Nomura had 2 at one point, and then he gave up one of them for a better weight.
Ah, yes, there I see.
And this is Tenpai.
Tenpai, 1 2 so.
Here I think you just slam. I think you just slam.
Yeah, he's looking for the sumo, Riichi Sumo and or a 2, or a direct hit plus.
Wait.
I think a direct and an Ura would do it.
So those 4 pins are going to hurt Arturo now because he was Chitoi, it was Toi Toi, it was Sananko. Greg is going to fold out.
Yeah, you're just going to fold here. Unfortunately, neither the 2 so nor the 1 mon look very easy to cut in the situation. It's twice cut as is by Arturo. There's
at least one of each are gone.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Greg. He's going to have a hard time folding. Everything looks nasty. Like every single tile in his hand is live against
Holding on to that 8 pin is really hurting him.
2 pin is safe.
Yeah, holding on to that 8 pin was really hurting him.
Yes.
But at least Greg probably was planning to fold from the start anyways, perhaps. And there's a 2 so. So 1 2 so gone.
I think that's all the tiles gone then. Let me see a 1-mon here possibly.
No.
6-pin. Oh, just passed.
Yes.
There we go.
Here you're really wondering how dangerous is that 5-8 pin.
9 so out, absolutely. Ishan 10. Well, better Ishan 10, that is.
Unfortunately, I don't think he has that many draws left.
I think he just has to take a desperation pawn at some point.
Another 6-pin. Just draw your safe tiles, actually. Don't worry about it. So Nominar's Weight is actually dead. There's one of each in the discard pool. Greg has 1-mon, and Tomasz picked up that other 2-so.
So that will be it. The timer did go off, so this is the last hand. I mean, Greg would declare no 10 even if he was 10 pi.
Yes.
And 1,000 all for Nomura. So we're going to have Greg with a big 47,600 point first place. Nomura with 36,500. Tomasz with 22,500. Unfortunately, Arturo could not convert. Ends with the 12,400.
Oh, somebody in the chat was saying Greg wants to max out. He does, in fact, want to max out, and he did. He manages to pull a plus, as you can see on the score sheet a little bit here, a plus 17.6 first, plus Uma. Puts him pretty comfortably up there.
Yes, a good result for both him and, Tomasz did some good damage control, all things considered.
Yes.
It was a little unfortunate, but he managed to not get dragged into fourth place. Arturo tried his best over there. He had a monster hand coming together at the end, but with one draw remaining, that was the end of his story.
Yeah, I think Arturo might be wondering if he was playing too defensively, doing some recon over here when he's talking about his hands. We can see it. But choosing not to con the 8-so there is a little tough. Choosing not to even con maybe the Chun, it would be Diamond Con, but could have been an option had he con the 8-so because that came first. Could have chosen to pursue Toy Toy, but a lot of options that didn't pan out for him. So Eric and I are going to be dipping out from this game. Thank you so much for joining us, but we're going to go ahead and pass the torch over to our ever-present, ever-favorite commentator, Jen, and her partner in crime. I believe it's Tips this time.
Our favorite Canadian.
Our favorite Canadian. Nobody else from Canada come at us for this. Our favorite commentator Canadian, okay? But we will be going ahead and passing it off to them. The second game should be starting shortly in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Please don't go away. We will see all of you soon.
All right. Looks like we are getting started here. Live from New York, it's World Reach League. We're in game number 2. In the east seat, Hausa Zhang. In the west seat, John Othimer.
Probably caught timer, I think. But can get clarification on that one.
In the west seat, Louis Guo. And in the north seat, Yi Cheng Zhang. So we have 2 Zhangs on the table today. So I think we'll go by first names so we can keep track of everyone and so I can pronounce. I have an easier time pronouncing the Chinese names than Hot timer.
This one is definitely a test of the commentators as we start this game number 2 here, East 1.
At the July World Reach League Minors at Sparrow's Nest in New York City. I'm Jen, by the way. That's Tips.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back after the break. I hope you were energized and revitalized, just like Greg was in game number 1 in his last dealer. Luckily, he had all that extra time. He was just racking up points at the very end there.
Yeah, we are like using some new setups. So I have a really cool new setup in my. I don't know if you noticed, I have a little stand for my phone too, so I can watch the chat as well.
Wow, Jen is all set.
I have too many screens and I don't know which one to watch. We have a really nice fill-in here. For Hausa.
Yeah, all of our players kind of moving towards Tempa here, but still some distance. I don't think any of them are quite 1 away yet. So we're still at 2 away, the 2 away barrier. We did see a 7 pairs from Guo start to take shape. It'll be up to the wall to decide whether that finishes or not, because 7 pairs is just one of those hands you can't call. Actually changes it out here with 5, 6, 7, so I think he's still hedging both options. Other than that, the 3-pin is the Dora, and so far not too much interest in anyone else's hand than Guo right now. As we come back to it again, there's 2 Dora. Oh, a triple of 2s. All right, I guess 7 pairs is off the table now. But that is a pair of north, so it's not his wind. He's not going to be able to call the hand easily. He's still going to have to wait. Wait for the wall to give him tempai.
Yes, Horace, we can see the chat. Greeting. He said, I have to greet you from Germany. Love Reach content. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. If you were not here, we would not be able to provide the content. So we appreciate you watching and enjoying.
Yes, thank you very much. And hope you are enjoying the content as well. This is a live stream right now from Sparrow's Nest, as Jen mentioned, in New York City. She loves to say that.
I love to say live from New York.
Kadam are actually cutting the 5-mon here. That's I think the first thing that I've seen this hand that's piqued my interest. It's an interesting 5-mon cut. Here we go, 1 away now.
I think Louis just got to temp. Did he just reach?
No, Louis still not quite there yet. He got an extra 6, so
I think
here's a call.
Tripled up.
Here's a call for Hausa. He's still not there yet, but he's close. Kodheimer. He already cut the 5-mon. Could have maybe used this 3-mon. Couldn't he use it anyway, even with the 5-mon in his discard pile? And here's Louis.
That's
Now
Tempai.
he's Tempai.
Now it's Tempai.
Is it time
I
for a
thought it
big
was an
play? No
extra
Yaku.
4 and not a 6, but it was
He's
it was
got
4.
no Yaku. I think it's got to be a reach, right?
Just looking, there's 2 norths on the board already.
Oh, that's what makes it so tough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think
can't.
Hausa has discarded the 2 norths, so
She's gonna go for it anyway, though. Dora only. Looks like a two-sided weight. Looks like a triplet weight. Shampoo. So, how do you translate shampoo to English?
2
Because,
pair weight.
but then what is a nobetan weight?
It's a double edge weight.
But then what is a Rian?
Yamen is open-ended.
Double edge weight, huh? Because
You
I
have
always
2
figured
edges, you're waiting for the edge to pair up.
I always figured a nobetan was the double pair weight because you're waiting on two sides to make a pair. As
And then
maybe
it'd be a
that's
double single weight.
Hausa. Yeah, Hausa catching the 9-mon here. Quick win, not too valuable, but as the dealer, the redeal is quite valuable. So I always call the shampoo the triplet weight because you're waiting for a triplet. You're not actually waiting for a pair.
But you have pairs that are waiting. The pairs are doing the waiting. So like a tonki is a single weight. And then
Right.
so a nobetan would be a double single weight.
I don't know. I call Tonki a pair weight. This is a classification conflict. I tried to get a word that rhymed with Asian. There has to be one. Classification, misinformation. No, but misinformation sounds too aggressive, you know?
If you would like to know, in the books that we recently translated and published, and you can get them on Amazon now, Balance Your
Ooh,
Game
yes.
by
Listen to the M
Yoshihiro
Leaguers.
Matsumoto, and also The Essential Playbook by Kotaro Uchikawa. We use 2 pair weight as per Gemma's instructions for shampoo.
So this is top-down instruction from Gemma.
Yeah, well, now it's published, so it's kind of official, I think.
Yep, it's in writing.
A lot of
Maybe
people
we're
like to
just
say shabo. Shabo is kind of fun to say.
It's
Shabo.
true. But that means when it comes to such discerning weight shapes, maybe you just have to go the pinfu route and just use the Japanese version. What is pinfu? Pinfu is pinfu.
Yeah. The best translation I think is probably like flat hand.
Peace hand. I've definitely seen peace hand used a couple times.
Yeah.
I don't hate it, but at the same time, it doesn't help.
Yeah, I think flat hand is good because it's all sequences, and
Right.
usually we say sequences are horizontal or flat, and pairs and triples are vertical. So it kind
Interesting.
of goes with the theme.
I never heard that one before. Oh, quadruple twos here. 2 bin for Yi Chang. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? That's a nice fill for Hausa. Maybe doesn't have to go for pairs anymore. In fact, whoa,
Just
cuts
drop the
the east. Maybe there's 2 easts in the discard pile? I can't
I see
tell.
one.
My memory's not that good.
I see one, but I can't. Maybe. Oh yeah, there are 2 in the discards. So
Yep. That's the
I
only
can't see
reason I
all
could
of the
see the
discards,
dealer
but
doing that.
I have done that as dealer when I was almost certain that it was multi, so that someone else also had a pair.
Wait, but then you give them the pair of east, unless it's south round.
Well, I was discarding the east would make me 1 away, and that was the only way that I saw that I could win. So
Whoa, Kaldheimer breaking up 777s? Did I see that right?
yeah.
Did not want the Tempai. 6-pin just too dangerous for him here. Even without Riichi's on the board on the first line. Too afraid of 6-pin. Conheimer has 2 Dora as well, right? The 5 cell is a very defensive play here. Out comes a 2-pin. I wonder if he's reading something off of the East, discarding East. Maybe that's making him really scared. To be fair, East player
I
has...
do like the 2-2-2 4 shape better than the 4-2s in a 4 shape.
Oh, but I mean here, Conheimer's hand. I'm pretty sure he had 3-7 pin. He was Tempai and decided not to take it, keeping 6-pin in hand instead.
Yeah, is
Yeah.
it Tempai? It's hard to tell with his hand on the left side there.
That's true. It would have been Tempai though, if I saw it right from the last turn. But he didn't take it, so he's going to force the 6-pin into hand. Believe he sees great danger in that tile. Maybe House's East discard was a little scary. That tile, not much use. Looks like it was a 9-pin.
Yeah.
Guo keeping to himself here. Keeping an extra 2-so. Here's the other 2-so. Yi Cheng has a floating 2-so now. I wonder if this will be called by Guo. Oh, here goes. No call. So Guo's gonna sit back and wait for a bigger hand. We are getting to the middle row though. Might be too slow.
I played Women's League today for
Ooh.
JPML. And I did not win a single all pairs hand. I was Tempai once, and as soon as I got to Tempai, it dealt in.
That is unfortunate. Sometimes you just have those games. Which weight does Hauser take? He will Riichi, no Yaku. So adds Riichi to the Yaku. 1-so and 9-so. How fitting that they're on both sides of his hand. He's got the 1-so on one side of his hand and 9-so on the other side. Makes you feel like you have 9 gates.
By the way, I was not sad about not winning. I was sad about dealing in, but I was not sad about not winning all pairs. I won lots and lots of other hands. Better hands.
Oikake Riichi, and it's an immediate roan off of the first dealer's Riichi. Misses the Uradora, but I'll take Ipatsu. Riichi Ipatsu, 1 Dora in hand. That's like 5,200, I think. Plus a bonus, the Homba, 5,500, and the sticks. Hey, not bad. Not bad for Yi Cheng there. That should be the lead. There it is. Conheimer to deal in East 2. They are playing the classic draw your own tile setup, not the hand dealt setup on this automatic table.
Yes.
Couple more points going over there to Yi Cheng.
So generally when you see like pro tournaments and things that you have, maybe there is an auto hypie function, but they don't use it. It's because not every table has it, and so they just keep it even by everybody drawing their hands.
Oh, so timer is fair for all tables?
Yep.
Interesting. Whoa, 8-pin gets knocked over, but I think it's chilling. Yeah, I don't think it got revealed. Let's see. Conheimer our dealer now. Quick call. I believe that was Yi Cheng making the call there. Yeah, they are Wests. Here we are. So that is his Yaku. Big think here. Got another open-ended shape. Another Ryanmen. How's it pretty close to Tempai as well? A lot of pairs, though. Could go either way. Could go either way. 3, 4, 5. What a hit for Guo. 777s. Sand is moving way faster than I expected. Way faster than I expected. East is the Dora here, and nobody's using it yet. In fact, we saw it get discarded very early. Another 4-pin. Okay.
Is it G?
Indeed. Yi Cheng Zhang now with a number of calls. Oh, that's the third call. We're into temp by waiting on one mon only. Oh, this is pair number 5 for how's it?
It's just one away. But that 4-5-6 shape, because 4-5-6 generally is not the best shape for, or those are not the best tiles to wait on when you have all pairs.
Yeah. We'll see which line he takes. His last red dragon for calling is in Guo's hand. Triple eights. Okay. How is it gonna
Some options
play
there.
out? How's it gonna play out?
Alright, I'm sure he's never heard that one before. Probably you're the first one in history to say that.
I don't know. I feel
oh.
like it's got some uniqueness to it.
Option to change to side 3 mon weight, but does not take it for each chunk.
Oh, he already discarded a 3-mon.
That's why.
He didn't like the 2-mon weight. Unfortunately for him, it showed up first. And then he even didn't like 3-so. And I believe that was just a 3-so from Guo. So that goes through as well. Can't find the right weight here. Yi Cheng. Triple 4s. Oh, got it. He finally got it. Yi Cheng. Looking at all his previous weights, just pass him right by. Catches the 1-mon here.
It was a sneaky sort of weight.
Yeah. Against Hausa again.
Yeah, really hard to read and also not very useful for other people. So really like prime Roan tile.
Right. The two Zhangs trading points here. But Yi Cheng getting the upper hand, at least so far, as we go to East 3. Guo in the dealer seat now. It's a lot of tiles. Oh! Barely a thought. West comes out super fast. Just turn up, dump it. Yi Cheng with a lot more thought here on his first discard, but ends up making a very similar move. Out comes the West from Codheimer. Another 4-pin for Hausa. He seems to love the pairs. Maybe the pairs love him, really. You can't choose the hand you get.
It must be nice to be loved by pairs.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't worked for him so far. He's down in points here. Because as you mentioned, gets the pairs and ends up dealing in. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of what you saw earlier today. Hausa keeps getting the pairs. Just has dealt in a couple times now. Gets rid of the 9-pin. Guo here. Call. Red Dragon discard. Called by Hauser. So Hauser will not be going for 7 pairs on this hand. Might get all 3 dragons if he's lucky. Conheimer dropping the white. That's 2 pawn dragons. Of course, we can see. Here's Guo. Has the 3 green dragons. But back to Conheimer because of the call. Maybe it's actually Codimer. Codimer feels easier to pronounce. Is that a 3rd green? No, it's not. I thought it was. It's a south. South and green look very similar when
3rd
someone is.
ASO though.
Yeah.
3rd ASO for Yicheng, I think.
Oh, 3-pin. Not super useful, but prefers it to 8-mon. And Yicheng is in prime position to take this hand down. How's all offense now? He's waiting for the Dora. Back to Kodheimer here, and his hand still a bit slow. Just barely cutting an edge weight now. 3, 4, 5. What a draw! Safe tile comes out, and Guo is on the offense 100% right now. 5, 7, 9. Gonna prefer that weight over the pairs poning. So no more opportunity to pwn for Hauser. Ooh, Tempai waiting on Forso. No Yaku. This one's pretty rough. Of course, it's going to make him think a lot. Yeah, he doesn't Riichi. No Yaku, so he can't Roan. But that is a Chi from Yicheng. Yicheng also no Yaku, so he's got to wait for Dora. Dora shows up for Hauser, making him Tempai. All of a sudden, we've got 3 players on the warpath, and Kodheimer just left in the dust here.
The thing is that Louis can pull a green dragon if it comes out for a Yaku at any time. Just choose where to make the pair.
That is true. Maybe a legendary 3-so pair. Oh, I thought someone had won here, but we just have a bit of a delay. There's a north. Goes through. North is a little bit of a scary tile. I haven't seen much of it. But it did indeed pass. 1, 2, 3.
There was one already in John's discard.
Oh, 1, 2.
There's
This
at
is
least
1 away now. 1 away for Kodheimer. 9-pin. Just goes through.
Onto the double gutty. The 1, 3, 5. The pin shape. It's called a double gutty.
There's a 3-so. Slips right through the cracks here. What's this draw gonna be? Oh! Is it time for 3-so? It's time for 3-so. Is that a Riichi? No, it's not a Riichi. Roll
right
on
in,
5-so. 2 dragons, 1 Dora. Big collection here from Hauser.
$3,900. There's 1 Dora.
Yes, I believe so. Not quite enough. Not quite enough food to get 5,200. East 4, Yicheng to deal.
And they're
Well, this
cruising through
is-
this game. Look, still 50 minutes left on the clock.
Very solid. Very solid play. It's not only the
Instantly.
Japanese players who are fast anymore. In fact, the trend might be going the other way now.
Should say maybe not only the JPML players, because even within Japan Professional Mahjong League is known for playing faster than the rest of the organizations.
Well, we will get to see Amy soon in the Sankei Shimbun Cup, the WRPM professional. We'll get to see just how big of a difference there is in speed
Yeah, the
later
fun thing
on
about Sankei
in only a
Shimbun
few
Cup
months.
is that there are a lot of different organizations. So now I think with our first WRPM member, then I think all the organizations are represented now.
Woohoo! Yeah, you heard Amy earlier in game number 1 alongside Eric, the WRPM duo team, and I believe she'll be back later today after the break. So you can all congratulate her on her spot on Team WRC for the Sankei Shimbun Cup. That's super exciting.
It's so exciting. Hi, Chris.
Okay.
Welcome.
Got a call here from Hausa. Cuts a green dragon. He's got the 6-0 Fedora. We'll see if he can take the lead here. This is a 30,000 point starting game. Of course, World Riichi League. World Riichi rules. Out goes 3-mon. Excuse me.
Louis did just start to drop that 8-9 shape. And there goes the second part of that.
5-so for safety to lock the door in the hand. Hausa likes that 1-so as a safe tile. Past few draws have not been very useful to our players. A bit of a lull here in the game's momentum.
So, do you want to know my new thing that I have to do every time before league now?
Oh, Jen's process. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
We have a reach. Reach
That
from Louis.
alarm. That alarm is a tornado warning.
What?
Yep, it's a tornado warning. We almost never get tornadoes here.
I've never lived anywhere that got tornadoes.
Oh. Yeah, I wanted to say me neither, but apparently that's not true.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
That's scary.
8-pin discard. Well, I'm sheltered. This room is pretty sheltered. If I disappear from the casting
You
session,
don't have to like get in a basement or something?
then I went to the basement.
Do you have a basement?
Yes.
Oh wow.
It's where
Also never lived in a house with a basement.
it's a dusty basement. It's not a finished basement or anything. It's like storage, you know?
Ah.
Kodaimer here, his hand is kind of storage right now. He's got a Dora with a 6-0, but it's just kind of storing tiles. They're not really ready to be used. It's actually interesting. How's cut his pair? I wonder what he's afraid of. There's no Riichi on the board. And no calls, but Hausa's afraid of something, even after making 2 calls. That he's playing his hand very all cut up. His hand is basically loose storage now as well.
I don't know if it was earlier, we might see
Oh,
don't
no.
attempt.
Goal here is Tempai. I wonder if he reached. Yeah, he did reach. So I just missed it because of the tornado warning. It's my apologies. So that more accurately explains why Hauser decided to fold his hand.
Do you want to hear my process real quick though?
Yes. What do
Have
you
you ever
do to get in the mood to win?
have you ever heard of Sanshoku Don?
Yes. But
So
what's in it?
it just has to be three different like dishes, three different types of food on top of rice. Usually in
Hmm.
it like three lines. So
Right.
usually it's like an egg and then maybe like a minced meat kind of thing and then a kind of green vegetable or something.
Okay.
That's what I
Nice
made for dinner
balanced
last
meal.
night. Yeah. That's what I made for dinner last night. And I got like 4 or 5 sanshokus today at Women's League. So that's
But not
science.
Chitoitsu. So that was the problem. When you went for the 7 pairs hand and didn't win, it's because you didn't make 7 color don.
Yeah,
You
I'm
didn't
not
make
doing that.
nana shoku don.
Not doing.
Shichi-shoku? I don't know.
Yeah, that's called rainbow.
Rainbow, that's true.
Rainbow is
Rainbow has 7
7
colors.
colors.
You'd have to get the you'd have to get like the pickled ginger probably to get some pink in there.
Ew. No.
Dang, not a fan of the pickled ginger. I'm not a huge fan, but I do like it just a little bit.
I like the kind that they usually have at curry places, but not the kind that they usually have in like
Sushi?
sushi or like yakisoba
Hmm.
or formons here.
I think you could probably make a rainbow out of different pickled ginger colors on
That's
their
true.
own because so
Yeah.
many different places have different brining sauce. I don't know if they're using food coloring or what. But the pickled ginger, I've seen pink, I've seen green, I've seen like beige-ish, I've seen like grayish, and then I'm sure the other
Hotel
3
Izakaya has just
figured out.
spicy minced pork and an egg yolk. So tasty. It does sound tasty, but it's not sanshokudon. That would just be nishokudon.
Yeah, well, maybe you could make ipeko with that, you know? You could get some pears. Or
Oh
if you just eat
no.
one color, maybe you'll get flushes. That might be more useful.
Now I feel like a cafe that where every dish is a different yaku and people go
Mahjong.
the day before league and eat whatever yaku that they want to get the next day.
Mahjong restaurant. I've definitely seen mahjong themed bars, and of course, a lot of them sponsor teams in Sankei Shimbun Cup. But I don't know if I've
True.
seen a mahjong themed restaurant, although a lot of parlors do offer some meals.
True. Usually it's like
And
the cup yakisoba or
mm,
the UFO yakisoba.
UFO, man, UFO tastes so good. Not the greatest for you, but it sure tastes good. Like but the house curry is also kind of popular, right? Although a lot of times that is also just a pack
So
curry.
it looks like the Discord is kind of delayed. We did just have a win.
Hmm. No, I think that was just a draw. Oh, what? Yeah, I think it was just
It was
Tempire.
just a draw. Oh, okay, okay.
Yep.
Just Louis was the only player tempai, and so we had an
Yeah.
exhaustive draw. And moving on to South 1. Oh wait,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Everyone just gave Louis his space after he Riichi'd, and no tornado hit. So far so good. Supposed to be going out later today though, so I don't know.
Lots of rain and thunder in New York City too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm not
Uh,
too far away. Not too
yeah.
far.
Bad. So wait, Do you guys get nor'easterns too?
Nor'easterns? Not really. You talking about
I don't really know what
snowfall?
that is. I don't know. It's like a certain kind of storm.
Hmm. Well, we're in the area. I don't think I've ever heard someone call a storm a nor'eastern.
It's a very specific type of storm. Now I have to
Hmm.
Google it because I'm not from the east, so.
My first guess is it would have to do with snowfall. Ooh, pairs again for Hausa. Hausa on 4 pairs with 1 sequence. Again, seems to be his modus operandi this game. 5 pairs. Maybe he's gonna actually go for pairs this time. He hasn't actually gotten 7 pairs tempai yet this game, despite having 4 or 5 pairs multiple times. We'll see what happens this time. He keeps his sequence, discards a Tuso, but still has 5 of his pairs in the end.
A nor'easter. It's not even eastern, it's nor'easter. A large-scale extra tropical cyclone in western North Atlantic Ocean. So maybe a little bit too far from the ocean, but maybe that's why you're getting a tornado.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
they just don't call
I
it
don't
that in Canada.
I don't think I've ever I mean, we have had high wind warnings before, but don't know if they've ever sent out a tornado one. I feel like the warning systems are a lot more robust nowadays as well.
Wait, did it come
So
to your
they
phone?
they
Like,
send them out for more. Yeah, it was an emergency
oh,
alert on the phone. That's
wow.
why it was beeping so hard. Oh, maybe Discord actually cut it out. So hopefully you guys didn't hear it, but it was
I heard a
very
little bit.
loud to me.
It wasn't very loud. It was
Mm,
it's just a little bit.
that's good.
We
It is
get
super loud here.
a lot of times when we get earthquake warnings in Japan after the earthquake happens to our phones.
Oh no. Oh, triple here for goal. Is he actually going to cut 3? The Dora. It's the Dora, right? That's why it's so tough to get rid of it. Ping, pong, ping. It goes. He summons up the courage, gets it out before Hauser can wait for it as Tempai.
Yeah, that's the time to discard it.
Yi Chang also has a Dora here. Is he going to do the same? He's the North player, though, so he has more reason to keep it. He's also on 4 pairs now, so even 7 pairs is an option. We might actually see 2 players waiting on North for 7 pairs, and they're both the Zongs. Couldn't write it any better, but we'll see.
I'm not interested in
No
getting
dice
open.
here.
I don't
It's
know.
gonna
It's like with that many open-endeds, I'm not happy about all pairs personally.
What's this draw? Nothing of value. It's a 1-mon. 1-mon gets called, though. Codheimer. Here's an East. That probably comes out as well. That's another call for Codheimer, but maybe just a little too scared. Especially considering Codheimer only has 1-mon as his called tile. Maybe this is where Guo just folds. He's going to slow down. 6-pin. Does not want to give up Honors or Manzu to that flush from Codheimer. Nice draw for Yi Cheng. Triple threes. Interesting. Is it time to go for all triple? No, 3-mon comes out. Houses pushing from the dealer spot.
Was Tujen Shantem. Maybe 3. No, 2. It could
What
have
do you
been. Could
think
have been 2.
about playing Mahjong on a rainy day? Aren't rainy days good for Mahjong? You
Yeah,
can
I think
hear it beating against the windows and the roof.
Rainy days. Like, I'm originally from Seattle, and I really miss the
The
rain.
expert on rain.
No, that's like my
Seattleites.
that's my safe sound. Like my yeah, it's my comforting sound is the rain
Right.
pouring like on the roof. Yeah. It's
Ooh.
the best sound to fall asleep to or do anything to really.
Yi Chang actually breaking one of his pairs. So maybe he's just giving up on this hand. Trying to avoid dealing into Kadaimer. Kadaimer not even Tempai. Not yet, anyway. We did see a 9-mon come out from, I believe, Guol. So not everyone folding to that half flush yet. Kadaimer also has a call of a white dragon, so didn't necessarily have to be half flush, but we can see that he is. Here's a 4-so. And I think Dora is just not an option at this point with 2 calls from Kadaimer. There goes 7-so. Still no Tempai here from Hauze. He's been willing to push, but he hasn't found his tiles. Oh, this'll do it. But which weight does Kadaimer take?
Could wait for the 6-9 mon or for the 8 mon in the east. He also has a white dragon called that we
Oh, he
can
knocked
see.
over a tile. Oh, a little bit of a reveal. Reveal he had another 8-mon in hand. And his weight is 6-9-mon. That might be bad. Let's see what happens. He's gonna go! East gets discarded. Could call it. Doesn't want to. I think
After the reveal, it might have been a good call, but
Then he would be waiting on, what, 4-7 or 5-8? Maybe not worth the dangerous discard he would have to make to change his weight. And even the new weight, not that great. So it doesn't break Ipatsu. Ipatsu is going to be alive.
someone says my local izakaya serves full entree served dishes. They're good, but I think they miss the point. Yeah, that is interesting. Definitely izakaya is one of those family style ordering systems.
Oh, finally finds it. How's his Tempai? Will he push?
7-so.
Those are both very dangerous tiles. They've got a reputation. The 3-so and the 7-so have a reputation for being very dangerous tiles. They actually pass
Also
here right now.
Because Louis had discarded the 5-so as sort of the last middle tile before the quote unquote safe honor tile reach. And the Matagi Suji or the straddle Suji to that last relevant tile are always super dangerous. And that would be the 3-6 and the 4-7 are both.
He throws the 3-so but doesn't reach.
So those are both straddle Suji to that discard, which makes them both super duper dangerous. But passes.
You went for a 1-so here from Yi Chang. 8-so. Well, that's Suji. It goes out. Still no Riichi from How's It.
Waiting for the. John is waiting for 258 now.
John, I think, is just 6'9", but Louis Guo.
What am I looking at? Oh yeah, Louis.
Oh, Kadaimer hits.
Basically, any Monzu would deal into somebody. At that point.
Yeah, that's what it's feeling like right here. Kadaimer catches his half flush, 1 white dragon. So not quite Mangan. I don't think he got there. He's almost caught up to Yi Chang now as his dealer turn begins. Unfortunate for Hauze, and unfortunately for Louis Guo as well. His Riichi did not quite pan out his 3-sided weight. But yeah, Hauze he didn't reach, but he was pushing every tile. that point as the dealer, I wonder. Anyway, no use crying over spilt milk now. Louis Guo cutting the 1-so. Sometimes the 1-so combined with the 2 and the 3 pin look like a run. Sometimes I'll mistake the 1-so for the 1 pin when it's lined up like that, and Louis Guo just had it.
It is
Yeah,
really common when
lined up.
teaching for. It's really hard to tell sometimes which, and especially when you have the one so that has like dots in the plumage.
Right.
It looks like it could totally be the one for the dots.
Yeah. They put the 1 pin inside the 1-so drawing for some reason. And removed the 1 bamboo. They removed the stick of bamboo that the tile is supposed to represent. The bird is supposed to be standing on 1 stick of bamboo. It's like a 0, so it's just a bird.
Well, there
So
are
like,
tiles at Sparrow's Nest where there's a bird standing on a stick of bamboo.
yes.
But
Artists
the
taking
reason, I imagine the reason is that the bamboos are not actually like bamboos, but are supposed to be strings of coins originally.
There's so many mythologies to the origins of mahjong.
It's
I
I mean, it's
have
pretty.
indeed heard that one.
It's pretty like standard source of the suits, at least. The dots are 1 coin and the
Yes.
strings, the bamboos are strings of coins and the manzu are 10,000. Basically
Yeah.
like notes.
Yeah, they're like fiat currency from the government. And it's supposed to be like 1, 10, and 10,000 or something like that.
Yeah, or something like that. Maybe one. I don't know. I don't know how many coins would fit on those strings.
How's making his own call here, trying to get back in this game. He's been up and down as the first dealer. He no longer has a dealer turn. But we've seen him rise to the top and currently fall to the bottom. It's a very close game, though. Definitely not over by any means. 6-mon is the Dora again this hand. Call from Kotheimer. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. That gives Guo another quick Riichi, waiting for Dora. As Yi Cheng draws Dora, 6-mon or 9-mon, so he does have another out, but Dora would be the more expensive side. Unfortunately for him, 3 of Doras are locked away, so 1 left in the wall. Still some 9-mon left there, though. I believe 3 of them, 2 or 3. You can see Kotheimer has one of the 9-mon here. Catches it.
That looks like
Looks like
Ura
Kotheimer
is
discarded a
6-mon?
9-mon.
Okay, so misses the Ura.
No. The Ura is 8, right? I think you got an Ura.
Yeah, you're right. Got an Ura.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. We didn't see
not
the
have-
tile Kotheimer discarded, but I assume it wasn't Dora. Just
did
based on
not
the
have
fact
the-
goal reaching.
Yeah, I did not have the front Dora, the
Yeah.
the normal Dora.
Yeah, Kotheimer had a 9-mon in hand. I think must have drawn another 9-mon. Figured they were a little safer because he already had one. Ended up dealing in there. Puts Guo very close to the lead, 2nd place now. Kotheimer still ahead of Hause in the west seat, and we are in South 3 with 25 minutes left, so we might see a completed game. You know, it was crazy. The first game, we got to about South 4 with 20 minutes left as well, but Gregory Chin, another WRPM pro, basically took the last 20 minutes of the game to repeat his dealer over
Make a massive comeback.
and ran to time.
Wow.
Yeah. Ended up winning that one.
One
Triple
100
North.
10,000. That would make sense, Randy. Probably 1 and 100 and then 10,000.
100 coins in those
Each
chains.
string. Yeah.
Dang. That'd be a heavy chain. But I guess coins were way more common than paper currency.
I think a roll of pennies, right? That's.
I don't think too many people have a roll of 100 pennies. It'd
How
be
many is in
super
a
long
roll?
and unstable. It's usually 25.
25.
Maybe 50. Not a bad draw here for Kotheimer as he tries to get his points back that he just lost in the previous hand. Are we going for a flush here? That's a call. That was so fast. I didn't see what happened. But we'll be back to it soon. Yi Chang an extra 2-so here. Going to cut a 1-mon from a 1-2-2 shape. Oh, pair of 3-pin. This is a Riichi. He did it.
Waiting for the 8, so.
He did the legendary put your stick down before discarding your tile move. Not the normal standard way to do it.
I think especially in a timed match, it's pretty standard to say reach as you discard and then put the stick out after.
Yeah, especially because sometimes you get Roan and you're not even supposed to have the stick out there.
That's
if you get
true.
Roan. Oh, this could be the flush. This could be what Hauser needs for the flush. He's got 2 Dora in hand. Now he cuts an 8, so. Oh. And it deals in to the Riichi. I didn't think Go would get his tile so quickly, but you know what? It worked. Little sneak trap there. 5 sells the Dora, you get the Suji to the Dora. So far, it's worked for 2 of our players so far. Wait, actually, it's been the same player. Go waiting for 6 and 9-mon, got the Suji to the Dora on 9-mon from Kotheimer, and now once again catching the Suji to the Dora. Interesting. All the little nuances that make up these weights that'll get the other players to deal in.
Brings us into South 3.
That's right. We've been in South 3. That was a dealer win, so it's 3-1
it was
now.
really fast too.
Yes, it was quite quick. The win was so small though. He missed Uradora this time. He got one last time, but not blessed this time. So he's still behind Yi Chang, 400 points behind. Oh, pair of red dragons. That looks like a very valuable hand for Guo in the dealer seat. Might even be able to get a flush out of it. But an absurdly fast Riichi for Hauser in the west seat. Not much value, but it's fast. Oh, Dylan! Ipatsu might make value. Misses Ura, but Riichi Patsu. Not even Pinfu. So just 2,600 it looks like. Plus Holma, 2,900. Yee. And his stick back adds to 3,900. All last. Hauser gets ahead of Kotheimer. Gets it off the right person. Gets Dora. Or sorry, not Dora. Gets Ipatsu. Didn't get Dora. So many different ways to get extra Han.
20 minutes on the clock. left on the clock.
Yeah.
Good chance that we'll finish this game. All the players are pretty close together. I mean, the worst conditions is Hanemonsumo, which is not that bad.
Yeah, unless Yi Cheng decides to go off and max out like Greg did in the previous game, we will probably see a conclusion to this one. But it's just in such recent memory. We came into this exact situation and it didn't end. To be fair, that game it did go to time, but like it was just barely overtime.
Hmm.
579 here. Yi Cheng cutting. I believe that was an East tile. As the dealer, I guess Easts are not hyper value. I might be wrong though. Didn't quite catch it.
Mhm.
5-cell is Dora again, back to back.
Nice
And we can
fill-in.
see, yeah, Yi Cheng has Dora. He's got nice shapes as well. Hausa has a Dora as well, but it's not so nicely shaped. Kotheimer has one as well, and Louis Guo also with a Dora. So Dora evenly split between the 4 players, one apiece. We are sharing the value. Every hand also looks to be about the same value so far. But speed-wise, some players are much closer than others. Hausa with an absurdly fast turn 2 Riichi in the previous hand. And looks like he's paying for it in this hand because he looks about 4 or 5 away from Tempai right now. We'll go 1 away for Yi Cheng in the dealer seat. Could be
Feels
this.
much further though for some reason.
Yeah, some of the weights are not the best. 2, 3, 4. Still not Tempai for Yi Cheng. But maybe some of these weights can be improved. Doesn't quite look like it though. Very big decision to make. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. Gonna keep the double gutty, as Jen says. Ryangkan shape, double inside weight. 3 tiles, waiting on one of the 2 tiles in between them. It's never a Tempai weight, the double inside weight. It's always a Ishanten or slower. That you can still have that shape in your hand. But it pays off, and this is going to be a Pinfu Tempai with Dora. Of course, anytime you go for it as last dealer in a tournament setting, most tournament settings do not allow you to stop the game winning as last dealer.
So
you want to have some insurance points. That's exactly what Yi Cheng is looking at right here. Lewis draws a nice tile. He's going to play it a little safely, but he has not quite folded yet. Might be able to fight this to win first place. In fact, if anybody else wins, there's a good chance that Louis Guo will be the winner of this game because of Yi Cheng's Riichi stick in the middle. Didn't have to do it, technically. He had Pinfu. Pinfu with a Dora. But he figures it's worth the risk here.
Sure what John drew.
Yeah, he's got a
Big decisions to be
think.
made.
He's making the decision without us, Jen. Oh, it's a 9 so. Okay. 3-mon. Still no Tempai here for Guo. Situation is getting stickier and stickier for him. I wonder if he has any save tiles. Out comes 1 pin. That doesn't deal in. We're looking at 3-6 mon for Yi Cheng here. Allows Hauser to cut one pin as well. Looks like Hauser is folding. He's going to try and hold on to third place. Hope John doesn't win. Because John is kind of pushing here. He's
By the way, if you
Milwaukee.
don't have any safe tiles, you really don't know how to fold efficiently, then you should, for the time being, probably just play the optimum like discards for your own hand without worrying about the other players, even if they reach. Only when you feel like you cannot fold safely.
Right. No use spinning your wheels.
I mean, yeah. I don't remember what I just said.
Just to play offense. Just try and win your hand if
Oh,
you can't
yeah.
fold safely.
That's right. That's right. That's good
Can't
advice.
just spin your wheels around in a panic. If there's no path to retreat, the only thing to do is charge forward.
Yeah,
It's
and the
very
reason why
noble.
that's
Here's a
good is
Sanzo.
because the reason that's good is because it's really bad to miss out on a hand that you should have won. Or it's considered to be very bad because statistically you only get a certain number of hands to win, right?
Yeah.
If you let one of them go.
Hauser just drawing like crazy right now. He hasn't cut 2-mon, 5-mon yet. They're very dangerous, but they will actually pass if it comes down to it in this specific hand.
And
There's
that's
a
exactly why you
2-mon.
want to go for it.
That's going to give Hauser some breathing room to cut 2-mon. Might even cut 5-mon because it is middle Suji now, in between the 2 and the 8-mon that are both discarded from Yi Cheng. So this might give Hauser the space to just go on an all-out attack. Yeah, it's even going to get cleared by Guo. That's going to clear it for Hauser. We don't know what he drew, but the 5-mon did come out.
The force,
But
though,
who knows? Oh, 3-4 here.
2, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
Oh, he's reluctantly gonna leave the hand. Guo is not happy about that. You could see it in the demeanor of his disc. Oh, 3-mon! That one actually deals in! Oh no, Hauser! Oh no! Oh, he's thinking about throwing it. He's flipping it. Oh, he's out. He's out. He doesn't want to deal with that 3-mon. Says, I tried 2-mon, tried 5-mon. They're both
Discipline. Yeah. Mahjong is also a game of patience. When it's not your turn to win, and not meaning that you have to take turns specifically, but
oh, sumo Yi Cheng. This is gonna be a big sumo. He's got Dora, no Uradora, but Riichi sumo Pinfu Dora, 2600 all. That's
$600 and one more turn at dealer.
That's huge. I'm sure he doesn't want the other turn as dealer. Well, I can't be too sure. You know, some players, when they're on a hot streak, they want the extra turn as dealer.
I mean, it depends a little bit, right? Like, if you don't know, right? Oh, because I'm sorry, because the UMA in this rule set is only 515.
Yes.
So you do want to gain as many points as possible for your total
Right.
like standings. If the UMA was like, if there's an Oka as well as like a 20 or 30 point UMA, then you can think about like just folding to keep first place. But Yi Cheng is not in first place right now, so he does.
No, he's. Oh, you mean in the overall league?
Oh, sorry. He took first place. No one. But okay. So Louis is within Mangan Sumo range of taking over first place. So that's where you have to be careful with that situation. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. I have so many screens.
Yeah, that was a long hand. That was already 10 of the 20 minutes we had left over. So if Yi Cheng wins again, we might eventually go to time. Kodheimer here, I believe, had 3 Dora in hand. We'll see. Yi Cheng here getting an interesting 2. So, here's an extra 7. So, Not bad for Hauser. Oh, how many Dora does John have? Oh, he's got 2. There's just so many pins over there. He's got 2 of the 9 pin. Maybe he'll go for 7 pairs here. 7 pairs, the shortcut to Haneman. And if he gets a sneaky weight, he could get the direct hit for the win on Yi Cheng. That's the thing with 7 pairs. You can have the sneakiest weights if people don't notice yet. You can see Hauser was kind of blessed with 7 pairs earlier, but it never won for him. This time he draws 4 pairs and decides not to go for 7 pairs, breaks a pair immediately upon drawing 4 pairs.
Imagine calling 7 pairs blessed.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you don't have 2 Dora, 7 pairs is nowhere near as good. Hauser, I think, just looking to get 3rd place here. He looks like he's just playing for the green dragon hand. If he's lucky enough to draw into Riichi, maybe that will provide him the extra boost he needs to score big. Yi Cheng's hand not looking quite as good as previously.
Yeah, Han's in a position where Mangan Sumo would not even change his placement, so his big goal right now should be to stay ahead of John.
Yeah, although 1 Riichi to the board and Hauser would be able to overtake for 2nd place on a Mangan Sumo. But even that is going to be a tall order. There are no red 5s in this league. So it's a lot harder to just find value. Hauser's sitting on
Also, I feel like it would
basically 1
tie
Han.
for 2nd place, right? Oh no,
He's
there's
got a
the
home
Ipon
though.
bus. Sorry, yeah, they were.
Yeah, oh, 3 Dora for John. Is this a potential winner? I mean, he can't do 7 pairs anymore, right?
I never am optimistic about the ability of doing 7 pairs, so
I think 7 pairs definitely off the table with 3 Dora drawn and a completed run. 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. This is a huge tank here. Thinking. Did he reach? He did. Oh, he needs change. He needs change for the Riichi. I hope nobody sees that door. To be fair, the door is not too important to his weight. So even maybe if someone saw that door that got tilted a little bit, maybe it's okay. Yi Cheng here just trying not to deal into a Hanuman.
it's time. No way, 1 away. 1 away for Hanzo now.
Is it just 3 6 pin? I think it's just 3 and 6 pin for John.
Yeah.
For
Yes.
Kodheimer here. All those pins, it feels like you should be able to just fit in the 8 pin to win, but doesn't actually.
Yeah, if it was 1 away, then a little bit different. Like, if that was, if we're trying to make, if the 9 pin was a pair, and then there's like an extra one, we're trying to make an extra sequence over there, then that would like that open-ended gut shot shape that we talk about a lot. But since 8 so is pair as well, then does not work in this situation. And it never works in a tempai situation, only in a one away or more for the open-ended gut shot when you have like a
call here. How's it trying to stop John from winning? Trying to stop Kodheimer from overtaking him? Guo, very tough spot. Can definitely see there's 1 Riichi. Maybe House's Tempai. We know he's not Tempai, but our other players don't. So they're defending against at least 2 players right now. House is still moving forward. Just barely avoids dealing in 2 pin instead of 3 pin. 3 pin deals in, 6 pin deals in. Monzo? Monzo goes through. There's the 3-pin, another one of John's winning tiles, but Yicheng having no taste, no appetite for pushing here. It's not going to give up that tile.
Does mean that this will be our last hand, though.
That is true. Another winning tile! Another one of John's winning tiles. This is brutal for John. There were so many left in the wall, but they're just not coming to him. And they're not even going to players who would deal them in either. Yicheng now 4 copies! 4 copies of John's winning tile. Yicheng might actually be able to make a hand with all these. We might not be done. We might not be done. This might be a hand. Did he drew a con tile. Are there any 3-6 pin left in the wall though? Not that.
Alright, so we will get a new Dora as well.
Just gonna check. A 6 mon Dora. Seven pin for goal.
Yicheng still just out, not trying to make it come back to Timpa.
I still think some of Kodheimer's tiles are left in the wall. Like
There's
that
one. That's the last 3.
All the 3s are gone. Definitely 2 6s are gone. Actually, 3 6s are gone.
Yeah.
Kodheimer has one in his hand, so maybe there's still one left. Can't recall whether there was a 6 pin discarded.
I don't think any have been discarded.
We're getting to the end of the wall here. Tempai, if he throws 6 pin, he's cooked though. 4 pin, it goes through. 6 pin cooks him. If he folds, it's over. If he folds, he goes below Kodheimer. He finds the right discard. He makes it. What a fairy tale draw for Hausa in the end, able to get the Tempai that saves his 3rd place. Unbelievable. And makes the right discard in the final hour.
All right, and that was game 2 for today's New York World Reach League Minor. So first place we have Yicheng Zhang with a big comeback as last stealer, 42,300. That will be plus 27.3. 31,500 for second place, Louis Guo, and that will be a plus 6.5 score. And third place is Hausa Zhang with minus 7.5, which will become minus 12.5. And in last place is John, who has minus 9.3, which will become minus 24.3. Sorry, 8.3, which will become minus 23.3.
This was such a wild ride. This last hand, John having so many tiles when he reached. And now conning the Dora for 4 Dora, flipping Urudora, just not finding his winning tile, even down to the very end. Almost got it from Hausa, but Hausa picked the right tile to discard to maintain his Tempai. What a close game.
What a close game. And now the players are going to go on a lunch break.
Same.
I think that there's a little bit of time on the clock, and not all of the tables are finished yet. But once they are, they'll go on a lunch break, and so we will be back with game 3 after lunch. Thank you, Tips.
All right. And thank you, everybody.
Next week at the during the Sankei Shimbun Cup Week 2 coverage. All right.
See you then.
Welcome back, gamers, to Hanchan 3 of the July Minor WRL at Sparrow's Nest Studio in New York. I am Amy, and joining me is...
Eric Carhan.
So if you recall us from the first Hanchan, we are also pros, but we're just commentators for today. So another exciting table. Got some great players on it.
And we're going to start off with East Dora in East 1. Exciting for Arturo. He starts with just a single one, but a pretty well put together hand. But what is this? Mercury has an Anko already and is 2 Shanten.
Honestly, all of these hands look decent thus far. I would say maybe Alice here has, unfortunately, the worst shapes. But East pair up, so very exciting for Arturo. We'd love to see that as dealer. Possible, so Mercury there could have switched to a Chanta Haku type shift over, but, you know, goes back in Shanten if he does that, I believe, and also the shape's not great, so he's going to just continue chugging along. He does have a floating east as well, so maybe hoping to pair that up.
Yeah, the question is going to be like, what turn is he comfortable dropping that? Ishan 10 over here for Will. It's a headless Ishan 10 looking for 4-7-0, 3-6-0, or 3 Mon.
Turo here.
Oh.
I don't know about that one, bud.
Well, 7 Mon, Penchon Phil will put Mercury in Ishan 10.
3-5.
Yeah, maybe weighing some kind of 3-4-5 Sanchoku shift in the Pinzu, but decides against it. It's not guaranteed.
I always wonder if players are like, what if I draw the Akka 5 before realizing there's no Akka here? There's no reds here.
True.
I guess slipping down the 1-1 Mon is okay, but that 7 Mon really doesn't do anything, so I don't...
Yeah, I
don't
would
know
have been
what's going on.
happier keeping the acceptance for 7 pairs there if I was Arturo.
South Mon? No.
Yeah, the problem with the South Pawn is you don't have a backup plan if no one's willing to toss the dealer the double East Dora 3.
Arturo, maybe a little bit of regret there. Drawing the 1-so, cutting it off 1-2-4-5. Doesn't like the overlapping acceptance, which I, understand. 5-so, not great.
Yeah. I mean,
3-so, technically the 3 Mon cut is most efficient here.
I think it's a floating Ishan, it's a Ishan 10 where you have a pair potential now, so it's a sticky Ishan 10 on the 2 floaters. I think 6-so would have been 3-so or 6-so would have been slightly more efficient, unless it was a furry 10 chance. Or we see 2 of the 1 Mon and a 2 Mon out, so maybe not.
Yeah, maybe thinking that 3 Mon's just not quite as good of a floater. So this is Tenpai now. 2-so only.
Riichi Nomi, it's just been cut. Decides the Dama. So draws of the 4-so and the 5-so are quite good here. Yeah, the scary thing about this hand for Will is he doesn't see where the door is. If he saw the door, he might be able to slam this and get away with it, but...
Arturo, that 1 Mon.
Ugh.
Regretty spaghetti?
And South, drop. I would have 2-so dropped in a heartbeat. This is interesting. I think he's playing maybe a bit too passively as the dealer.
Potentially. 7-so, unfortunate. Could have been a nice upgrade, but Will just says, I took Tenpai, and I cannot disagree with myself on that one. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Arturo is doing here. With the East pair, even without too many options, I probably still would have taken it. Mercury's problem now is that East is trapped, right? We're entering middle of row 2. This is about when you expect people to be ready or Dama. So this is about when you're starting to feel like, maybe not. And especially because the East hasn't been cut even once, right? So you're thinking somebody must have a pair.
Well, I'm not sure how long Will is going to wait around with this Dama, or if the Dora comes out, if he'll just Riichi after that. Alice is Ishan 10, though. Ideal 4-7 pin, 4-7. So Saki Yudi's the 5 pin, cuts it before it's too dangerous to just keep the guaranteed pinfu in a safe tile with the North.
Mercury, unfortunately, with that chin, but that's nothing about it. Will might also be thinking 2 of the 2-sos have come out, I think, maybe? Or is it just 1?
1 has come out, 1 is in Arturo's hand. If there's another one out, I might have missed it.
Arturo shuffling his way back into Shanten, but not really getting anywhere.
Yeah, 2 Shanten looking for 3-6-0, 6-9 pin, and 5-8 Mon. So pretty wide, but you can't really call for this hand unless you get the East.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering which players might think that somebody else has an Onko at the very least of the East. So Mercury has one, so he can't deal it regardless. But for Alice and Will, who have been kind of chugging along a little bit, they don't see any of the Easts, and so they must be thinking somebody has an Onko, it's really deep in the wall, or it's Mochi Mochi pairs. All options are kind of bad for them.
5, 6, 7 Sanshoku shift available for Alice, depending on what tile she draws into Tenpai.
There's one of the 7 pins that she would really like.
We should really keep that tile because then we can pawn the East easily and have an alternate pair. I think Arturo is maybe of the mind that no one's going to drop the East whatsoever, so he's just going to Sakiri that tile.
Potentially going for like an odd K10, just because I guess the acceptance... I don't even think the acceptance is all that much wider. I'm not too excited about that. There's Ishan 10. There's another one of those Tusos that Will was looking for.
Unforge.
Yeah, Mercury's been trapped from the start. He hasn't really been getting anything. I don't think he's really been fed anything. And now this East is well and truly just like trapped. There's nowhere for it to go.
Another 2 so. Oh, here we go. Headless Ishan 10. So 6, 7 mon, 4, 5 so being the head would leave a good weight behind.
Yes. But drawing 3, 6 so or 5, 8 mon would be a little sad.
Yes. So, okay, cuts to 3. So I was wondering if we would see a line where one of the Ryanmen is cut to get a Tunky on the East. If you never want to drop it, but you still want to be Tenpai.
I think I would have preferred that. I feel like I'm not sure how really bad the 2, 5 pin, 3, 4 pin looks, but I think if I was trying to argue for K10, I would. There's a good one. So Dama 10's the 5, 8 mon. I think a lot of the 8s have been cut. So Mercury should be cutting 9 mon here, if not 3 so again.
At least 2 of the 8s have been cut. There's one in Mercury's hand. So there's probably 1 left on the wall.
There's an 8 mon here in Will's hand. So Will actually is going to break his Tenpai. He suspects danger and is no longer willing to shove that Tenpai Tuso anymore.
Last tile. And yeah, we're not going to shove anything here. It's going to be a
Haku.
Yep. Okay.
So Arturo somehow manages to pull his way back into Tenpai after cutting really oddly at the beginning. Nets himself 3,000 points when, truthfully, he probably could have netted himself some other points earlier, but, you know, you maintain your dealership, you get 3K out of it.
Yeah, that's the fear of the Dora for you. Well, stop other people in their tracks, even when you don't even have a threat yet.
Yeah, you'll sometimes see this when you watch, like, Japanese pro players in their VODs on YouTube or other platforms. You'll kind of see them cutting oddly. So they'll have like a 5, 7, 8 shape, for example, and they'll cut in 8 because even though the weight is better on 6, 9, they just don't like throwing the 5. It seems like a little bit more dangerous. It's not true for all pros. I want to make that super clear, but it is sometimes a curious thing if you're thinking about like, well, why would they do that when they're, lowering their acceptance or their Shanten or something like that? That might be the case where they're just kind of tiptoeing around some stuff.
So really nice starting hand here for Will. And Alice, likewise, with a pair of Chun, is going to be Mochi Mochi with Mercury. That means that they both have a pair of the same dragon tile. So unfortunately, unless one of them breaks it for some reason, they're both going to get a little stuck with these hands, not be able to open up as easily. Will eyeing up a potential shift to Itsu.
When we rotate back around to Mercury's hand, I'm not sure that I fully agree with one of his cuts just recently. So I think he cut a 9 so.
9 so.
And I guess it's okay now because he pulls the 6 mon, but there was a sort of like 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku, and he gave that up pretty quickly.
Maybe Chanta in some rare cases.
Yeah, so I was like kind of curious, but in this case he gets rewarded, or at least it doesn't punish him.
Arturo in 2 Shanten now could call for a Tanyao, which would be good if either of the bad shapes came out. So like the Kanchans or the Shampon, you might just take this in a heartbeat and move things along. South Door is a little bit hard to use. You don't see any of it yet, so maybe you can just beat out any other players that have it in their hands.
Yeah, not sure if Will is looking to Tonki on it at some point. He is, I believe, technically headless, or he has a bad shape head with the 7, 7, 8, 9. So don't really want to be waiting on another 7 off of that. as opposed to a floating south. But there is a 2-mon, so 7-pin comes out. Still 2 Shanten, it looks like.
We have Ishanten for Alice. She could get a potential Sananko Chun. And that's assuming, of course, the Chun comes out from Mercury, so it's going to be one or the other. You're never going to get Sananko on Ron with this hand.
Yeah. That being said, so this is Senpai. I think it's probably just the 4-mon Riichi here for
yes.
Chun 9-mon.
There's one 9-mon out, but that's okay because you're hoping to get the Chun anyway.
Greed!
Ooh, big greed. Big greed.
Oh my gosh. Our players. Greed.
Oh no, the triple pay backfire for Arturo. Yeah, he's
Has a little bit of a smile there, like, I see.
yeah, he's keeping it as a save tile. He's giving up on the Tanyao Dream a little bit with this cut, unfortunately, but there's some shifts back to it around the Manzu 2-5-mon, for example.
Yeah. I don't dislike the greed from Alice here, but my problem with it is that she already had that completed shape, and she doesn't have like a crazy amount of Manzu floaters. So if she's not able to pon Chun, then she's gonna have a bit more of an uphill road than some other Honitsus I've seen.
Yeah, your best bet here is getting something around the 4-mon, poning, and then being Tenpai and a Ryeonmin there. But again, it's easier said than done.
I can also see poning 7-mon, 9-mon, and
Arturo.
pon? Yes,
There we go.
pon.
Pon.
Okay,
So
very
this
good.
is Ishanten. I was going to say, Arturo had a chance to keep the 7-mon there and force a Tanyao by dropping the 1-mon later on a chi of the 6 or the 6-mon. But again, valuing the safety, maybe thinking, if Alice is going for Honitsu, I don't want to hold on to this tile forever.
Maybe also prioritizing the Ryeonmin 3-6 shape, I guess, but because it could be Riichi Pinfu. He's Ishanten if he draws the 6.
Yes. Now, this is a difficult cut for Will because, obviously 3-mon is the preferable cut here, or south even if it's safe, but
Chi.
we see a chi here. I don't think that advanced the hand at all.
Not particularly, but also interesting that she threw away the extra 4-mon for sticky Honitsu Shanten. But I guess she is 5-8-mon, 9-mon Chun.
Yeah, it's a better
Ishanten,
Ishanten now. The callability of the previous one was a little bit mediocre with the 4-mon.
Oh no, the 4-mon.
Chinitsu.
If only.
Okay, 4-5-6 Sanshoku shift for Arturo. He can even call now, just secure the dealership, try and get the 6-0 in the 6-mon.
This is Tenpai. Should just be Riichi.
All right.
On the Dora.
Yeah, 3 6-pin wait. Takame is the 6-pin for Tompin Itsu. And we're going to see a fold from Alice.
Yeah, that 3-pin's not looking super hot.
Yeah,
but
it's also like Honitsu only.
yeah, it really is. Mercury is just going to fold out entirely. His hand has so little speed. Although, I guess he's also Chitoi Ishanten, maybe? Chishanten? Ishanten.
Arturo could feasibly push the 1-so here. The 2-so was cut quite early on turn 3, I believe.
Tenpai!
So
Tenpai.
which one? They both look kind of cursed.
I think the 4-so might be slightly less cursed. There's a couple more 3-sos and 6-sos out. Doesn't mean very much, but all right. Decides the 4-so is a little bit better. Oh no! Well, you live and let live.
I was going to say, if you suspect that Alice is folding, 5-mon might be an okay option just because the 7-mons are gone and the 3-mon was cut before Tenpai, but because that south was kept until Tenpai, it's very feasible that, Will could have Sakigiri'd from a shape that waits on the 2-5-mon, like 3-3-4, to keep the door, not wanting to toss it yet, and then only tossed it at Tenpai, so.
Makes sense. Mercury really challenging Alice's Honitsu here.
Shoves the 2-mon. So now 5-mon is like a half Suji 1 chance.
I think if you are Alice and Arturo, though, you're probably
have safer options. I mean,
Yeah.
Alice is the more limited one because she called twice, and if she was going for the Honitsu, she usually has a lot of Monza, but she's already cut them by this point, didn't have the 5-mon to cut to him. I believe there's 1 left.
Yeah, I think if you're Mercury, you're pretty relaxed about shoving Monsoon now after Alice has cut so many from her hand.
No, absolutely. There's the last 5 mon. So this 3-6 pin, there's at least 1 6-pin left, I believe, if not 2.
Well, that's not one of them. Shoves it anyways. It is Nakasuji or the center Suji again between 1, 4, and 7. East, and we are coming up on our last draws here. This is Ishan 10.
Yeah, we can't shove here. We just safe tile.
Yeah, time to get out. There's nothing left for you. 2-pin.
All right, so it looks like the remaining 6 pins were dead walled.
Ooh, this does not look good.
So the 5 mon being the half Suji 1 chance is probably enough to shove the 5 mon out here. Decides to fold. All right, better safe than sorry. And we see Will Tenpai getting 3,000 points. There's 1 Riichi bet in the center going into East 2, repeat 2. They're really fast with that overlay. It's impressive.
Yeah, it's technically, it's repeat 2 only because Arturo, was exhaustive draw once and then exhaustive draw twice now. So it's moved on to Mercury. Mercury did not win more hands to get these Homba. But he would be happy to collect on them if he's able to get a fantastic hand. So hopefully, looking for good opening hand. He's the type to draw first and then open and sort. Not terrible.
Yeah, we have a completed
5, 6, 7.
And we have a nice bit of connected Pinzu over there. Some Sozu. It's not a bad hand. You could see this potentially being called down to Tanyao, depending on how the lower Monzu resolves. Like a 4-mon Chi would make that possible.
Alice here has a pair of Hatsu, so maybe call and go, trying to get that Riichi stick, plus, again, the Homba on the table. A cheap win is still a win, so
now,
still looking for stuff.
Remember, she had the chance to take the Tenpai earlier and went for the ultimate greed in a situation that I think we would both say was a little bit hopeful. So I wouldn't be too surprised if she gunned for a 1-2-3 Sanshoku here and kept the hand closed the first time around. But now that she has a Dora 6-0, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. It's a deeply curious question for people if you choose to call and go or if you choose not to, right? Like a lot of people, as they discover their style, they're sort of trying to figure out, is it better if I just get a bunch of small wins really fast and therefore I get to beat everyone else out to the points, but then you put yourself in a precarious situation where, one big hand could wipe out all the effort that you've done.
Will here with the 2-3-4 Sanshoku chance and Tanyao. And Alice made the cut of the 1 pin earlier, so she's abandoning the chance at Sanshoku. I might have cut the 8-so first just because it's closer to the Dora, and I want the Sanshoku chance to replace the 8-9 pin Penchon, but they're pretty even, I think.
Arturo picks up a pair of Chun. One is cut, but I think the other one is still somewhere in the wall. So again, thinking about, am I going to be able to collect on that Riichi stick and Homba?
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent chance at going for Honitsu as well with this hand. Cutting the 2 4-mon and sticking something to the 3-pin or the 8-pin makes for a very nice hand.
Good connector there. That's that 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Pretty much confirmed here. Has to get the 3 in order to finish the 2-4 shape. So there's no... when you're on a Ryanman and you're like, man, I really want the 1 or 4 side, but I always draw the wrong side first. Arturo says, Dora, chucks it back.
Very focused on the Honitsu over here. Otherwise, I might have expected an 8-pin cut.
6-pin.
That does, increase the Ishan 10 quite well. This is a very tricky move here, preemptively Suji trapping the 3-pin. And Alice is Ishan 10 now as well.
Mercury. I think I like cutting the 1-mon here.
Yeah, the 1-mon is a nice balanced option that keeps 2 heads, almost guarantees the Tanyao. There's no Sanshoku chance, really, so you don't mind giving it up. Pair of East over here for Will. Could cut the 2-pin, but that's going to leave you a little bit weird with the Sanshoku. So yeah, goes for this alternative. Can now pawn either tile.
The other problem is that if he does cut the 2-pin, then he pretty much desperately hopes to draw another 3-6 anyways, because he would be furry 10 from his previous 6 cut.
Yes,
So-
the tricky cut from earlier. Oh
The
no.
6 This always happens. You're like, man, I should really cut the shape that's the worst in my hand, and then you immediately draw it, right? You're dropping your 8-9, your 1-2, and then you're like, it's 3.
That was like the last 7 mon that he could have drawn too, because the last one went to Arturo, and then there's already 2 taken care of, I think.
What can you do?
Another 8 mon. Okay, that one's more interesting, I think, because I would have been tempted to cut east over there. They're both worth 1 Han, but the east may be a more guarded tile at this point in the game, given that hasn't come out yet. And I think the upper Monzo looks very good.
Yep. Another 3, so it doesn't help the hand, so probably just going to put it right back. Mercury did open. He said, I need to start making moves, even if it's only for K10, because I'm not going anywhere.
What was the chi again? Do you remember? Was it a Tanya chi?
It might have been. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, if so, then there's a chance at Yaku here on the 4-pin. If not, then this is definitely K10.
I think it is a Tanyoshi. I think it was 4, 5, 6, or 4, 5, 6, 7, something in that range. Tempai on 1 so here.
It's a little bit depleted, unfortunately. We can see 5, 6 copies of it. So there's only 2 out. Of course, Alice can only see 4 copies of it on the board.
Yep. Just try it
Very
yourself.
nice.
I see. Reach Ipat Sumo Dora 2. So that's going to be 2,000, 4,000.
With a nice Riichi bet in the 2 homba. So 2,200, 4,200, and a little bonus.
You know, sometimes I wonder what the casters are talking about when I'm playing, because I'm like, are you cursing me? Are you saying that I will definitely draw these things and therefore I never do?
And we finally move along into East 3 with 52 minutes left on the clock. The dealer is Will. Does he have the will to repeat?
I know I shouldn't laugh at these things. I feel like these are like gimmies, but at the same time, I'm just like, they're silly.
It is a good starting hand, though. It's actually 2 Shanten, I think.
I believe so. It's Ryankon 579. Vague Itsu shapes, although he needs a little bit of support in that one. Headless, but could get there eventually.
All right, camera catching up. There we go. This is a very good
great
hand, too.
hand.
Also 2 Shanten.
Whoa! This is an okay hand.
Dora's the 1 mon. It looks like all the Dora's in the wall right now.
1 is not helpful.
Meh. Yeah, Alice's hand is probably the least exciting out of this group. There's some faraway potential for a Pinzu Honitsu depending on how ambitious she is.
I mean, she was ambitious that one time, and now she's in first, so I guess she has a little bit of leeway to do it.
Will, sort your hand for the viewers.
Will, be nice to us.
Please.
Please.
Well, as it stands,
Ooh, Ishanten.
yeah, this is a fantastic Ishanten.
Yes. The South is definitely one of those tiles that you wouldn't expect to deal in. So there's one of the Dora out of 4. Will's going to hold on to it, having kept that 2.
Yeah, so 5 blocks, headless at the moment, hoping that the Dora will pair up for a good Ishanten.
And Chun goes back out. I kind of wanted to cut Forso there, actually. I don't think holding on to it really supports the hand, but, you know, Chun is a little bit safer in case somebody reaches. It's not a big deal either way because, you know, if somebody reaches right now, it is what it is, but...
Yeah, I was wondering if there was some consideration of drawing the 3 so, then cutting the 6 so, drawing the 3 mon, cutting the 7 so, and then drawing the 4 mon and having 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku, but that's kind of a pipe dream.
Yeah, a lot of these things are sort of like, you know, I guess if they kind of come along, we should think about them, but should be 2 mon here.
Oh, there's
Very
the
good.
Dora pair up.
I believe that's Ishanten.
It is 3 so or 6 pin, 8 pin. We'll put that hand into Tempai for a dealer Dora 2.
7 mon. I think you just cut that back.
I think so. I can't see a world where it turns into any more value.
No. I'm not sure I like the south cut, honestly. There's a Riichi
Oh, Suji trap.
for 8 pin.
Yeah, Riichi Dora 2. So this is at least 7,700 as the dealer. If he can manage to get Ipatsu off of someone, which I don't think will happen, but if he could, that would have been a Mongon.
I mean, he hasn't drawn any pots yet, so there's still a possibility.
2 left in the wall.
Nope.
Yep, no beans.
No beans.
Yeah, so it looks like Alice is just going to fold out calmly. Arturo's hand is interesting. He's Tempai
Tempai.
now. The 3-pin to 6-pin looks scary, but jams it. It's a 1 chance and is waiting for the 5-8. So Riichi Nomi, but a good weight, which is always ideal when you're chasing. And
The Dora.
aye.
Will does not deal in this time, so successfully saves himself. Alice actually has a route back to back to Shanten in general. She, I think, has cut around things so that she could potentially get back. Although that Forso might be a little bit more difficult to push.
Currently, it's 2 8-pin left in the wall versus 4 of Arturo's 5-8. So, if I'm reading this correctly.
And Mercury says, goodbye. Goodbye, friends. Ooh, drawing the 4-7 Suji probably is going to...
Yeah, it's a death sentence.
And there it is. All right, Ron, Riichi, Dora 2. That's 77. And that Riichi stick donation.
Yeah, that is a painful hit, but he is lucky that there were no Uras there. It's one of those hands where almost every tile is different, so you have a pretty high chance at hitting the Uradora.
And 1 Ura would have done it. Would have done it.
So, as is, Will takes a very, very close second place, 100 points away from first with 1 Homba.
And his dealership continues. I think for our viewers, they might have seen a brief pause before the draw here. I think somebody was peeking in to tell Will to start his hand for the viewers.
He starts with another banger of a hand. This is Ishanten.
1 so. Yes. Very good.
He has 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 pin, 5, 6 mon, 5, 5 so 2, 2, 2 mon. So yeah, very nice.
Ipeko type shape here. We do love to see that.
Yeah, the 2 pen Johns aren't the happiest thing to have, but you know, you can look forward to cool things with this hand. Arturo is like a Chanta type hand. I might have thought about hedging the Kokshi, but the 7 pin is the Dora, so he prefers to keep the double acceptance, the 5, 7, 9.
Alice in a 2 Shanten now. She has 2 tiles to discard that are both honors, and so probably looking to just ideally God draw twice. It should be 8 so here, I think.
Yeah.
Increases a 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku potential.
Yeah.
You can always cut that 2 mon for your pair, so no big deal there.
Yep. Yeah, drawing the 6-0 would be fantastic because it also fixes your shapes in multiple ways. The 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 can also be a Nobiton on the 6 and the 9.
Another 4-0. Okay.
Yeah, this is a Tanya move.
Yeah.
And now you'll take the first point you can because it's killer to wait on the 4 or 5, so it's such a bad weight.
Yep.
No, we might see it cut from Arturo depending on how he feels about a 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku shift.
Yeah, Arturo in the past, 4 pin. So again, Ishan 10 still, so
Even
4,
wider.
6, 7. Yep.
Now the 3, 6, so make a nice Ipeko chance.
This is Chitoy again.
Yeah, Mercury's hand, which we'll see in a second, also very Chitoy-esque.
Less Chitoy now.
Okay, and gives up on the dream.
Yep. Much too normal.
I might have liked to hold on to it for a bit, but, you know, the Dora is usable now, so I like this.
Arturo bails, drops the 1 so it gives up on the Chanta idea. I think it's like 1 pin, or 9 mon here. Another option would have been to cut 4, 6 mon and hope to draw 2 pin for a different Ipeko. 1, 2, 3 Pinzu Ipeko. But says no, thank you.
Another 1 pin for Arturo. That's gonna, make it a little bit harder to get Tempai for Mercury.
4 mon?
Yeah, 4 mon out here. There are shifts now to 6, 7, 8, or 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku.
And another pair. Now you have choices. You can cut 4/6 mon. Okay, rejects Cheetalices. I'm a hater at heart.
I'm of the mind here that 4 mon is a decent cut.
I believe so as well.
Keeps it all balanced, and you want the door acceptance, but you don't have to give it up to chase Cheat Toy.
8-pin, just as a little swap arounds, maybe hedging some 5, 6, 7 something Sanshoku or other.
Yeah, if you get Tenpai on the 7 mon, for example, you can Dama and hope for the Sanshoku.
Arturo's probably not too sad about cutting the 1 mon there since he has that 3, 4, 5, but I bet in his brain distantly he's like, man.
he did cut the 3 mon though from a 3, 3, 4, 5, and I know the adage is when in doubt cut from the Aryan men, but I might have considered keeping that. And then if you draw 3, so you have Pinfu. He really wants that Dora acceptance.
I'm wondering if he's just really clinging on to that Dora. A Dora pickup here for Will, not great. He already cut the 8 and 9, so he's just gonna put it back. Nobody pawns it, so he's safe for now. Forces should come out here, and that should be an immediate pawn just to take Tenpai.
Yeah.
Alice thinking big hard about it, and pawn from Will. And is going to take Tenpai on 4/7 with 1 Dora. So Tanya, Dora.
This is a hand that after Will hesitated to drop that Dora, you think it's probably not that expensive. Maybe 2K, 1K, or as dealer 15 or 29.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and he specifically kept that 6 mon longer than the 7 pin. So that 6 mon is significant to the hand. So it's either like a pair around the 6 mon or it's a weight around the 6 mon. With pawn, it's harder to be sure. Another Dora out.
Yeah, but even so, you can kind of guess it's probably in that area, which is probably why Alice is hesitating to also drop that 4/6 mon, choosing the 8/9 pin instead.
Yeah. So Arturo hesitating here a little more, maybe thinking which one is easier to pair up, which one is safer for later. And Mercury here is going to be able to push nicely because Mercury can see the majority of the value on the table and understands that the dealer calling as they are and with discards as so has a cheap hand. And there we go. 1,000 all is 1,100 all.
Yep.
A little bit
doing
of
scoring, some scoring verifications because you always want to make sure that your foo and things are correct. But will continue his dealership. East 3-1, East 3-2.
Yes, he will. So let's see if he gets as good as a high pie as the last 2 times. Towards the 2 mon, he is drawing more central Tanyao shapes. There's an outline of a 4-5-6 Sanshoku depending on the Sozu draws. We're probably just going to see a guessed win cut first. It's a little bit messy compared to the previous hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we've been mentioning 4-5-6 Sanshoku
Did he
a lot.
draw his last tile? I could be just seeing things. Yes, I am blind. Thank you.
That would be very unfortunate this early on. But I do think that tends with when you're hand drawing. So auto high pie, a lot of people will forget to take their first draw because the hand is given to you. Our fancy Rexes, as you can see here, they have their elevator for the tile walls, and then they have an elevator right in front of the player to deal an automatic hand. And in those situations, a lot of people will forget their first draw. But I think when you hand draw them from the wall, you're a little less likely to.
Yeah, just a testament to the players and how smoothly they can play for me to have missed that. Very experienced with handling the tiles.
Everyone's hands are kind of shaping up pretty nicely. Just drawing around their tiles, pairs of Yakuhai for both Will as dealer and Mercury in North Seat. More pair-ups for Alice.
Yeah, this is a hand where no one sees the Dora yet, so it's going to be maybe a little bit slower to start off with as everyone fights for value, but I think we're going to see Mercury take a quick call. Though with 4 pairs now, this could develop into a Toi Toi Haku, which is, no spare change.
Yeah, it could be really nice. Good fill here for Alice. Is going to eventually she's going to have to slim down her pairs. She has 3 of them, and so she doesn't need that many.
Yeah, the north pair will probably come out, and then you're going to look for a conversion to Tanyao, right? And ideally draw around this lower Manzu 4, 5, 6, 7 shape. Though with a fourth pair, I'm curious if she's willing to cut the Formon here.
A little. This is much closer to a normal hand for me, though. So I kind of, you might want to hedge, but at the same time, I think you just kind of move on and see what you can get. However, this, 2 Shanten from Suwanko, I think. 3 Shanten. No, 2 Shanten once he discards.
Yes. And each on 10 from a normal Chitoy to 9 or a 9 pin.
Yes.
Nice door acceptance over there for Will. Still probably looking to pull that Hatsu immediately, especially as we move into the second row.
I think it's north here for the Tanya shift.
Nothing else would do. So you simply can't.
You must try your best. Alice also, right, like in second place, looking to shoot Will off of his dealership, move on to hers. So making that shift over. Mercury opts for the Chitoy. So he gives up on Suwanko Dreams and says, okay, Chitoy time.
Yeah, the Suwanko is a lot stronger if the Haku was still live, but it unfortunately is not.
Yes.
So
Interesting for Alice here. She could drop the north, which she's keeping for safety, I assume. She ends up dropping, instead of taking the Ryeonmin weight on 5-8, she chooses to stay the course with her Tanyao Shabo weight. So 7-mon, 2-so, 6-so.
So it's an interesting move. So the idea behind it, not even going to take door acceptance. This is really curious.
2-5-8.
I thought, that's why she wants to keep the Formon, but she also wants to keep safety in the north. So if she drops the door, she can use it. But now I've been proven wrong. I don't know what the intent was of this move.
While we were yapping about this, Mercury has been sneaking into... Oh, no, actually, he just swapped it out. So he would have drawn another one, so no!
Well, surely this is a Sumogiri then. Trap the 2-so, keep the safe tile.
Or you can swap, drop the 7-so for higher callability.
This is true. North would be the best, but at this stage in the game, again, without the Dora visible, it's a little bit shady.
Arturo here. Arturo's hand is quite slow now that it's reached this point. It's still a good hand, but you have to be wondering, if I'm still, 2 Shanten, where is everybody else?
Right.
How far along could they possibly be? Wonder if Mercury's sad about that one. So I would be. I'd be a little sad.
Bit, yeah.
Jen is currently asleep. You heard her in the previous game, but she would be sad that Mercury gave up on Jen Shanten, which is how many Shanten you are away from Yakuban. She would have been like, oh, you could have been 1 Jen Shanten away.
Shanten here for Arturo, looking for 2-mon 4-pin or 7-pin. 4-pin would give a nice Ipeiko.
Yeah, Mercury committing to the Chitoy here means that he is just searching. There's really nowhere else for him to go.
Nice Shanten here for Will, hoping to pull in the Hatsu or draw the 2-5-mon, 3-pin or 2-pin.
Upgrade for Alice after desperately seeking it out this whole time.
4-5-6 Sanshoku inside.
No, 3s.
Oh, yeah, that would have been it would have been another Shanten. That's the con moment.
Yeah, that's but you can't con if you're going for Chitoy. That's just not how this works.
Oh, another Manzu. I think
7-mon?
Okay, Karagiris cuts it from the hand instead of from the draw. I don't know what the intent here is. It would probably look like a slide because you cut the 6-mon earlier. So the assumption is that she has drawn the 7-mon and has 5, 6, 7 or something like this. So maybe it's slightly disguised as what Sanshoku could be, but I don't think people are going to care.
Ooh, Tempai.
Yeah.
Dama 10 on Hatsu only, and I believe 1 has been cut before. Or are they no times cut?
Yeah, so the 2-pin is dead.
Once cut.
Once cut. I think it's twice cut.
No, sorry, the Hatsu is once cut. The Hatsu is once cut right here.
And so that's why we see the Dama. He can only win on the Hatsu. Only a Hatsu is left. The Hatsu is like a tempting drop eventually for Mercury because it looks a little bit safer than some of the other tiles potentially.
Yeah, his 9-so that he's been holding on to this whole time. Granted, it did come out from Arturo recently, but...
in that case, we'll probably see the 9-so come out. But that's assuming that Tempai is reached. So here's Tempai for Arturo. Takes K10.
2-so.
I mean, 2-so looks like a fantastic weight, but at this stage in the game...
Thank you. There's the Hatsu. Oh, no.
I might have thought about 2-so back or 9-so, but as is, we're going to see a Hatsudora 1. This was a Dama, so it's going to be 3,900 plus the 2 repeats for a total of 4,500.
Yeah.
Nice little hand for Will as he completes the second repeat, and we move into the third. 34 minutes remaining. I wonder if we're going to get to South.
This is also a little, like for Alice, who is North Sea, and even for Will, who is West Sea, right? This may be the only dealerships that they get.
So he's
they may
suffering
not,
from success?
A little bit, yeah. Will out here has repeated himself out of a second dealership, potentially. But you never know. Some hands can move very quickly after this as well. So Will's just thinking about the now. If I focus and I just wrench on a bunch of points here, I have a lot more safety and barrier for things moving forward. Overlays not quite caught up yet, but we are on Will's draw and discard. It should be Alice now. There we go. Caught up. So, oh, never mind. Where are we? So if you're Alice, I think you want to be cutting a little bit more efficiently now, if possible. Just, again, trying to shift Will off of his dealerships to get to yours. Try to get some points.
Yeah.
I think Mercury called something. That's where the jump around was.
Yes.
I believe it's a Yakuhai.
I would be surprised with this hand if it wasn't.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, so Alice is looking for the 3-4-5 Sanshoku with this hand or a Yakuhai pair up. Ends up keeping this west tile as a safe tile. It's just got cut once.
Yep. That floating Dora for Mercury, the 5-8, probably hoping to get something nearby.
When there's overlapping Dora like that, I sometimes prefer to just get rid of the overlapping tile first and keep the Dora to kind of force it to use. But with the fast open hand, you just want to move things along. Maybe he'll be willing to drop it soon.
Yes. Speaking of a fast hand, Arturo is Tanyao Tushanten. He is headless, I believe, but has plenty of shapes to go ahead and draw around.
And he even has a 2-3-4 Sanshoku chance.
That's not one of the tiles you want to see.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting move. I would have thought maybe 5-so there. Keep the options open and then maybe cut down to the pair afterwards. But this is quite okay. The thing is, if you draw a 7 or an 8 pin going the other route, you'd be very happy because it. Especially if you draw the 8-pin pair.
That'd be very nice. Good fill here for Will, but I think he's lacking shapes, much like Alice here. Alice rejected the 8-9-so Penchon twice, but she doesn't have a lot of other stuff going on, so maybe hoping to draw around. Oh no! Another 7!
Okay, well, he recovers.
He does recover, so it's, it's still, the content hasn't changed too much, but it is a little sad. Could have had your pair and the 6-7-8 and then cut off one of your roundmans or something and been Tenpai, but as it goes.
So 3-4-5 Sanshoku 2 Shanten for Alice, hoping to draw the Dora. That would give Sanshoku pin for Dora 1. And Mercury, no real advancement, unfortunately. This is very awkward at this point. It's going to be hard to defend should someone call Riichi. Especially if that person is Will, who has a very, very strong pond. Only one Suji showing at the moment.
Yeah, Alice playing quite defensively here, or quite greedy, depending on how you're looking at it. She's still lacking in shapes, but moving forward slowly. Mercury here, the 6-mon likely, just because he already cut off the 8.
I also think 5-pin could be an option if he never wants to drop a tile in that area going forward.
Yep.
But
absolutely. Another 6-pin. 2-so, just kind of floating around there, not super necessary. Advancement. Another 6-mon. Be gone. Yeah, Arturo's still got a fairly wide Ishanten. 1, 2, 3, 4 mon and 2, 3, 4, 5 pin, as well as I think that's it actually.
Will struggling with the 4 pairs here. Decides to go for the Tanyao and will
Shift.
start calling immediately.
Yeah, we're really getting into the later half of the game, so That's Senpai, so it should just be a Riichi here, 1 Formon. Formon being the expensive side for all simples Tanyo. But maybe not likely to come out, but Mercury unfortunately might get stuck here because he has that Suji 5/8 and has not drawn around it, so there's nowhere for him to go.
Alice makes some nice Mawashi here. Ishanten to Ishanten, but can now accept the Dora. I believe the 1 mon is 3 times gone, so we're more likely to see the 4 mon sumo here. Which Arturo...
Unless Will throws it out again. It's tempting him. He threw away the initial one first, thinking that he would be able to go around it, but now...
I would just be cautious only seeing one of the Dora in a situation like this, and you're already in the lead. You don't want to do anything too crazy.
Mercury, thinking hard. Goes around. The 8-so is Suji. Ooh.
See a Chi, 6 mon drop. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That 1 mon's really calling.
Yeah, I don't think it looks safe whatsoever. I don't know if I would be calling with this hand unless I was desperate.
And I don't think Will is quite desperate yet.
Oh,
but...
look at this. Nice workaround. If Mercury can weather that 5 mon. Now, the 5 mon doesn't seem like the worst tile against Arturo, given the 8 mon was cut earlier.
Ooh, Tenpai, but she will deal in on the expensive side if she takes it.
It's 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku Dora 1, though. Can we go around here easily?
The problem is that you could drop the 9 pin, the 7 pin is pretty spicy. You could drop 1-so in a desperate attempt, but is going to just deal in, takes the Riichi, Sanshoku Dora, which would have been Mangan, but in this case is just going to deal into Riichi, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora, which is also Mangan.
Yeah, I think
competing Mangans.
It's one of those cases where you just got to deal in there. And if you don't deal in, you feel good about yourself, but it doesn't make as much sense. It's very hard to fold from a position like that. So
yeah, you don't feel like good about giving up necessarily, but you can feel comfortable afterwards being like, oh well, I guess it could have been worse. But in this case, we're just gonna move on. Alice does have her dealership now, and she does not have a lot of time to get to her second dealership, so she's gonna be trying to replicate what Will did and repeating the heck out of this hand.
And she may well be able to do that, starting with a pair of Chun. Not sure what the other tiles are just yet.
An Anko of 2 mon, it looks like.
And Dora is the 9, so
this hand is okay. Definitely looking to cut one of those guest ones first, draw into an East pair, a Hatsu pair as well. Lots of pairs in that hand, actually.
Wonder if we'll see another Son.
More pairs?
Yes, this is a great hand for Arturo. Fantastic Tanya shapes. Could see a Ryan Peiko even.
Bad hand for Mercury, though.
Yeah, and Will's,
not a good bet.
Will's hand is likewise kind of middling. He has the shapes, but you don't see anything exciting there.
East pair.
Ishanten for Arturo.
Chitoi?
Yeah, Chitoi. Leaving the option for the West Honky or the upgrades to Tanyo.
Or again, Ryan Peiko if it really calls.
Could.
That one's much further, though, at this point,
How would that happen?
Mochi East pair.
For Ryan Peiko, at this point, you'd have to go backwards, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to see that.
Yeah.
In fact, we might even see a cut of the 4 mon or the 6 mon, depending on the pair of candidates that come up. So if I draw a 9, so I'm cutting the 4 mon or 6 mon immediately.
Con? No, she has the connector 4. Never mind.
Yes.
No con. No
well
con.
disciplined. Yeah, Mercury's hand also is chugging along really slowly. And Will is drawn into his 3rd pair. Yeah, Will and Mercury are both suffering from that Kanchan on the 2 mon that Alice has all 4 of.
So all of them. Eventually, you'll probably cut it off. I don't know when necessarily, but 2 pin. I kind of like cutting the 4 mon off here, actually.
There's some...
Con!
Okay.
Immediate con! Okay.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to cut the 4 mon, you may as well con here.
9 pin is not helpful, goes right back.
Arturo reaches Ishanten for a normal hand, chooses not to cut the East here in favor of the Shampon. I think I might have liked the Tanya Shampon a little more, but I think one of the 8 pins has been cut. Oh, it widens.
Mercury's hand, I think, is just not... It's moving, but it's not moving anywhere fast, and it's not moving anywhere valuable.
No. I mean, Mercury can see one of the Dora, and it is... Oh, actually 2 Dora. But, okay. So we're just going to see a Riichi here.
4-pin east. So not likely that the east will come out, both because it is completely unseen, because Alice has both of them, but also because Alice would become double east, and that's the value that you do want and need if you're in her position in third.
Well, Mercury cuts the 1 mon on the Ipatsu. This is the far Suji of the 5 mon. You wouldn't expect Arturo to keep the 5 mon as long with 2, 3, 5, for example. So it tends to be a little bit safer, but this is somewhat of a pseudo theory. It can bite you sometimes. There's like Sanmenchans and other shapes where you might keep it.
Yeah. That's the Dora from Alice.
Sure is. I don't think this comes out, which means chun, chun, chun.
4-pin, chun, chun, chun. I don't think you can throw east here.
Ooh. All right.
Boy.
Pushing along.
Has the 1 pin come out yet?
I don't know if I like trying to work around the 6-so and the 9-so together unless you think the 4-so is safe, and it just doesn't look that safe.
Yep. So, good pickup here. The 6-pin comes out. Mercury says, like, I don't really have enough time or leeway to be too scared of anything.
Yeah, with Alice's hand here, I feel like if she's not going to go chun chun chun, I almost like cutting the 6-so more. If it deals into a Ranmen, you probably dealt into the cheaper side if it's a 7-8. But the problem is the new Dora is the 5-so.
So you're kind of trapped on both sides. Oh, another Dora pickup. But Alice is gone. Arturo chooses not to con there. Draws the 3-pin immediately, chucks it back. Interesting because he's in Riichi, so I would have conned personally.
I think this may have been a case of, oops, I dropped the tile, can't take it back anymore.
Yeah, maybe not thinking too hard about it.
It happens to the best of us.
You know, when you're so focused on, like, I must get the tile that I'm going to win on. But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it'll work out in the end. There's 2 of the new Dora out. Mercury here has 1.
Yeah. I mean, Arturo is going to have to run someone.
Yeah.
All the tiles are gone. The 3-pin con here would have been fantastic because the 7-pin is Suji, and then that kills the other side. So the 4-pin looks very tempting to toss against him.
Will is being tempted by Jen Shanten. Will is being tempted by Jen Shanten.
That's, as fate would have it, it's just that 4-pin that's left over.
It's gonna deal in.
And it's even worse because Will can see 3 of the 1-pin too, so it looks a little scarier than normal.
Well, 1-pin just came out from Mercury, so the 4-pin is actually Nakasuji now.
You're right.
So the 4-pin really looks kind of good, and also is again Jen Shanten calling from the beyond.
Yeah, even an 8-mon draw here, if he gets one of the 2 remaining 8-mons, he'll probably push it.
Ooh, this is Tenpai, but there's no head. You can choose 4-7-mon, you can choose 9-so. This is Mercury.
4-7-so.
Sorry, 4-7-so and 9-so.
Yes.
Dora. Mercury is big thinking.
This is
the
very
4-so.
The 4-so looks a little safer because you can see 3 of the 5-so. It just breaks. Oh, and there's the pawn into the run. Let's see, any Ura?
No,
1 Ura.
1 Ura, okay.
A little anticlimactic.
Dora.
So it's going to be 2,600, as is not enough food to go up.
As it is, Will was looking to just take K10 maybe, which, again, the 4-pin Nakasuji gets, Nakasuji and Suji theory and all these other things will get the best of us.
Yeah, I think you almost always just take that, though. Outside of cases where it's like all last and you're already in first.
So we move into South. Arturo will get his first dealership. The real question is if anybody else gets a dealership at this point, because if Arturo Renchon's even twice, repeats even twice, it could be very dicey.
Dora's the 7-mon. Oh, look at this pre-built 6-7-8 Sanshoku type hand,
It's already mostly of the way there. What do you mean?
There's some overlap in the Pinzu, but this is like the best you could ask for.
It's not even like genuine overlap because it's like it kind of is, but even if you draw the 6 pin and you complete your, 4, 5, 6, oh my god, fine.
Yeah, you just don't want to hit the 9 pin, that's all.
Yeah. And I think you almost cheese 6 pin if it comes out.
Tanya Sanchokudora 1 is not too shabby as dealer, 5,800.
Everyone else kind of chugging along, nowhere near as good.
No, another improvement over here. Moves to a headless 2 away.
Mercury picks up the pair of Souths. He is double South. Will here has a pair of Dora, which is very nice.
Yeah, Will's hand at the moment is going to be a closed hand, but it has ways to shift.
6 pin.
Oh no.
I prefer the Hatsu,
no.
but if he draws another 6 pin, the Hatsu's not actually the worst Tonki I could potentially see.
The problem is like you could have also drawn the 4-5 pin into Tenpai if you had cut the Hatsu and kept the 2-4 so, and then you would have had a Dama Mangan, Tanya Sanchokudora 1, even if it's a bad weight. This is resigning yourself to a Tonki though.
Yeah. So pawn here. Mercury says, thank you for double South. I will continue to move along. Probably 1 pin or Hatsu or Haku here, but
777.
Surely this is just a Riichi. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Ay. So 3 mon is live in the wall. All 4 copies are live. It is early though. Who knows who will draw them. Nice Anko, 3 pin, moving to 2 Shanten. 9 mon is safe. So Arturo is going to be most likely to fight over here. He has some leeway with the Hatsu. He could draw a nasty tile and keep it.
Haku pair, but says nope.
Yeah, 1 so just became safe. And yeah, Mercury's hand is in shambles.
Con.
Yes.
Oh, thank God. he paused long enough to realize what it was.
There is some merit to not conning here in that you already have 3 of the Dora, and if someone else chases you because they don't have information, you don't want them to get extra value, but...
that's Tenpai.
There we go.
There's the chase.
Riichi, potential Sanshoku on the 3-6 pin. Just don't hit the 9 pin, you'll be happy.
The 9 pin did come out from Will, though, previously. So 2 of them are here in Mercury's hand, and if he tries to fold, it might just be the 9 pin.
Starts with the 2 so, which
Very
is
good.
safe to the dealer.
Ooh, 6-0.
Ooh, scary stuff. Yeah, I mean, even with the 9 pin, I guess you can't be too upset because there's 2 Ura, but Arturo's not been very good at hitting pairs of Dora.
No, there's the 3 mon. So
And 1 Ura.
Riichi,
Dora 4.
Dora 4.
Yeah.
Riichi Dora 4, big Mongons. Which Will is pretty happy about considering Arturo was his second place previously. And Alice is probably kind of happy too because she's like, oh, thank God. While my pathway to first is an uphill hike, I no longer have to bypass somebody.
Oh, South 2, 16 minutes left on the clock. We can probably get another 3 or 4 hands out of this, depending on how fast the players are. And Dora is the 2 mon. Looks like, well, we don't know what Mercury's hand is. There we go.
Dora acceptance at the very least.
Is that
It
an
looks like
Anko of East?
at least a pair. I always feel so nosy when I'm doing this.
2
Pairs of
pairs.
both. Very good.
Wonderful.
That's very nice.
We could see there's some odd ways this comes, like a Pinzu Honitsu, for example, but it requires a lot of sacrifice, so maybe not.
Ooh, Alice's hand very good as well. Ishon 10, headless.
Oh, wow, yeah, 2 5-pin north or 1 so will do it, and draws around the 1 so give an Chanta chance.
I actually wish that Mercury had kept the 1 pin that he just cut when we rotate back around to his hand. Oh, this is Tenpai. Surely this is just Riichi 1 so for North Tongi, right? Please.
Yeah, pay Tongi,
Alice.
Hey, Ty, don't overthink it.
It's early. It's turn 2. Someone will surely
is
give
so
you the
good.
North.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, thank God.
And Arturo is going to cut the north pair.
Almost certainly.
He might start with the south.
Might start with 9 so as well. Starts with the south.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't want to give up on the hand entirely. I mean, the north pair is still nice. It is his Yakuhai.
So this is what I was saying. That 1 pin for Mercury with 1, 3, 4, 4, 6. I like holding on to the 1 pin because then it means that if I drop the 6 pin, I can call both Yakuhai pairs. Oh no. There it is.
Yeah.
So it is just going to be, it looks like Riichi Hatsu no Dora. So Riichi Hatsu 26.
Should be.
8, 2, yeah, it doesn't jump.
None for the pair.
Yep, just 26. But Alice gets some points, puts herself back above water, and we enter Will's dealership again. It's very unfortunate for Mercury. He is last, not by a lot anymore. Arturo did just get hit, so, much more within range, but he is last, and he's probably hoping to do a little bit more damage on his dealership with 2 Yakuhai pairs. Doesn't work out, but, the new hand, new opportunities, maybe.
Dora's the 1 pin, so it's an opportunity for Will to steal even more points from everyone else.
Literally, what is this?
And it's a good starting hand as well. All the shapes are there already.
Not the easiest shapes, but lots of filler space, so plenty to work with and plenty of upgrades should they come along.
So Alice is Daisangin Kakute, right? You just got to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more tiles? Yeah, easy.
Easy.
So 5 more. Oh, only 5 more.
Mercury draws around some stuff. Crazy Phil. The 3, 5, 6, 8 shape and those similar type shapes where there's sort of Kanchans, Ryanmans in them, usually they get slimmed down.
Yeah,
towards the end, they sort of like, all my other shapes are there. I don't really need this many, so you start slimming down.
I'm not a fan of those either. One fills in, then you're left with a Kanchan. I mean, there's nice ways it can move around, so it's still better than like a terminal floater in many ways. But,
Yeah. It's a little easier too, I think, than like the 1, 3, 4, 6 type shape where one of them is a terminal tile, so there's no upgrades on one side. At least for Alice now, there is technically upgrades on one side if she draws the 2 pin.
Yes, which would be a great upgrade because then she can accept the 1 Pandora. The 1 Pandora that is floating in Arturo's hand and might leave right now. Okay, after the West, perhaps.
I think Arturo's going to give it a little bit more time, but I think eventually it will either gum up his hand to the point where he has to Tonki on it, or he will draw around it and be very fortunate. Alice considering maybe a Honitsu shift here.
Looks like it. Nice
He's inching towards it.
Okay. So still holding on. If you pair it up at this point, you'll have 4 pairs and can go for Chitoi Dora too.
Or even Toy Toy if you're going to really force it.
Aha.
There's the Honitsu.
Here comes the greed. And here comes the Daisangyan.
Yeah, like the show Daisangens if you can get it. There's the Dora pair up, so rewarded for his patience.
Very nice. 2 Shanten from Chitoi Dora 2 for 6,400. That would be a great little way to get back in the game.
Especially if Alice is the one to deal in.
Is that 5 mon? It's floating there. I think she'll get rid of it soon, but...
For Mercury, I think it's 2 pin. You kind of want to hold on to. I wanted
the
a 3 mon
because you can still accept the 4 mon afterwards.
Yeah.
Thanks to not having a pair. Okay.
Cho throws it back. Interesting because I guess there was a weird shift around that you could have done for 2, 3, 4 Sanchoku potentially.
Maybe.
Potentially, not entirely sure, but
seems slightly difficult. But if you were desperate,
there's the Chun. Doesn't get called because nobody has it. There's the 4 mon.
Now, just a
Chuso. Going for Tanyao, hopefully Pinfu, or like a good 2, 3 weight. Alice has been committing to Honitsu quite a bit, and I don't necessarily disagree fully with this type of hand. You have so many honors from the start that you're not expecting too much speed out of this one, but at the same time...
Oh, Arturo gives up Ishan Tenchitoi.
He does.
Why?
I think maybe he didn't notice.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Even so, though, I might keep it because the 3-4, 3-4. But maybe there's something we're not seeing here. Oh, great draw for Will.
Riichi.
1 pin, 3 pin, Riichi Dora 2 minimum, possible Mongon. And we're going to see Alice
Pongu.
take... Yeah, aggressive pawn. Keeps the Daisangyan chance around.
Breaks the E-pots at least. So 1 pin is Mochi Mochi.
The 8 mon that Alice has left over is tricky, and now I wouldn't be too surprised to see a 2 pin toss here. take the widest Ishan 10 possible. It's one chance. The problem is where the Dora is. It's not too unusual for Will to have 1-3.
Yeah.
In this case, he has 1-1-3-3.
Yep. Mercury does end up cutting the 2 mon, so likely trying to hold on to whatever Ishan 10 he has right now. I think it's 4 mon would be the push here. Yep.
Here's the Hatsu. It comes out. We're going to see a pawn. And we see an 8 mon drop from Maximum Greed. I think the Chun is twice cut, though.
It could also be 9 pin. There it is. So Chun goes out.
Yeah. If it wasn't twice cut, we'd probably see it kept.
Mm-hmm. Because, the Yakumon's gone, and forcing Shosong in is a little scary. Into the dealer Riichi more especially. Tuso should be fine. It is Suji. Where are all of our 3 pins?
Yeah, we're looking for 3, 6, 9 pin and 4 pin as well.
Yep, 3, 6, 9, 4 would be very nice.
So Arturo cutting a pair of the 3 mon over here. He has the 1 so for next turn, but
this is still Ishan 10, and he gave up Tenpai previously on the 2, 5 mon, cutting the 2. So maybe thinking, nope, might be out. might be out. This is Tenpai. It's probably going to be 9 pin here.
oh, the 9 pin is not safe, is it?
Oh no, the 3 pin!
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it just goes for the better weight. Oh, my
Riichi Dora
goodness.
4!
Ouch.
12,000.
Yeah, that is not what Alice wanted to see in this position.
No,
now
absolutely
she
not.
is down in the cool kids club.
Will is high on the mountain. The
High
rest of
society
them.
over there, bourgeoisie,
Now Will is very comfortably first, far, far away from everybody else. Starts with
Another cocktail of wonderful stuff. We'll have to take the first pawn because the door indicator is the white dragon.
Yes.
Though I don't
In
think...
this case, you might not anyways,
Yeah,
because you could just take a normal hand, or you could try to run the clock. You could try to also fold out if somebody reaches.
I think Will is the type to just play aggressively in positions where he's ahead like this and farm more points off the other players. He's a lot more flexible than everyone else. Everyone else is going to be squabbling over, the position now going into all last.
Wow, crazy Phil. Once again, Ishan 10.
3 so and 8 mon. This is not quite there with the value.
No.
But there's
Ishan 10
ways-
is still Ishan 10.
Yeah, there's ways to fix that called Riichi and Urador and Ipatsu.
And more especially, in this case, you may not Riichi because you're just kind of hanging out, waiting. So if you sumo, you sumo. But if somebody else seems to be doing something threatening, you just leave.
Yes. I wouldn't be
exit.
surprised to see him Riichi if the Dora gets exposed, though.
Riichi, exit stage left. Yeah. Well, Mercury probably feels a lot of pressure, but also maybe a little bit happier about what's going on because he was in the pits for a while.
Yes.
Not really getting anything, but now everyone else is also in the pits. So maybe he has a chance at second, a bad second. Or
Our
a
bottom,
not bad second.
yeah, our bottom 3 really want to hit a Mongon here because then you're approaching the 30K mark again, and you're at a comfortable enough distance.
3 tiles.
I don't think anything will... Oh, it looks like 5 tiles potentially, 6 tiles. So we're probably going to have the ref called in here.
So that's going to be the pause
see.
here.
Now, the updated rule sets are that this is handled on a situational basis, and it's more serious when the dead wall is knocked over. So if these tiles are repairable, it's likely that there will be a warning. I don't think this would turn into a dead hand, for example.
Well, so I was judging recently. I have reviewed the rules more recently. So unfortunately, once you surpass 5 tiles, even from the live wall,
I see.
this is usually a chombo. And that is
So we'll
likely
see.
what is being issued here.
Does it matter if they're exposed or not?
The problem is that the ones that were in front of her hand from her wall were exposed, and she just flipped them back and put them back. And then the ones that are currently exposed as well, that you can kind of see a little bit, there's at least one flipped over, one flipped to the side, and one face down. So I think it is the ruling here might have been chombo, and so they're probably going to redeal the hand entirely.
And 2 player with the hands down, nothing moving yet.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, you know, you got to make sure you give yourself clearance to draw, but at the same time, you know, this is especially unfortunate for anybody who chooses to wear things that are a little bit loose on their body. You're always so careful. Like, I tend to wear big sleeved items, and so I'm always doing what I think like a lot of people who wear kimonos do, which is you're holding the sleeve as you draw to make sure that you're not knocking anything over, because it's so precarious.
So the tiles are being put back. So it looks like maybe it was not a chombo.
Okay, so it looks like that the either the table agreed to just let it go, or the judge made an executive decision, both of which are fine. In this case, the hand will continue. She may have been issued a dead hand. We're not entirely sure off of that one, at least.
We may see based on the play now whether it's dead hand or not. If she is dead handed, then we'll see her start to cut middle tiles at this point instead of playing efficiently and prepare to fold out.
She did just cut a 3-pin, holding onto a Hatsu. That doesn't necessarily mean anything because Hatsu is Dora.
Arturo, little slammy slam on that 6-0. Can go towards Tanya or towards the Chun.
Oh, there's the Hatsu Dora, so maybe Will now thinking he could Riichi. Maybe.
And it looks like she's been dead handed because she cut the 5-0 there.
Yeah, so you definitely didn't want to cut Dora as your first draw after being dead-handed, but now more especially. Mercury entering a fantastic Ishan 10 wait for himself. Will upgrading slowly.
So 4, 7 mon, 3, 6, 9 pin. Great weights either way.
A lot of ouches in the chat. Which I can understand.
It happens.
Okay, so this is still Ishan 10, but it depends on which side you want to take.
Yeah.
It chooses the Sanmencha, the 369.
So like the acceptance is equivalent if you cut the 8-pin and then you have a chance to shift and you have a chance to pawn and you guarantee Tanya. So it's not terrible to cut the 8-pin there and give up on the Sanmencha. No, indeed. But
surely you're not thinking about keeping it since you already cut one of the 4 pins, right?
Maybe it goes back, or you cut 8-pin, but I don't know that I would cut 4 here. Okay.
Maybe thinking about callability again, trying to pull himself back in.
Could be.
Just because if he's able to call one of those, more especially the 3-so, he can still try to shift towards 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku maybe.
Speaking of 3-so, Arturo here. Cons after drawing a 3, so he has 3 pairs now. Now 3 pairs is normally too much, but when you have a Yakuha you want to call, it is good to have 3 pairs.
Oh no, the 6-pin when he just threw 5, 7.
My question is like, does the 6-pin look safer than the 9-mon? Because if not, then I would probably keep the 9-mon that is now Kabe.
The 9-mon, yeah.
No,
Should be 6-pin. Genshan 10?
Surely.
Genshan 10?
It's true. This is a closed con, so it can still get to Suanko.
2 Genshan 10. You can see him moving them to the side.
Mercury is deciding to chi here.
Yes.
Just take it and move along.
All
That's
right,
fine.
4-pin. Yes.
And if you're lucky, you get the 7-mon for Tanya Dora 1.
Yes. That would be very nice.
Pawn over here moves to Ishan 10 for Arturo.
It's going to be Toy likely.
Yeah. Sad if you get the 2-5, so I think you probably just take the Tenpai with the scores this close.
Speaking of all those sleeve things that I was talking about, new Riichi meta, I've been exclusively wearing tank tops when I play, which honestly I kind of vibe with in this summer heat. It's really hot, deeply uncomfortable.
But it's nice and cool in here at Sparrow's in the studio, so you should definitely come play Mahjong with us.
Come over. We have blasting AC. So actually, going back a little bit, Alice has continued to cut middle tiles. However, I think here is when you want to fold, actually. You should be cutting some of your honors and terminals or other safe tiles that you may have in your hand because there's been movement on the board.
Yes.
Right? People have started calling con, things like that. You should really be a little bit more conscientious.
Will is Tenpai here. 5-8-mon. Decides the Dama. This is Ipeiko Dora 1.
As you would recall, the 8-mon is gone.
Yes.
It was conned away. There's the 5. There's a 5.
Out it comes.
That's Ipeiko Dora.
Yes, so as dealer, that's going to be 3,900.
Does the foo jump?
No. So
No,
you
not
get
in
6
this
extra
case.
foo plus the
Yes.
10 for closed run.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dora.
Yeah, if I was Alice, another reason to fold there, besides like the obvious dangers, you don't want to feed people into Tenpai and be guaranteed to be no 10 when the points are close like this. 4,000 point gap can be killer, especially with only 10 seconds remaining. This is going to be the last hand.
This is for sure the last hand. So Alice is not going to get her second dealership, and this means that whatever ground she makes right now is going to be purely based off of her hand. So everyone's going to be looking for Yakuhai and Tanya, most likely. Except for Arturo, who's going to need a little bit more than that.
He's looking for 2,500 to catch up to the currently tied Mercury and Alice.
But there are 600 points on the board from the home buzz.
Which means 2,000 off of anyone will do it.
Extremely close game. So everyone is looking for Tanya, Yakuhai, Dora, anything that's going to bring them right into it. But Will has another fantastic hand. Don't know if he'll play conservatively on this one. He might just take the win since there's no more time to try and run out.
Yes. Now, Arturo has a 1-2-3 Sanchoku lined up. He has a chance to pawn. He doesn't have any Dora, but it's easy to use if he does grab the 6-0.
He also had a chance for Chanta, potentially.
Yeah, I think he's going to partly.
You want to hedge
value
your
speed.
I was like, you're going to hedge your speed here, but he did have a chance at Chanta, which is another good way to add another 1,000 type value.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too upset if, and you'll see it when it comes back to his hand, if he had tossed the 5-mon, because it's overlapping. The 8-mon can make a Chanta shape, and then it's callable for 2-han, which is what you want here.
But in this case, he is just going to hedge his bets, go around. Alice here just collecting tiles as much as possible. There's a Dora pickup, but no connectors to it yet. Second Dora pickup for Mercury, who is most likely going to try his best to draw around that 4-mon so that he can call for Tanya Dora 2. Honestly, I might just try a Forza anyways.
You can chi the 7-so here, drop the 9-mon and see what happens, or you can even pawn the 8-pin. I don't know if I'd do that, but...
Yeah, so going to hedge his weights because he is Ishan 10 now. But if he draws anything around that 4-mon, that 8-9 is going.
And
it's going.
If you draw the 7-so or the 7-mon, I think you just slam it. It's precarious though, because the scores are so close. So the Riichi bet does make a difference, and it drops you into third place.
Yeah, especially with like Ryokoku payments coming around and things like that. So, you know, but if it's kind of early enough that maybe you still hedge the ability to sumo.
Yeah, depending on, you know, how confident you are in upgrades around the 4-mon, you can break Tenpai. But if you keep Tenpai and you don't call Riichi, that's where it gets a little bit sad if you've drawn the 7-so, because there's just no upgrades other than 8-mon, 8-pin.
Yes. Will is still moving towards a normal hand. So like I said previously, there's no time to run out, so is just going to do his best. Arturo picked up the Hatsu Anko, so maybe ending on a 6-0 Tonki, which would also give him enough value to jump into second.
Now, mind you, Arturo can... Okay, what can he win off of the others over here?
There's 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku. It's calling.
He can win 1,000 points... 15, 16, 17, 18,
There's the Tanya
17.
shift from Mercury.
Yeah, he can win 1,000 points off of the other players, but it'll only be enough to get second place. I'm sorry, third place. If he takes it off of Will, it's not enough at all.
Yeah, so I think I think it is going to be 6-0 Tonki here. It's Nakasuji if he does Riichi, so that would be nice.
If he gets the Sanshoku Hatsu, he can just take the non-Tonki, though, and gets Chanta. I think that's slightly preferable to Dora Tonki, but it depends on whether you think you can pass it. And
Ooh, 8-0.
Yeah, this is fantastic. If you draw the 7-so, you probably just take the 1-4-pin Riichi.
Here's another 8-pin. Might be... Okay, so he's going to put it back, but I kind of liked
the 8-so?
Yeah, I kind of like the 8-so a little bit more. Although, because you're maintaining like the 4-6-8 shapes, which I guess, you know, is slightly better Ishan 10. Oh no!
Well, the as is 4-4-5-6-6 without a head can accept 3-4-5-6 or 7-so into Tenpai, so it's much wider.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe he just doesn't believe.
I think this is a case where like he doesn't want to do that and then have to drop the door after drawing a 7-so or a 4-so.
Potentially. Arturo still looking for that
6-1
head. Was still looking for...
Yes. And
stuff.
this is a 4-so toss.
It must be, right?
Yeah, just maximum. There's already a 5-so cut, and 1 is the indicator. You have to go for this.
I believe all the 7-so are live as well.
Let's see, 1 in the hand, and then the rest are 1 is cut.
One's
So 2 left.
cut. I see. In Will's discard.
Yeah.
Mercury, be brave, and it goes.
Is there any merit to conning there?
Not likely, no. Because, well, I mean, you get
So
the extra food.
Bring it up to 1,300
but
plus 2 repeats. It's
yeah.
not worth. Not worth worrying about. This
Alice
is a good
here
headless.
taking Tanya Ishanten. Again, it's just the 1,000.
Oh, Tenpai over here.
Ooh,
all right,
very
jams it. Yes, you're in last place. You don't care. Just go for it. Even on the 4-pin, it's enough. You're guaranteed
It's
at least
1
2,600.
4-pin here, so 7-pin. Very, very not good.
If the 4-pin's been cut 3 times, though, there is some merit to Dama as well.
Yes.
All right, 7-pin shove from first place. You know, will
from
from second place.
Well,
my
on
bad.
mutual second place, yes. Yeah, Alice and Mercury are kind of like, well, if I deal in and die, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, and you have to be Tenpai here. Now that you know that Arturo's Tenpai, you must be
Yes,
Tenpai.
you must be Tenpai. So I think at this point you should just shove. I think it's just shove.
And
It doesn't look good.
It doesn't look too bad
It
with the
doesn't look
5-6
too bad, but-
hard cut, but yeah, everything that's live at this point is a little worrying.
Yeah, so Will has no reason to cut any of these things. So is probably just going to fold out entirely. He just doesn't need to lose points here. That was Tenpai for Alice on 4-so only, but decides the 3-mon is too spicy.
I think she just has to shove it.
I think she should have shoved
It's
it.
Suji, and
Yes.
it's you're going to end up in a very unfortunate position here.
Where you will probably end up last.
Yes. Aha.
Cheat?
Okay, so you realized it and said, "Oops, let me go back."
Thank God Will gave it to me.
This is fantastic, and
Where are those 7-sos? There's
don't
just 2
know.
left, but there's no wall left.
this is the final
The
cut.
6-pin came out against the Riichi. Will is debating how bad Haite would be if it was 6-pin.
Yeah, I
Chooses
think
3-mon
that or 7-mon would have been okay too.
Well, 3-mon came out from Alice right after she called as well. So it probably
yes,
being like the most.
Absolutely. No, I had missed that. Yes.
But Will escapes with his big mega first, and everyone else stays in second, third, second, third.
Yeah.
second, fourth.
So the tie is really unfortunate because it means they get 0 UMA together because they split the addition of, and they're already behind by this much. So they're losing like 10,800 points each,
It's
10.8.
tough. It's tough. But, you know, they did their best. They at least took Tenpai for all of them. And that is our exciting game 3. Lots of repeats, lots of ouchies, as the chat said. But, you know, they're going to finish wrapping up here, and then we're going to go ahead and move into the last Hanchan of the day. Eric and I will be leaving again, leaving you guys in the capable hands of, I believe it's Jen and Korak. So very exciting all around. But thank you so much for joining us again. Please stick around for the last Hanchan and come visit Sparrow's Nest, where we have crazy AC for you during the summertime.
And it looks like we are back. This is the fourth game of the WRL Minor in New York City. This is Korak. I'm joined by Jen. How you doing, Jen?
Hello. Doing good. It's been a good day. A long, long day, but a good day. Started at 5 a.m. with the Sankei Shimbun Cup commentary. After prepping all of that, and then had some poker work to take care of, and then Women's League, and now commentating on New York matches.
All right, we have a couple of WRPM pros. Christopher in the south seat, Alon in the west seat. And their players are Makoto in the east seat and Lisa in the north seat. I believe it's only the 4 games. So this would be the last one of the event.
Yep.
Ooh, I like these hands so far. All right, well, kind of a slower Pinfu hand. 3 would really help. 3, 4, 6. Medium speed Pinfu hand, but this is a beautiful hand. You have the Honitsu. There's also a messy Chitoitsu. But I feel Chitoitsu would be just sad with that hand. There's so much more value. Dora drawn here. Lisa puts it in there with a 6, 7, 7, 8. 3, so pairs up. Maybe in a good. Oh, well, what do you think of Daisongen?
I definitely like
anything
at least hedging the flush.
Anything other than 5, so they're just objectively seems wrong. Well, there's our first one. The tune comes out. It is called 8. Mon goes back. Tone doesn't really do anything. It's a bunch of honors get rid of, or just the 2, but just with the pension you're not thrilled with. There's some arguments for Honitsu, but the 5, 6 makes that really unlikely. Another pair here with a 4, 3, 3, 4, 4, 6. 1. Well, it just shows Sangha and Ishan 10. So the real question is, when does the next dragon come out? Of course, Shosanga and Honitsu is guaranteed to be Hanemon.
A couple other directions it could go in if she draws Manzu first.
Does it count as Gen Shunten if it only is going to be Shosangen? I figure I'll ask the source right here.
No. It has to be available. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be available. This is Tempai, but chooses not to take it.
Yeah, choose not to take it. Would be Honitsu single Yakai, so I wouldn't take it either. This does give plenty of options. Oh, well, there's our Haku. So I recall that was the single tile.
Okay, so the answer is you can still count the Gen Shanten, but you have to admit that the Yakuman is dead.
Well, it is dead now. I'm pretty sure I see 2 Haku out there.
Well, I'm looking for a pair for that full straight.
Tone goes out. 5. Ooh, great draw here. Pulse 3, 4, 5, Sanshoku. Do you want to hold onto the 9s for now, at least? Yeah, I wonder with that second Haku coming out, if you just take the Tempai here, waiting on the annoying 5-1. There's so much value for you to miss out on, but you know what's worth less than an annoying Honitsu Yakuai hand? Winning nothing.
Winning nothing or dealing into something.
Because we're definitely trying to get the maximum value from it, though. Alon's hand kind of stuck for now, but Itsu looks very good. There's our hot soup. Will be held back for now.
And that's definitely the biggest argument for taking that Tempai is that people are definitely watching your discards and noticing the Hoitsu.
Well, it's so fast, it isn't even necessarily Honitsu. Sure, there was a one-so cut, but I wouldn't be 100% sure at that point. Well,
No,
and that
it's as
allows
the I
the
guess
Tanya
yeah.
upgrade. Oh, well, there's our confirmed template. Should just be the 1-mon here. You do not get credit for the Peiko open like this, but is confirmed Shosangen Honitsu. And that loose Hatsu could be some serious trouble here for
I wonder if
Lisa.
those Monzu discards are going to be good camouflage for him.
Okay, Lisa doing a little bit of dodging. Of course, has the deal-in tile. For 12,000. Will not be cheap if it's found. 3 so. Lisa's decision. This is just a full. The 1-1 is not that scary. It already came out. You see a bunch of 2s. So it's really the next upgrade. But you have to just throw the 3 back. Sure, the Twitch
Okay.
would be fancy, but you're not there. Oh, that is a beautiful hand. Riichi Pinfu Itsu Dora 2 for 7-mon. And this may just be the hot 2 right now. We'll see if Lisa can dodge this. Thinking long and hard about it. Ooh, the 8-pin, good play.
I think Chris might have been thinking about a swappy doppy with that 3-mon. But
5. You can't just switch out with the 2 here.
definitely should be the 2. You always want to do the Gambitsu if you can.
Sumo Riichi Patsumo Pinfu Itsu Dora 2 or a 1 Baimon.
Baimon.
On says, well, if you're not going for Yakumon, I can do better than your Hanemon. Pulls out a nice little 16,000 here, 4,000 to 8,000 into a huge lead at 46,000, just one hand in. Christopher couldn't cash it in, but we dealer here in East 2, trying to make a little bit up.
Using the tiles to count the Yaku. I haven't seen that in a while. Something that, at least in Japan, we do that with 3-player Mahjong a lot.
Well, it's often hard to just count the Yaku because there are often so many of them. And they're so hidden. Especially to play with Pei Dora. But regardless, Christopher is dealer here. Looks like a Pinfu type hand. Nothing fancy. Not a great hand. Not a terrible one. Does have 1 Dora. I just want to go Tanya. Maybe get a 5, 6, 7 Sanshku in this hand. Very disconnected. The Monju is frustrating, but few options. Pinfu hand. Hatu pair. Well, let's just hold it to. Especially with the north pair. You just got 1 pin or 6 pin. 4, 5. Oh, 6 is a nice draw. I said 5, 6, 7 Sanshku was my goal. That definitely moves that direction. Going with 9, so we'll see if that is discarded. It is.
Yeah, I think
Tune pair up.
Good to hedge the Anshoku and the Tanya and
Pei Onko.
Looking better and better.
It is. Might get a very early closed Honitsu. But no, it says, okay, well, we got the Hatsu. We're just going to go ahead and take it here. Someone's a great draw. This is actually Ishunten.
Camera catching up real quick.
Camera needing a little bit of time to catch up, but here we are. Yeah, Lisa is Ishunten. Possible Chanta in there even. 8 completes the 6, 7, 8. Interesting, the 9 is cut instead of the 3. Really wants the Tanyao rather than accepting the 8-mon. Two pin goes back. How could it really do anything? South, no. We're at that point in the hand where everyone's drawing a bunch of emptiness.
The closer you get to Tenpai, the more useless your draws become.
It's definitely noticeable. 3 so. Well, there's an Anko. This is Ishunten. So I think 7 so is the normal cut here.
Yeah, like it's good to keep one of the mentions in our books that just came out, the translated books from Japanese, is you like to keep your pore shapes in sets of 3. Now the reason Chris didn't do that right now is because the 7-mon is Dora, so he's locking in that use.
Yeah, locking in that will require the 6-mon door indicator. That's why I didn't like the 9-mon earlier, is you kind of force yourself into that option where you're either cutting Dora or locking in a bad shape. We're going for Tanya and Dora.
Welcome to the chat, Yokai. It is Jen and Korak on the mics right now.
4-pin is not it. You get tossed back by Chris. 4, okay, that completes one of those blocks. 5-pin isn't it. Lisa had been so close for so long, and just gotten nothing since. 5 so, that is Tempai. This is a Nakasuji, technically. Oh, no, just shoves the Dora. That was Tempai. Is there a read I missed? Well, regardless, we do see a pawn of the 1, still E-Shunten. That just takes a wider shape, doesn't actually advance the Shunten in the hand.
It makes it really wide for Lisa's hand now because she can use that pay as a pair instead of the triple. So basically anything that connects to any of the mons that she has is going to be Tempai. There it
Well,
is.
it's Tempai. Could go pay. Will do so. Waiting on 1-4. Of course, has pawned the 1 already. There is our Riichi. Riichi, Pinfu, Door 1. Lose out on the Sanshku with a 6 draw, but it's a 3 so, 6 so wait for Makoto, who, of course, had to pay out the dealer payment from the Baimon Sumo in East 1, so would love to get some of this back. Seven so goes back.
Seven so does not look safe to the reach at all, but Lisa is feeling committed at this point.
Oh, Sumo. That's going to end that. 1,000, 2,000. Doesn't get the extra food because of the pay Onko having been cut down, but we'll gladly take that, shut down the Riichi, and net 5,000 from the hand. Into a pretty solid second place. Lisa will be dealer here.
I think because wasn't there Dora? So it was manga. Hatsuhoitsu Dora.
I don't think so.
7-mon was
Oh,
Dora.
7-mon? Let's see. I'd have to go back.
Had a 7-mon in the 6, 7, 8 shape.
Ah, okay, yes, and that would be Mongon. Can't see any of the scores. The arms are blocking the table. Chun pair. That is Dora. So this is very much a call and go for Lisa. We are only in East 3. Tone. Swap it out. Throws the Hatsu. Haku's followed. I think it should be the Hatsu to follow, especially when it's also the door indicator, but will be held for another turn. Tumon fills the 1, 2, 3 shape. Pay doesn't do anything. Let's get it tossed back. So you can pay not doing anything. Two pin will be held as a floater. 8-mon. Well, it's a 5-mon and 8-mon floaters. Not ideal, but what can you do? Self worthless. Back it goes. 9 so. 5, 6, 8, 9. 7 would be really nice, but until then it's going to be very slow. 2, 2, 3, 4. Does need a pair since you're planning to call the chute anyway. Pay? Nope. 1 mon? Nope. We talked about it where the hand just don't improve at some point. Usually it's mid-second row. We've had the just dead draw after dead draw happen earlier and earlier, these hands. Even here, this 5 mon isn't much of an upgrade. I guess there's a Choitsu angle, but that's
Who
about
would call
it.
that an upgrade?
I
Sorry.
certainly wouldn't. Well, the 7's going to go back. Tone? Nope. And you'd hope you'd have a really good hand at this point, but it's just a whole bunch
Okay,
of meh.
it's that 4 mon draw that what the 5 mon is good for. Shift to a Tanyao for Chris.
Yes, giving up on the Chitoichu route most likely, but can potentially just call it down. And of course, the issue is where are the Dora, and Lisa just draws the 3rd one. Just wipe her face off a bit. I don't know if anyone treats that as a tell. Doubtful, but we'll see. Another 5 mon, possible in Totsu shape. Now, this floating 5 pin I don't really like. It is a ton of acceptance, but it's also just not a tell you want sitting around. Unless you read everyone has really terrible hands, which they do. Most efficient gut here is 3 mon, and it goes out. 5 pin fits in nicely. That is Ishunten. Nope. 5 pin. That completes their shape here. This is also Ishunten. 7 so would be ideal. And that is Tempai. Could just Dama this. Bad way like this is generally supposed to be a Dama. But it also depends what Luz is looking like. Oh. Wow, this is so greedy. Oh, the 7 so came out right afterwards. Unfortunate there for Lisa.
Typical, like, there's a lot of 3-sided weight upgrades. So you take the Dama and then, at least there's one 3-sided weight upgrade, but there's a couple other upgrades as well. So I think it's good to start with the Tuso there and then do Dama, not necessarily to like be tricky, but because there's a lot of weight upgrades.
Yes. Oh, there's the 7 so that Alon was looking for. Riichi Pinfu Tanya 4 so 7 so. And Lise is now kind of up against a wall here. Didn't take the Tempai, missed out on the 7 so win, and is now just going to probably have to fold out. Six mon. So it gives a few options, but everything's bad. And this is the problem when you extend yourself with a hand like this, is Tanya that are bad shapes tend to not advance, and you can get in big trouble. Because you just don't have any pretense of safety. 3 so, this is Ishunten again. 9 pins already safe. Can cut another one of those safely. But shoves the 8 so. Seven mon, well that's an Ipeko and a Shitoitsu upgrade. That's the Riichi, so you can't use that even if you wanted to. 4 pin, isn't it? Again, the 9 is safe. I wonder if Lisa just misread the shape and didn't even see the Tempai in the first place.
Yeah, I think that might have been what happened. Sometimes the adrenaline gets going when you have 3 Dora in the hand. And,
well, especially when you have 3 Dora and no one else knows you have 3 Dora. Oh, there's the 7 so. Well, there's the door. That's for the other's hand for Makoto, unless there's a door Tonki route. Could shove 1 so here. is your other option, but we'll just throw the 1 mon and fold out safely. Christopher not giving up on this. And Alon trying to draw that 4/7, so. Well, this is now Rian Peiko Ishan 10. That's certainly not how I saw that hand developing.
Alon gets the win.
Yep, deal in on the 7, so Riichi Pinfu Tanyao. So 330 here, 5,800, and the stick back. On to 49,800 in firm control this match. Lisa's still in second.
That's really painful, though. That's one of the ones you got to go back and watch the replay and learn for next time. Actually misread a weight today on my own hand, and it took me one turn to get it back to it was a Chinitsu hand. And I thought there was a 4/7 weight, and there wasn't. And luckily, that 4/7 did not come out before I realized it was a 3/6.
Yeah, those feel really bad. The classic rote. Wait, uh-oh. We have an East pair and a Chun pair here. So Makoto with a pretty good hand. Possible Chant in there as well. It's also not a bad one for Christopher, but needs a 3-mon. Alon, Pinfu hand, not ideal. Has a couple pairs in there. Maybe Chitoitsu, potentially wait on Dora. 4, 5, 6, so here. I mean, she's got one of the honors, a bunch to get rid of still for Lisa. Nine, so goes out. 6, well, now you have to genuinely consider the Chitoitsu. The 3 is definitely an I want to go Chitoitsu type cut, rather than the Chun, which is more regular efficiency. Because, of course, not too many things connect to a Chun, but holding the Chun back will, of course, slow down Makoto's hand. Ooh, nice little pull there. Confirms the Peiko and adds a 4/6. Of course, 2 Dora in there as well. There's our Chun. This is Ishanten. For Chun Chanta Tone. More 9s. On toss it back. 3 is a great draw, Ishanten. No real value here, and the weight's going to be bad, but you should just cut the honors. Six, okay. Very wide Ishanten, also Chitoitsu even. 4, so goes back. 7, oh, that's such a beautiful tile. Yeah, it goes with the Haku here. Could also end up Tanya if this Dora draw.
You'd end up with a 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku, maybe.
7-1 goes back. Well, that's the problem, is that 3-mon would have paired up and forced for a on. Ooh, that's an interesting draw. There are a whole bunch. I think that is probably the worst discard you go for. 1-so's fine, breaking either of the Kanchuns is fine, but you should always be cutting the 1 over the 4/7 when you already have Tanyao.
Yeah, I think maybe was looking at the 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku. I think there's too many blocks for that. Oh no, it's perfect.
Yeah, I feel
but
that you're going to have to
the
drop
7
something
comes.
completely to get there.
I think if you really want to lock in the 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku, then you go with the 8-mon, and then you have a Tanyao to fall back on at least.
Right. Chitoitsu Ishanten for Alon. Now, speaking of your 8s, yeah, is going for that Sanshoku and just pretty much lock it in, but needs double 5s.
Yeah, Sanshoku with 2 Kanchon is really rough.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier, I made Sanshoku Don, which is a It's a rice bowl that has like 3 different types of food on top, so it looks like it's 3 colors. And I got like 3 or 4 sanshokos today in women's league, so I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah, but you get 3 of them.
Oh, it might have been 4 for Hanchon. I think you get at least 3. I think that's
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, how many servings did you get? Anyway, this is a different Ishan 10. We'll just throw it back. We haven't mentioned it, but Makoto is temp. I did draw a 3rd tone. So waiting on the 3 pin. Oh, that is an annoying draw.
I think there's only 1 3
Just
pin on
throws
the
it back.
board.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
because 2 are
2
locked
at
in here.
least.
There's our Sanshoku. Well, if you made the decision, I feel you want a 7-pin Riichi. And that will be the decision. Lisa wants Sanshoku. I definitely prefer Pinfu Tanyao, but had made a decision earlier in the hand and did eventually fill one of those 5s. Needs the second one, though. Sumo gets the 3.
The last
Ton
3 too.
Chun Chanta. So it'll be 1,300, 2,600. Makoto, you get quite a few points here. I think we'll still be in 3rd, but not by a whole lot.
Very close to Lisa now. That was the last 3 of the deck too.
3-pin good tile. Well, Lisa will be dealer here in East Fort. And Alon, just, you do have to pay it to that 600. You're never thrilled with it, but you're fine just moving things on, close the gap between the other players. Note how the tiles are being organized. That is an I really want Kokushi hand. But I think it's too good to go Kokushi. Jen's counting the Jen Shunton here.
Easy with Kokushi, you just count how many middle tiles are left.
That's actually how I do it too. Of course, there are Kyushikyuhai, the 9 terminal honor aborts in WRC rules, but that is, in rules that use it, one of the most common chombos is someone forgets someone that they were paired up and tries to go with 8 uniques. And that's the secret, is just look for the middle tiles and then isolate your pairs. But regardless, Alon has a north pair, can just call and go. Lisa's hand started great, has not budged though. Wants to be a Chanta so badly.
Oh, something.
Oh, someone drew out of order.
Okay.
I think they just let it go. I don't think you're supposed to do that though.
It's not exactly clear what happened. I just saw Lon stopping everyone for a second.
Yeah. 4-mon goes out, doesn't fit. Ooh, 7's an amazing draw here. 5-pin, a whole bunch of Pinzu there. We even get Chinitsu out of it. Dora, back it goes. Not even tempted by it. South goes back. Another Pinzu. Okay, how greedy are you? How greedy are you? Not very. Needless to say, I would have got 4-5. It would even spent half a second on it.
I'm also in that camp, but
Melissa had a Chanta here. Was there a 1-pin cut?
yeah,
Meanwhile,
Lisa
though, we
did
see the Encore
discard
the 8.
Yeah, she discarded 1 being the 3rd discard.
Leaves a bunch of value on the table. Haku doesn't do anything. Tone doesn't do anything. 6-pin. Yeah, it's not that useful if you already cut the 1, because your 5, your summon upgrade is just 4-10 then. 9 so. 1 so. Going for that 5, 6, 7 Sonshoku. We're going to see the 1 getting pulled. This is Ishanten. Leads the Chun, I believe.
Yeah, the north is not any value, so it's
Does
gonna be
Arcral,
an
didn't
out of
Awan have the other 2 norths? Yes, he does.
They
And
might
the
come out
1's
though.
pretty dead, so the 2's pretty useless. Just toss it back.
Some other draws that might entice Alon to discard that pair of norths though.
9 so, back it goes. Chun, nope. Try to decide to hold as a safe tile. Will do so. Seven pin pops out. It's just locking the shapes and getting a safe tile. Well, that is a Pinzu, but it's not the one you wanted. Chun pair up. Lots of options here. I don't think there is a bad discard in his hand. Other than, I guess, 7 so would be bad. Any other discard I can justify. Goes with the 7 Mon.
This is also a tough break for Lisa, as dealer. She needs that red dragon, but both that and the
Ooh,
north are
2
mochi
pin.
mochi.
That is Ishanten for Chinitsu. Chumandora. This clearly doesn't want to cut it. And won't do so. Cuts the 7 Mon. Don't. Nope. Eight Mon goes back. 9 so. Nope. Tenpai, 3-sided. Riichi Nomi. Makoto will try and now overtake Lisa going into south round. 3 Mon pops right out.
I'm drawing it immediately. The winning tile.
Of course. Three
Lisa
pin.
folding
Lisa
out
wants nothing
again.
to do with this. 2 Mon. Christopher still Ishunten for the Chinitsu.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Still that 3, 6,
8.
9 so wait for Makoto.
I
Oh,
think there
is
might
that
be
a 4? I can't see it. It's a 5.
5.
That is not Tenpai, I don't think.
Not quite.
No, it's not.
It's kind of
It's one
a.
of those 7s or a 6, it would be.
It's kind of a tough decision too. I think Makoto
I like the
has
9 because it makes the hand
Yeah.
easier to read.
easier to read,
He's
and also you
hugely
can
under.
call pretty easily for it.
Yes. Hugely underrated aspect for Chinitsu hands is, hey, I don't know what the weight is. What am I supposed to do? Well, why don't you throw the tile that makes it easy to read the hand? That way you won't furry ted on it.
Yeah. Ooh,
Oh, that is
that's Tenpai.
Tenpai. That is absolutely Tenpai. I think 1 pin is the most efficient cut here.
It gives you a 2 and a 3 weight.
That would even be Tanyao.
Oh, goes for
Instead, going to confirm this. This is Riichi
Tanki
Ipeiko Chinitsu, waiting on one pin.
ignores the one Jen Shunten.
Well, there
That
are a
would be
bunch of twos out, so the one is not a particularly terrible wait. Forza gets a show, but that's not the... Oh, that is the winning tile, but Alon has no reason to push it.
Alana's just collecting other people's winning tiles.
Which is fine. When you're folding, it's fine to collect all the other tiles. Oh, doink. Oh, and a 2-pin. The 2-3 weight would have hit. Oh, bit of a disaster there.
Would have been a Paimon hand, at least.
Yes, Riichi Tanyao Chinitsu, Baimon,
Ipeiko.
possible Aura. Yeah, yes, any double would have been Sambai. Unfortunate there, but Makoto will be dealer here as we enter South round. A few pairs, nothing fancy here. Not a great starting hand. Has one loose Hatsudora. Tone pair, but we are in South right now, so it's not when you want to get that. Pinfu hand, pretty slow one though. The 13579. Count your Kanchans in the suit. Three so connects with the one loosely. But overall, 4 bad hands. I wouldn't even put any of these in mediocre. These are between very bad and irredeemable garbage.
So will they advance them? And just remind everyone that the World Reach Online Team League is happening right now. It's not too late to sign up, as long as you can get all your games in before the end. And I finally have a team. Huge announcement. Some of my kohai were looking for a 4th member, and I was suggested as someone looking for a team because of all my whiny posts on X that I didn't have a team. So I will be playing probably starting not this. I didn't start today, but maybe next week or the week after, since I have a guest job next week.
No, good luck, Jen. I think I ended up I skipped this one just because my Saturday mornings are super booked for the next 2 months.
We have a lot of Thursday, Friday commentary coming up as well for the next few months, so lots of Machan going on.
And as we say that, now that we've successfully stalled for chances for hands to improve, they've improved. They're still bad, but they're not irredeemably bad. Potential Sanchu there at that 5-6-7. Still looking for a Pinfu upgrade. And Christopher's just stuck in this Dora. And until you make a decision on the Dora, everything else is just kind of in a waiting pattern. But the best hand is right here with Lisa, who we've seen it will be super greedy for Sanshoku. So unfortunate, already cut the 5. Of course, things you can draw the 4 next turn. 8 so I like 8-pin here. The 3 so makes it a little easier to read and gives you more Itsu routes.
Yeah, the 3 so is more like slimming down the hand and maybe keeping the 1 so is going to be something kind of safe.
And Makoto wants to advance the hand, but just is stuck with his Dora. Every time there's a hand with a dragon Dora, the entire hand is driven by who is willing to break the silence on it.
And then it's the Dora parade as everybody else releases theirs.
Yes, it's oh thank you. Oh thank you. Oh thank you.
Are you okay in the chat? Are you preparing to run your first tournament or play in your first tournament? All right, there's the Itsu one away.
Yeah, nice little upgrade. Tone doesn't do anything, but it is a good safe tile here. Nine
If you're
mods of playing.
prepping to play in your first tournament, I think if you're playing online, then try and play without the hints, like what you're waiting for and things like that, so that you have to figure out for yourself. I think a lot of the online clients give you hints of what you're waiting for, how many are left, whether you're temp buy or not. So you want to play some games without those hints on, because
If you've
no
played
one's
a
gonna
lot
help you.
online and not much live, the thing to look for is just physically handling tiles. They're going to feel weird, and yes, as mentioned, the lack of prompts. There's the East Pole, advance the hand a little bit. I think we have a tempi already. The Tanyao, I think, did that deal in? Everyone's acting like it dealt in. No, it was Pole. Okay.
Pon, yeah, Pon. It's called by uh
Sanchiku
Chris.
is not budging. Lisa's been stuck there in Ishan 10 for a while. Yeah, this is the hand. It's 2-5 so that's waiting for that Tanyao. I think Alon is just slimming this down, says it's either Itsu or it's nothing. Yeah, interesting. Lisa could have
Oh,
called him and says, I'll draw it myself. This is going to be an easy Riichi. Riichi, Pinfu, Sanjugu confirmed, but the 2 deals into the Tanyao.
that's the risk of playing close, is your hand slows down a little bit, but it's worth a lot more points when it works out.
Well, especially Sanjugu, you're talking Riichi, Pinfu, Sanjugu versus open Sanjugu.
Yeah.
One of the widest differences in the game.
Also, if you said if you're working towards maybe trying to become a pro, I unironically recommend getting my book. There's a lot of coverage of the things you need, like Chinsu weights and conditions, calculations, and things like that. It's called Reach Mahjong, The Only Way to Play by Gembar. You can get it on Amazon.
Other than that, it's just study previous protests. You'll see several of them out and around. I think there are a few on the site as well. worldreachy.org. But we go back to the game here. Christopher has an absolutely irredeemably garbage hand. Alon has a pretty good one. 8, so it would really help. Lisa's is decent. Maybe too many pairs for my liking, but there are some routes in here. Makoto as a Tanyao type hand, especially that 6. So if you're Chris, do you ever just say, I don't care, we're going Junshan? With a 4, 6, 7, probably not, but it's definitely something I'd be considering.
Yeah, it's that 6-7 open-ended that would stop me.
For a 4, 8, 9 or a 5, 8, 9, then I'm not even thinking about it. I've already gone for it. Chucha's just one of those hands where you can't hedge it. You
Yeah.
either go for it or you don't.
When you go for it, your hedge is planning to fold because you have a lot of outside
Yes.
tiles.
Well, I found that Junshan can get you in a lot of trouble that way because sure you have outside tiles, but you have terminals and otters. So yeah, you're not going to deal to a Tanyao, but if someone just randomly reaches on you, you're kind of stuck still. It's not as bad as a Tanyao open hand trying to defend. Ooh, 2-pin. Well, just draw the right tiles. That fixes a hand pretty nicely. 5-mon, good floater. We'll toss it back, though. Wants to hold this 9-so still. 3-pin's an amazing draw. That's just Tempai. I'd Riichi. There are upgrades, including one that potentially uses Dora, but you just don't want to give anyone time at the table.
Yeah, and that's what Lisa's been struggling with this game is other people getting to Tempai first.
And it does feel really bad if you Riichi and then you see your upgrade would have been your next draw, but that didn't happen here. If it's your second draw, it's okay. Couldn't have known. Which 9 wants to be cut? Will be the 9-mon. 5. Oh, that would potentially be Pinfu and maybe Adora, but I'm fine just taking the Riichi. I know there are plenty of people who would Dama waiting for that upgrade. There's our 1.
Maybe if the 5 was Adora, then there's more argument to not reach, but when it's 2 away from it, then
Yeah,
that
because you're
plays
just
farther
as
away.
likely to draw an 8-so that you're sad about, and the 7-so doesn't do a lot. It gives you a Pinfu at a better weight, but just takes, you figure, a terminal Shampoo and has a pretty good chance of coming out. It does, and Lisa pulls in the win. No Ura, though. Regardless, we're in South 2. Christopher, who is in last here. Of course, the big hand was that missed Shiritsu. I think we finally swapped over to Christopher. Okay, this is a Pinfu hand, nothing fancy. Hey, he keeps the tiles as close to the wall as I do. The sidebar, this is a, mediocre Pinfu hand. It's not really what you're looking for, but...
So I generally
So,
draw my starting hand and also arrange it with just one hand. So I use the wall quite a bit when I'm setting up my high pie.
Nine goes out here, so there's some honors to get rid of. 4-mon, 1, 3, 4, 6, 7. Could just be Tanya now. 2-so's a good draw. Still has so many honors to dump, though. 9-pin, that's actually useless here, and tossed back immediately. 7's a great fill. Fixes the worst block in the hand. Hatsu, well, there's a pair up. One could just call and go, but looks to be greeting Honitsu. 4 connects here with a 2-3, advances the hand. Haku pair up, could call and go as well. 1-mon pair up. This hand has too many pairs, so it's not actually useful. Could go 8-so for just raw efficiency, but I kind of like just throwing the 1 back.
Yeah, I think the next efficient discard is going to be, or what's considered efficient play is dropping one of those pairs.
Oh, 2-on. Yeah, because the 1-so is Dora, so you're not going to give up on that. I'm kind of surprised the Chun didn't come out, though. Haku. I do always talk about blanks, then you stare at Haku. Yep, it's blank all right.
The definition of blank.
You didn't even have the fancy Chinese ones with the blue border. It's just blank. 3-mon connects with the 2 here. Well, this is a which Ryama do you want? And the answer is all of them, which is what I would do. Makoto tosses the Dora back. Of course, can't call it. This is the 1. One pin. Nope. Just going to hold that as relative safe tile. 1's hand is not really advanced. Oh, now that's an interesting choice. Yeah, you've seen some greed for Sancho. I obviously like throwing it back, but there was a 5, 6, 7 route in there. Oh, well, never mind. I guess keeping the 1 was the right play.
Too many blocks, though. We're gonna keep 6 blocks for now.
Yeah, with multiple pairs in there as well. Looking for some extra foo, maybe. Another 7. Lisa has a beautiful hand, but it just stuck. 3 so.
Here,
There's
I like to
another one where
2.
almost any discard is acceptable. Cuts from the 5 so, keeping it 6 block. Amon, nope. None, nope. Formon.
Okay, now we're gonna go down to
Kinda?
5 blocks.
Yeah, but you do have the overlap. Everything is just bad.
Yeah, it's not a happy hand for a dealer.
Well, especially a last place dealer who's running out of time. We're going to see Makoto slim it down from perfect Ishunten to regular. Oh, 2, 3, 4. That's a nice draw. Pays nothing here. Keeps all the blocks. If you're Lisa, you need to be thinking about calling down for just Tempai payments here, because the game is close enough between second and third that it's very important to be Tempa at the end. This should just be Formon. Instead, throws the 8. The 4 does nothing in the hand, so not throwing it is more defensive. Oh, he's
I
just
don't know
getting
if
nothing.
I don't even know if it's defensive at this point because it will get dangerous later if somebody tempais.
Yeah, but you're not going Chinitsu. That doesn't make sense here, so. Even there, the 7, that is an efficiency issue. It should just be the 4.
Efficiency and potential Suji trap if you end up with a Shabo weight.
You know what I'd rather have more than the Suji trap? Tempai.
And when you're going for Tempai when it's this late and you can go for Tempai, not worry about the Yaku, just trying to get the Tempai payments and having pairs
Right.
that you could potentially pawn are
Oh,
very important.
okay, that's a 3-sided upgrade now. Which of the blocks do you cut? 4, 5, or 6, 7? Keeps the 6-pin, 7-pin shape. I think we're still at no one Tempai. 7. I think that is a Honitsu Tempai now for Alon. Has to read the shape, though.
Gee, waiting for
Not Tempai. No, it's not.
Tempai.
That, however, definitely is. Much easier to read as well. This is Hatsu 9 So Shumpon. For Makoto, you could even consider throwing the Chun here. That's probably what I'd do. Instead, just go to fold out.
I mean, the tune is safe to Alon, so would
Christopher just has gotten nothing. Stuck in permanent Ishunten. That's not Tempai either. Now
out.
Makoto is not even thinking about the rest of this hand. He's out. Christopher finally gets a Tempai call. No Yaku, though. Still going for
But
this
as
payment.
dealer,
Very important, and a
yeah.
repeat, of course. The 1, this should be a call as well. Doesn't take it. Oh, it is rewarded. Could even Dama here with the one having just come out. Trying to decide whether Riichi or Dama this. It is 3-sided with Pin Fudora 2. It's so late. No!
Folds.
But why?
Maybe.
Unless she's reading something I'm not seeing, that just seems like a mistake.
I don't think Alon's hand is very scary for
Yeah,
the
it's
3P.
obviously Sozu Horitsu. And if it is Tanyao, then you're dealing it for 1,000. But with 2 Dora especially, I do not understand that play. But we have 2 players temp at the end, Christopher and Alon, 1,500 each.
Possibly concerned about dealer. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, regardless, it is a repeat here. Looks like a Manzu Honitsu type hand. Maybe not quite enough, but you're thinking it at least. It's more that there aren't good shapes elsewhere, so you're incentivized to move that direction. Yeah, everything's bad. I actually don't like the 2-pin discard, because if I draw the 1, it may change my mind about the hand, but if you're like a 5-pin, I don't really care. This looks like an Itsu play. First turn Dora realizes it in time. That was wait a second, that's a Dora, isn't it? Discard.
I only did that once today in live play.
Well, as long as you catch it in time.
Oh no, totally discarded it.
Oh, well, that always feels bad. It's not quite as bad if it's like an honor, but something like an 8-mon, you just feel really bad about.
I think it was a 9-mon. I ended up drawing it later and using it in a sequence.
Oh.
So it was nice
Okay.
camouflage.
I was so trying to decide whether to cut the door. I just throw the 5 back. That is the decision. 2-pin 2, 4, 5, 5, 6. Not ideal. We are going to see the Honitsu call by calling the Shaw first. There's a Chantarud in there as well. There goes the Dora. And now you should feel comfortable just following.
Should be easy to discard it now. There's a 4, 5, 6.
Clearly
Sancho
didn't
go
want
to.
to, but eventually does.
It's like, is there anything else I can discard? Not this time. And all
And
the doors coming up.
also dumps it without thinking. No, it's something a lot of newer to / intermediate players run into is, yeah, the Dora's a lot of attention. And you know what it's worth when your hand doesn't finish? Nothing. Oh, are we going to see a con? Yes, we will. From 4th place, I feel you might as well. The draw is just really important. 1 so is useless, though. 8 pins are Condora.
Pair of those in Lisa's hand.
Ooh, this hand's really good. So this should be either the 4-5 or the 5-6. I would cut the 4-5 pin because I just don't want the tiles in the Dora suit. They feel like they're going to be harder to get, and that is the play here. 7, that is not Tempa. I will cut the 1. That is not an efficient cut. That probably should have been the tune. Because we have that 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 shape, you want to hold the 1 because the 1 and the 4 can potentially be your pairs. Mon is not it. We'll continue cutting the Pinzu block.
Yeah, you want to get rid of that Dora Suji earlier.
Who goes back? 9 mon, worthless here. Well, I know, I was a little scared of the open dealer, though. But not enough to hold back the 9. 6, this is Pinfu,
Perfect.
Itsu, Dora 2. Lisa trying to decide whether Riichi or Dama. With 2 indicators, I'm just going to Riichi. Riichi, Pinfu, Itsu, Dora 2.
Guaranteed
This is
Hanemon.
Hanemon minimum. Makoto is out. Christopher is still Ishuntan, so not going to give up just yet. That is not Tempai. Naitso is by far the most efficient cut. Okay. Christopher not giving up on this just yet. 8 mon. I'm pretty sure it's 4-7, and it is. Oh, Sumo! Read Sumo, Pinfu, Itsu, Dora 2, any or is Baimon.
No Ura.
Nope. Misses the Uradora, but it is Hanemon. Should be 3,000, 6,000.
Now
With the home,
Lisa
of course.
is within striking distance of first place. With
Oh, I saw
still
someone
a
only
dealer
hand
turn
down
left to go.
3,000. I think there was a home, but that was missing. So they may have messed the scores up on the table a bit.
Yeah, it should have been 1 for Chris to
31,
continue as
61,
dealer with
yeah.
the exhaustive draw.
I'd have to go back and check that, but I think someone forgot their 100. Regardless, I'm going to continue here. It is South 3. Alon is dealer, and all of a sudden Lisa is very close. 8,000 back. Of course, the part is Christopher takes the Oyakavare, the dealer payment, and is way back now. But Alon has 2 Dora, and I think you just go Tanya with it.
Looks like everyone pays, so maybe just the stick was off camera or something. So
Okay. How much you live in Kogoshi? I don't with this hand, but that looks to be the play as well. South pair up. Makoto could go Honitsu. That'd be a way for value, because you need something more than just Yakuhai here. 1 door in this hand. This hand, of course, is 2 of his dealer. 6, 7 mon. This is a really slow hand. These are the type of hands that can get you in a lot of trouble if you're not careful. Because you start seeing a whole bunch of improvement, and it was so far back that improving a lot didn't actually make it good.
these are the ones you should slim down so you have some safe tiles to fall back on.
9 pin useless. 6, okay. Should just be Yakuhai. Again, I really want to go Tanya with Alon's hand. You do have the 1, 2, 4, 5, but if you pair the 2 up or the 5 up, you can just use the shape as it is. Dora draw here by Makoto. Wanted to go Honitsu, but that may slow this plan down. 6-0 fits in very nicely here. No, don't throw the 7. No, my Tanya dreams. It's one of those shapes. The 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 can also be treated as a 2, 4, 5, 7 if you really are Tanya Braid. And believe me, I am Tanya Braid.
I think especially as dealer, you need to continue as dealer, and Tanya makes it very easy to do that.
5 pin goes back through and last turn it all. Oh, that is a beautiful draw. That is Tempai even. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1. Christopher trying to decide whether the greed for Itsu makes sense. I don't think it does. I just slam it, and there it goes. 1 pin, 4 pin.
Yeah, this is a
Now, it
lead.
doesn't matter now. Alon has the safe tile, so of course we know it's not really that safe.
Lisa folding out. Remember that this is a league, so it's the accumulative scores that are important. That means you don't have to aim for first place, and you can't aim for first place for every single hanchan. You need to get the points where you can. So even if Chris doesn't necessarily move up a placing, it's important to get the points when he can.
Don goes back. Really is about whether Chris can sumo this.
Welcome to the chat, dude. Now that you mention it, there is a book called Balance Your Game. It talks about how to think about your hands and the themes in your hands, written by Yoshihiro Matsumoto, available in English on Amazon now.
Obligatory plug there. 7-pin isn't it? Again, just waiting for the 1-4. Oh, well, the problem is Lisa cut the 9, so there's not really a way back in. She just decided to fold already, so... I don't
Still
see
at the
anyone
dealership.
directly challenging this.
Yeah.
Well, that's a thing that especially online players can get in deep trouble on is see 4th place Riichi immediately fold. And in a raw plus minus setting, it's a little different. Not this is necessarily the wrong thing to fold because the hand wasn't great, but it is something a lot of people run into if they've played extensively on Tenho or Mahjong Soul or Riichi or whatever, that sometimes you do need to challenge a little bit more. Haku doesn't do anything either. Yeah, just folding out. I mean, there's no one's doing anything here. It's 1 pin, 4 pin for Christopher, and 3 people pretty much just folding out. So you talked about the book. Do you want to give a plug for World Riichi Publishing, a more formal one?
Yeah, we came out with the first 2 books that launched during the M League World Reach US tour. Both of the authors were there on the tour, so they were giving autographs, and which is why we decided on those 2 titles. We have more titles in the works right now being translated, so trying to get a lot more English content to everybody. And both of the books are available as ebooks on Amazon as of yesterday, I think. Yesterday or the day before. I think you can get physical copies in Texas and also New York at Sparrow's Nest, but it's mainly an ebook launch.
Oh, there's our 4 pin. There's the deal in. No Ura, but we'll be Riichi Pinfu Dora 1. It almost feels good for a half second when you see the Dora indicator. You have 2 of the... Oh, wait, no, that's the indicator. That's not my actual Dora. Christopher does pick up 3,900 and closes the gap. Is now a Mongon behind getting out of last. Lisa is dealer here in relatively close second place, but we're in all last. Remember, this is no Agariyame, so if Lisa does win and overtake, that's not the last hand. The other thing to pay attention to is the timer in the top left. If it hits 0, this is the last hand, regardless of whether the dealer repeats. If we see a south pair, this feels very call and go. Not really any other value. This is definitely the type of hand I just call. It has 4 pairs, like maybe there's a Toitsu route, but that's never my first choice. If I see 4 pairs, my immediate thought is, hey, Toy.
Toy Toy or Suanko.
Ooh, 7, so that's a great fill. Now you could even consider keeping this closed. Cuts the 4 pin. I wouldn't keep it closed, but I just treat it as a faster hand now. A few different ways to play it. Ooh, 2 so. Well, that fixes your 3-5. That's 2, 3, 5, 8, 9 so. 9 mon doesn't help at all. Kind of flicks it forward. Haku pair up. Lots of options here. Yeah, I like the 5. You're not really thinking the 6 is that useful. If you do end up drawing a door from Chris' position, I think you do go Chitoitsu. But plan A should just be
Chitoitsu, or you
Honitsu.
can, yeah, even pull into a Tanki weight.
Well, that's the thing about calling is how many calls is too many? 5. If you haven't hit 5, you can call more. Chitoitsu Ishan 10. Not even going to consider it. Six-pin Dora thinks about it for a second, says, but it's Dora, and shoves it anyway. 7 doesn't really help.
I think it's Alon in first place really just wants to be efficient and get a win as fast as possible and not mess around with Dora. If he needed more points, then he might have thought about it and found a different route.
Yes. Tuso doesn't really do much here. Whole Karigiri cutting the other one. 5-so. No, that actually is a good draw here because you can now accept the 4 as well. The South, finally the South comes out.
And we see a poem.
Yeah, that's why the delay happened. Ishan 10. Tune Onko now. 6-0. Ugh. Throws it back. Maybe having dreams of Junshaw. That's a bit too much for me here. When you have the 8-pin pair. I feel that's the hardest part of a Junshaw Chanta hand is getting the pair eventually. Because the problem with a Chanta Junshaw hand is you get a pair, you're trying to pull it. Well, eventually you also have to have a pair somewhere. What about a 2-3-4 Sanju? That's a different route with a lot more options. Ooh, this is interesting. You go. I like 3-so a lot here.
Yeah, you can still keep the 4, and the 8s are generally a little bit easier to pull them than the 3s.
Especially when you cut a 6 pretty early. Another pair up, so Chitoitsu Ishan 10 for Makoto. 9's is a beautiful draw there for Chris. 1 pin, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just going for the Sanshoku seems to be the play here. We'll cut the 9 for now, though. Will it be called? Given the pause, the answer is yes. Ishan 10 for Chris. Tumon, eh. And I think it's important here to keep the 2, because if you do end up drawing a 7 or even a Dora, you can break the 8-8 block.
Mechanics Valon did already discard a Dora.
Well, doesn't matter. There's your Pinfu 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
It's gonna Dama. Just needs to win the hand to get first, to lock in first place.
Yeah, can just win on the 1 and it's fine.
Tempai for Chris as well, waiting for the
Yeah,
Tuso and the
both
White Dragon.
these. Oh, Sumo. That is
Takame.
Sumo Pinfu Sanshoku, so 1,300, 2,600. The 4 Han that's not a Mongon. 5,200 win there, but Alon's going to be our big winner. Lisa will be in second, Makoto in third, and Chris in last. Whoever entered that got that wrong.
It's a little bit.
That is although Alon won, not by that much.
That's it. That's a Yakuman score. There we go.
Okay.
Chanta's like Tanyao's evil twin. Chanta's the Wario of Tanyao's Mario. Something like that.
Is Honroto then Waluigi?
Yes. You know, Waluigi is actually like makes way more sense than Wario in Japanese because Warui actually means bad, so it actually sounds like Waruiji.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, that
Well,
is it
with
for us
that, do we
today.
have any updates in the overall scores? I know the obligatory answer is plug the app here. So now you're going to make me pull it up. At least they will be the scores coming into this round. I'll give you about 30 seconds for that.
The World Reach League app. Everybody can download it, and you use it for your seating and everything when you play in the World Reach tournaments. Also in the tour that we had, the M League tour. That's where the seating was distributed. There are supposed to
Yeah.
be archives too. I think if they're not, they're coming.
Yeah, there's a past section. So you have current, past, and things that have been entered. But coming into this, Hanshan, remember there had been 3 previously. Will was way out in front at 142.6. Haoran in second with 122.7. Third was Yixing Zhang at 66. Fourth was Takumi Kijima and 39.8. So that tells you the big gaps. It really is a two-person race for this event between Will and Haoran. But
Yes.
Alon does get that win on the end, was in 13th coming in at 10.8. And WRPM Pro Chris was at -9. And of course, taking the 4th there will drop quite a bit.
Also note there's also a World Reach League minor going on in Las Vegas this weekend. So great thing about the World Reach League is it's happening all over the world. We had matches, I think, in Hong Kong. That was the Hong Kong Pro Cup, but they also have World Reach League matches and in Europe and all over the US. And you don't have to be a pro to play. You can join in and then get a feel of what it's like to play in pro matches.
Well, of course, you and I were in Vegas not too long ago.
And we did work with the people from Bluebird for we had the conference at Bluebird where this World Reach League minor is happening as well. And nice space there. Brand
All
new.
right. Well, with that, I think we're going to wrap up the cast here. So thanks for watching. When's our next broadcast? I think we have the Sakashibun Cup Thursday.
Yep, we have session 2, which happened yesterday. It happened on a Friday this week. So we will catch up with that this coming week. Also, World Reach League Major at the end of August on the 29th and 30th in New York City at Sparrow's Nest. I think you can still sign up for it. It's not sold out. I'm not sure about that.
Well,
But
let's
we
see.
will be
When is
streaming it as
that? Yeah. The big event in New York in a couple weeks, the Riichi Nomi Open. I will try and get to one of those WRL events. There are 2 left, I believe, so I'm going to try and hit at least one of them. Regardless, though, for the broadcast team, I think we had Amy and Eric in earlier. It's Jen Korak. Hope to see you next time. Oh, Tips was also in there as well. Take care, all.